Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 160 next. Whatever happened was also all thanks to Li Baxian's wisdom to first placate Yan Xing by promising to meet again to settle their score. That was exactly the reason why Yan Xing could still sit still and allow the plan to go on without a hitch. Meanwhile, the mob of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators around Golden Tip all stared at the lone fifth-order target like a predator eyeing a prey. Whoever he was, that was a walking cornucopia of treasures and supplies for them. Kill him and riches of untold worth would be bestowed upon the one who accomplished the deed. Just as soon as Lu Yi issued his challenge, a tall and brawny man broke away from the mob. "Let me try," he said. One look at him was enough to tell Lu Yi that this was a fifth-order body-tempering cultivator. Blessed with robust physical properties, he wished to test Lu Ye's capabilities and see what the latter could do. If the fates were smiling at him, he might be able to defeat Lu Yi and claim the prize for himself. "I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect," Lu Yi announced. "Shirley of the Weiberwolfenstein." As soon as he finished, he groped inside his storage bag to look for his spirit artifact, a defensive magical relic. Confident that his spirit artifact would keep him safe, he did not notice what was happening around him. Just as soon as he looked up while his hands were just reaching inside his bag, there was Lu Yi, already upon him with incredible speed. In just a few strides, Lu Yi blitzed his opponent and Shirley had only just retrieved his spirit artifact. He yanked out the shield-like magical relic quickly and frantically injected a spurt of his spiritual powers into it to activate its powers. At the same time, Lu Yi ripped his saber out of its sheath and whipped it as furiously as he could. The weapon's blade swathed with a layer of spiritual powers both red and fiery like raging flames. Petrified like stone, Shirley did not move an inch. With eyes as wide as saucers and bloodshot with spider web-like veins sprawled over the whites of his eyes, he stared at Lu Yi. Then it appeared. A thin red line that traced across his throat. The line gradually grew thicker and thicker until a gaping hole yawned upon and out poured a gush of blood before the sheer pressure of the geyser of blood launched the head up into the air, ripping apart whatever skin, tendons, or sinews that the head had been desperately clinging onto. From over his shoulders, Lu Yi could see the faces of the Thousand Demon Ridge mob watching the bloody sight with horror inscribed all over their faces as they reeled, speechlessness. Han Jiyue's warning might have impressed upon the entire mob about Lu Ye's ability to kill enemies beyond his rank, but no one had expected that he could do it with such speed and ease, more so, a body-tempering cultivator who has physical properties as strong as a bull. The two combatants had only just exchanged their names and the next second later, victory was decided. "Fool!" A Thousand Demon Ridge champion spat with disgust, referring to the deceased Shirley. Apparently, the champion, who had earned himself a place on the roll of supremacy, believed that Shirley should have had his spiritual artifact prepared beforehand prior to the battle, especially since Lu Yi was already widely known as a difficult opponent. Only a fool would make such an amateurish mistake, and even if he survived today, his days would still be numbered anyway. On the other hand, on the side of the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, the crowd was first stunned into silence before they regained their senses seconds later, and burst into clamors of cheers and whoops. Li Baxian's yelp, interlacing both surprise and exhilaration, was especially the loudest. Even Wei Yong looked relieved after she had been utterly worried sick. Oh. Lu Yi retrieved the late Shirley's shield spirit artifact and storage bag, which he tossed to Wei Yong. He had drawn first blood and that was his first spoils of war. Collecting spoils of war was a common and yet widely practiced custom that shouldn't be forgotten under whatever circumstances at all. The loss of the first battle was a humiliating blow to the Thousand Demon Ridge side. But they knew as well as everyone watching this duel that this was only the beginning. Every single Thousand Demon Ridge sect and order which had gathered here had a chance to put forth a challenger. The Ridge could suffer defeats and deaths, so long as one of them succeeded. Whereas Lu Yi did not have that luxury. He couldn't lose, for losing would mean the forfeiture of his life. 3 days. That could amount to at least several dozen rounds of duels. That a fifth-order cultivator must endure such a gauntlet of death and survive was unimaginable. Next, Lu Yi withdrew to his corner, giving his weapon a shake to fling off the blood. The seniors of the sects and orders which were present quickly debated a choice, and a new challenger stepped into the ring. It was a woman. Not only beautiful and shapely, but the scanty clothes she wore hardly concealed any of her charms, making her the prime focus of hungry gazes from the men all around the ring. Wei Yang was none too happy. "What a slut," she hissed. Li Baxin frowned as well. Quietly, he was concerned if a hot-blooded youth like Lu Yi might lack the nerve and grit needed to attack a woman of such beauty and allure. One could argue that the Thousand Demon Rich side had picked a target specifically aimed towards a person of Lu Ye's temperament. He looked at Lu Yi, who looked utterly unfazed. He announced himself again. "I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect." The girl stole a look at the dead body lying not far away from where she was standing and winced like she was afraid. The manner of disposition alone could have made many men keel over with pity. Then she heard Lu Yi announcing himself and replied with timid coyness, "Chu Shui of the House of Wintry Blossoms." First came a bang. Then dirt and gravel came tossing up the air and Lu Yi was gone. Next second later, he was already upon her before anyone could see him properly. "Do you really have to be so hasty?" Chu Shui remarked with a honeyed voice, although she responded with venom. Her hand only just came up and a big blustery fireball spewed forth, followed closely behind by a pale mint-green blade of wind. But what was more unwanted was Chu Shui's almost non-existent clothing. Whenever she made any movement, the thin gauze-like fabric of her clothing just couldn't shield her womanly charms from the lascivious stares from everyone watching. "Shameless bitch," blurted out Wei Yang, who was teetering on the brink of blowing her gasket. What she would give to storm forward and rip the saucy vamp's head off, Li Baxin wondered quietly to himself. But the next second later, he yelped with consternation. Inside the ring, Lu Yi was raising his saber to hack at the fireball. He felt not an ounce of fear since it was so much smaller than the ones Dong Shuyi fired at him, but he would pay for this mistake. Just before the steel of his saber came in contact with the fireball, the blade of wind behind the fiery orb erupted and Chu Shui grinned with glee. Deep inside, she was screaming "I win" with exultation. Winds raged and that exacerbated the flames. What was a harmless fireball at first suddenly grew rapidly into a round monstrosity of fire 3 times over that thundered towards Lu Yi, threatening to swallow him whole. Those who knew Chu Shui must have recognized this from the start. Her trump card. The 6th Order spell cultivator did nothing to underestimate Lu Yi right from the start. The dead body of the body-tempering cultivator just paces away from her was a constant reminder for her to not repeat that mistake. To that end, she used the techniques and tactics that worked the best for so that she could do the most damage to Lu Yi as quickly as possible. Then something made the grin on her face freeze. Lu Yi's figure burst through the flames all of a sudden. His speed and intensity doubled or even tripled. With all color gone from her face, Chu Shui desperately tried to conjure another spell to defend herself, but it was just too late. Lu Yi callously hacked down on her shoulder, easily lopping off the arm that flung up before it could fire a spell at him. Then with another blow, he easily defeated her protective aura before he swung his blade for a third blow that nearly had her entrails pouring out of a terrible gash right between her chest and her midriff. With a shrill shriek, she fell backwards, the nakedness underneath her translucent robes exposed for all to see. Still, she crashed ignominiously to the ground with tears obscuring her sight, and the last thing she ever saw was a final glint of steel that ultimately robbed all life from those eyes of hers for eternity. Lu Yi staggered unsteadily as he straightened up. With the dead body of his second opponent at his feet, he counted himself lucky that he managed to activate glyph protection fast enough to prevent from incurring heavier wounds. That trick by Chu Shui had caught him unaware, although he escaped with just a few burns other than his hair and his robes, which were singed by the flames. This time, he did not retreat to his corner. He stood there just meters away from the 1,000 demon rich mob and stared them all down. Slowly, his saber came up. He held it tauntingly. Next. That was a call that sounded like it was intended for every 1,000 demon rich cultivator now glaring at him. At the other end, just over his back, the crowd of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators did not know how to react. Silent and bewildered beyond word, some of them were reeling with amusement at how reckless and audacious this Crimson Blood sect brat was. No one could deny that seeing one of them giving the enemies hell was just way too satisfying. "Good job," Wei Yang exclaimed, so pleased that her eyes were practically curved like a pair of crescents. Lu Ye's savage butchery of his female opponent was gratifying enough for her. And it delighted her that he did not show any signs of going soft despite his opponent being a female with seductive allure that few men could resist. Meanwhile, Li Baxin looked very annoyed. Gods in heavens! Why is he taking after brother Xinghe? He gasped with manic frustration. Wait, they're both using sabers. Why? Damn it! Why sabers? The third round was about to begin. According to the terms in the Sacred Pact, Lu Yi reserved the right to demand a 15-minute period of rest before he accepted the next challenge. But since he did not invoke this right, the Thousand Demon Ridge side were more than happy to oblige and get the next round going so that Lu Yi could remain fatigued. But the round did not take long for Lu Yi to secure the initiative. He practically chased his sixth order opponent all around the ring, and the opponent could barely do anything but defend himself, albeit feebly. Seeing this filled the mob with gladness. If no one had told them about how Lu Yi could easily defeat enemies beyond his rank, then agreeing to his earlier terms would have seen him walking out of this crisis virtually unharmed and unfazed. Every fifth-order challenger they threw at him would be senselessly slaughtered for nothing. Especially since even sixth orders were already having a hard time trying to defeat him. A flash of steel elicited a horrid spray of red. Lu Yi pounced. But before he could bring his weapon down to split the head of his opponent, the latter yelped at the top of his voice, "I yield." The sharp edge of his blade halted just a hair's breadth away from the enemy. Glyph. Sharp Edge's layer of energy that shrouded the blade had nicked the skin and blood was trickling out like a leak. "I yield," the man screamed again, jumping away. When he slapped a hand on his wound and saw the blood, his face went deathly pale. Just 1 second slower and the man could have already been dead on the ground with gray matter pouring out of his head. Surrendering might be disgraceful enough to certain quarters, but at the very least, this man had managed to salvage his own life and live another day. Lu Yi sheathed his weapon. His enemy had admitted defeat and the terms of the Sacred Pact were clear. Any Thousand Demon Ridge challenger was accorded the right to yield and have his or her life spared. There was nothing else he could do. But this was a luxury that only the Thousand Demon Ridge challengers enjoyed, not Lu Yi. Losing simply wasn't an option for him. There was hardly any fairness at all. But life had never been fair. The defeated challenger quietly slithered away. As he withdrew back through the mass of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, he reminisced about what happened during the duel and couldn't help shivering. He had never met anyone like Lu Yi before. A fifth order that could unleash such overwhelmingly aggressive and brutal attacks that even though he was the one with the rank advantage, he wondered if it was the other way around instead. Next, Lu Yi roared, glaring at the crowd. Another enemy stepped forward as the fourth challenger. In the meantime, a few Grand Sky Coalition champions and fellow colleagues with Li Baxin on the battlefield's roll of supremacy were huddled around him. "It's good that he's on a roll with morale so high," said one of them, frowning with apprehension. "But he's going to burn himself out if he's not careful, and he won't be able to go on any longer." "Indeed. He's brutal and savage, and that's obviously a good thing. But I can't really say that there's any finesse in how he uses his saber. If he encounters anyone skillful, he'd be in a very difficult situation," said another. As champions who had earned themselves spots on the roll of supremacy, these were men who could read the situation with utmost clarity and tactical acumen. Lu Yi had only just finished 3 rounds, but that was enough for them to notice his flaw. His style of fighting was wearing himself out. His brutal and aggressive style would be perfect if he was up against just a limited number of enemies. In fact, he could intimidate his enemies so that they wouldn't be able to perform at their best against him. But his enemies were just too many this time, and he should be playing safe. His intimidation tactics weren't going to work with so many enemy champions were also around. As champions of the role of supremacy themselves, they were just too formidable and experienced enough, and the challengers wouldn't stop coming so long as their presence could rally and assure the others. It was also true that Lu Yi lacked finesse. Each and every blow he dealt were just simple blows aimed at his enemy's fatal spots. During his battles, his thought process included only what and where to attack without any tactical consideration. Such was his way of fighting, a crude method honed by empirical learning, for he never had any real tutelage in the crafts of wielding a saber. Aggressive and effective thus far, all it would take was for anyone skillful enough to thwart him, and that was only just a matter of time before he encountered anyone with such a capability. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 161. Not one to let things slide. If the Grand Sky Coalition side noticed Lu Ye's weakness, it was only natural that the enemy side would notice it as well. Hence, it did not come as a surprise that the next challenger was a cultivator skilled in the crafts of combat. Armed with a sword, the enemy challenger's every spiritual power-imbued move, stabs, pokes, flicks, and so forth, formed a combination of a confusing blur. But it only took Lu Yi a couple of furious chops at the enemy challenger to throw him off balance. Just when he thought he found an opening, he drove his sword straight at Lu Ye's heart, but the latter easily thwarted him with just a quick activation of glyph protection. With the secrets of his ability to use glyphs now all but public knowledge, Lu Yi no longer has any reason to keep it a secret anymore. Unlike before when he had to try to maintain it a secret, Lu Yi could now use them as much as he liked to. More so, since the utilization of glyph protection against an opponent of such skill was crucial. Fortunately for him, the experience of saving Amber so long ago had turned out to be an instructive one. He was forced to fight against an enemy of superior skill back then, and that had given him an idea of how to hold his ground against enemies of this kind. And the trick of it was to avoid turning it into a contest of skills. This was a death match, not a contest. The enemy challenger could perform all the quaint techniques as he liked, but Lu Yi would still stick to his plan as he always did, by seeking the most straightforward and efficient way to kill. With the well-calculated thrust of his sword thwarted, it was too late for the enemy challenger. He looked up to see Lu Ye's saber already bearing down on him. Terrified, he quickly screamed, "I yield." Before he could complete his sentence, his head dropped lifelessly to the ground. Lu Yi stood where he was without moving an inch, feeling adrenaline coursing through his veins as the pangs of blood remained fresh in his nostrils. Something else had dawned upon him. So long as I'm fast enough, my enemies will not be able to yield and walk away alive. He knew as well as everyone else that his style was wearing him out. He also understood fully that he should be keeping his duels as short as possible. But most of all, he was aware that he was one man facing an unknown number of challengers. He needed to slay as many challengers as he could so that he could go into every round with his opponents already intimidated. This would help to ensure that he secured the initiative right from the get-go. He stared at the dead body at his feet. The last time when he was trying to save Amber, defeating that enemy back then was so hard that he and his foe nearly died together. He had managed to defeat and kill his opponent, but not without incurring grievous wounds himself. It was Amber who brought him back to Wuxia. And that girl had a good time having her fill of fun and thrill at his expense. But he understood the difference. This time he stepped into battle against a superiorly skilled foe with more battle experience than before. All that blood, sweat, and tears that he shed had not been for nothing. What he received in return was not just the growth of his powers and strength, but also his experience and tactical awareness as well. It was true that he lacked finesse. But because he now had the ability and acumen to read his enemies, Lu Yi could make the right call on where, when, and how to attack. This alone could make up for his lack of skills. One could almost call this his craft of slaying. "Brother!" Li Baxian's urgent voice rang out suddenly from over his shoulders. In his stupor, Lu Yi did not notice that his next challenger had already stepped into the ring. In the meantime, Lu Yi was still reeling with the bewildering comprehension that he had unknowingly picked up a lot through his journey through the battlefield. That was when he felt a powerful force coming from his back. He twisted himself around, swinging his saber in a quick and deadly arc just in time for it to collide with the enemy spirit artifact, eliciting a fiery burst of angry sparks. Only then did Lu Yi manage to see who his new challenger was. A tall and muscular man wielding a broadsword whose blade was thicker than the length of a man's finger. With a gravity-defying leap into the air, the challenger brought his broadsword down on Lu Ye's head with his weight and his strength behind it. The moment their weapons met for the second time, Lu Yi could feel a staggering force threatening to crush him. Only it could not. Lu Ye's knees might have sunken a little, but he managed to hold on, and with a dangerous slash that nearly cut his enemy into two, he managed to drive him away. In the meantime, the moment his steel gnashed against his opponents, the last thing the enemy challenger expected was for Lu Yi to be able to remain standing and respond with a shove-carrying strength that he never thought was possible in a man of Lu Ye's size, followed by a riposte that sent him retreating quickly away to a safe distance. Evidently, He was not the only one astounded. Whether it was the size of his frame or weapon, Lu Yi was just too much of a David compared to the challenger's Goliath. Most would have thought that with his remarkable size and girth, this challenger would have chosen to be a body-tempering cultivator. Yet, being a combat cultivator was clearly his desired choice, and his superhuman strength made it possible for him to use such a colossal weapon to easily fell any foes like a giant crushing ant. And his decision had not been misplaced. He had never been defeated, nor had he ever met a match in brute strength before when going up against foes of similar rank. Even if he had encountered anyone who had strength close to his, he could still defeat them with that incredible broadsword of his. Until now. More unbelievable was the fact that his adversary managed to withstand his wrath, his weight and that of his weapon with just one arm. This time it was he who found himself flabbergasted. Heavens, what kind of brute strength is that? Li Baxin heard a gasp. That was a Grand Sky Coalition champion who also has a position on the roll of supremacy. Somehow there was something about Lu Yi that had changed. If Lu Yi had looked as if he was holding himself back before, this time he looked like he was free? Or liberated? Li Baxin just couldn't put a finger on it. His eyes blinked. He too noticed the change in Lu Yi. You seem to have not yet announced your name and the order to which you belong. Lu Yi bellowed as he bolted forward before the enemy challenger landed. By the time he did, Lu Yi had landed more than a half-dozen cuts and lacerations on his opponent, prompting the latter to frantically swing his ponderous weapon around in a vain attempt to defend himself as Lu Yi's blows elicited more blood to be spilled. Know that his feeble attempts were doing him any good. A heavy-set weapon like the broadsword was hardly the ideal weapon for defense. Clumsy and bulky, Lu Yi fleeted and waltzed around him like a butterfly, dancing around him with tremendous agility and dexterity. In mere moments, the enemy challenger began collecting more wounds than a bull in a bullfight. Luckily for him, the wounds were mostly superficial, and that gave him the impression that he still had a chance to win. Unbeknownst to him, everyone else could see clearly that the sole reason that he was still standing was only that Lu Yi had not yet chosen to kill him. Lu Yi was playing the cat, and he was the vole now being toyed with by the former. The name of the order you belong to? Lu Yi demanded after another slash to keep his opponent honest. The giant of a man gasped for breath. He knew that victory was slipping through his fingers, but he belligerently replied, Fort Friedensbund. Lu Yi bobbed his head, satisfied at the answer. With a stomp into the gravel, he vanished. He reappeared just in front of the burly challenger before he could do anything, and raising his gigantic broadsword was pretty much the only thing he could do when he saw the gleam of Lu Yi's steel. Lu Yi easily avoided the parry and drove his saber straight through the man's chest, the tip of his weapon spearing out his back, a straight tunnel from the front to the back. Then he callously yanked his weapon out amid the sickening crunch of flesh and bone, giving the challenger a kick to pull his weapon free. As the challenger lay on the ground, life seeped out of him. But that was not the only thing on his mind. Why was Lu Yi waiting when he could have easily slain him and be done with it? Watching the duel from the Grand Sky Coalition side, Wei Yong muttered softly, It seems that our new fellow student is not one to let things slide easily. Li Baxin could only nod his head in tacit agreement. Twice Lu Yi had specifically demanded to know the order his opponents belonged to, and it clearly wasn't anything about respect. No, Li Baxin mused. It was only so that he could remember the names of the sects and orders, since he would just quickly dispatch them once he got what he wanted. Li Baxin grinned to himself. He did not even realize himself doing it. If Lu Yi could still think of such things during his battles, that would mean that he expected to survive this ordeal. He was confident that he would be able to make it out of this, and remembering the names of the sects and orders which had slighted him was for a future reprisal. Li Baxin had initially mistaken Lu Yi's polite gesture at the start of his duels as just a sign of respect, only to realize that it was just so that he could repay the favor in the future. Inside the ring, Lu Yi's hand came up. I'm taking a break, he announced. There was no need to rush things. He had won all 5 duels in one go with 4 of his opponents slain. Aside from his first opponent, which was a 5th order, the rest were all 6th orders, and that was enough as a good start to making any future challengers wary. He had used up some of his spiritual powers, but with all of his duels ending quickly, he was able to prevent too much exhaustion. Even so, knowing that this was not going to end so soon, he was aware that he needed a break to be at his best. Such was his right. As one of the many terms stipulated clearly in the Sacred Pact, the Thousand Demon Ridgeside could barely object to his decision. Lu Yi trotted back to his corner. With Li Baxian, Wei Yong, and the others attending to him, he swallowed a few spiritual pills and held a pair of spirit stones firmly in his grasp. There was no time for him to use glyph. Gathering spirits. Using the glyph itself would consume spiritual powers, and after weighing the cost and gain, he believed that it would not be worth it. Therefore, he activated Gluttonous Feast instead. The auxiliary cultivation discipline would help to increase the pace of assimilating the spiritual pills. In the meantime, the Thousand Demon Ridge champions convened. They were in need of ways to secure a victory. Han Zheyu was summoned, and the Thousand Demon Ridge champion asked, "The boy has extraordinary speed and strength that no fifth order should have. Has he always been like this?" The champions have all noticed how Lu Yi had managed to win despite being outranked in his utilization of glyph. Protection had little to do with his victories. At least not completely. Instead, it was his speed and strength. This was proven by how seldom Lu Yi had been using the defensive glyph in the last few duels. His opponents could be 1 or 2 ranks higher than he was, but with his speed and strength, he could still easily cut them all down. But that was a question that Han Zheyu could barely answer, since she was directing her side of the battle from the main summit of the 100 Peaks mountain range without any actual knowledge of how Lu Yi fought. She paused to think. Mulling for several seconds, she finally answered, "It could be due to the dragon spring. He did secure himself entry to improve his physical constitution there." "Physical constitution? The dragon spring?" the champion said, frowning with puzzlement. He must have not heard about the dragon spring before. But it was a small wonder, since the battlefield was so vast, and every place had its own unique feature. The dragon spring was only useful to low-tiered cultivators, and that was why few ever bothered about it. Han Zheyu gave her colleagues a quick rundown about what the Dragon Spring Conference was about, and explained something odd in this year's conference. Something went wrong. By the time it was our turn to get inside the spring, the power of the spring had waned so greatly that it barely afforded any benefits. I've had sources in the Green Feather Mountainside who reported that they had similar complaints as well. She could still imagine how angry she felt when she first heard of this. The Dragon Spring Conference was nothing more than a 3-way battle royale, where the winning side would secure first dibs on entry into the Dragon Spring. The Tai Luo clan had only managed to secure second place after huge losses, but yet none of the clansmen who went inside enjoyed any noticeable increase in their health and physical properties. All those who had died during the conference had become meaningless sacrifices just for nothing. It was out of this resentment and frustration that Han Zheyu came all the way to hunt Lu Yi down the moment when she learned of his identity. If that's true, then I don't think it has anything to do with the conference. The champion refuted the theory. It might be because of his potential. That would explain his audacious confidence to make a proposal for such a duel. But the champion wasn't worried. At least not yet. The duel had only just begun. The Thousand Demon Ridgeside had lost the first 5 rounds, and there were more to come. So long as they planned their approach carefully, victory would be theirs in 3 days, and Lu Yi would be humanity's great sage. Chapter 162. Frightened. A quarter of an hour was just such a short time for a break. Lu Yi got up and marched into the ring where his next round of the duel would begin. The next challenger the Thousand Demon Ridgeside fielded was another big and brawny figure. The bare-chested man appeared proud to show off his chest hair, but what was more disturbing to Lu Yi was the pair of horns on his head. A mutant. Tall, hulking, strong of vigor, and rich in energy. Such were the physical advantages of mutants, making them ideal body-tempering cultivator materials. Many sects and orders loved recruiting mutants because of their unique physical potential. And this mutant wielded a round buckler the size of a basin. The radiance of the weapon was enough for Lu Yi to know that it must be a very remarkable spiritual artifact. The purpose was evident enough. The Thousand Demon Ridgeside must have decided that since Lu Yi, as a 5th order who has speed and strength that outstripped even 6th orders, could easily outpace and overpower any 6th order combat cultivators, sending any more would do nothing to help turn the tables. The 1-rank advantage just wasn't enough, and the death of the combat cultivators earlier was proof of that. With combat cultivators out of the question and ghost cultivators numbering a pitiful few, that remained the body tempering and spell cultivators as the only viable options left. Lu Yi had incredible offensive capabilities, hence the Thousand Demon Ridge side decided to counter this by fielding a challenger with good defense. Seeing how adept he was, the enemy side had realized by now that it would take more than a few rounds to defeat him. All they needed to do now was whittle down his strength and endurance until he became ripe for the plucking. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect. Lu Yi announced himself as politely as ever. The mutant hesitated. Yet despite his reluctance to announce his name, he appeared to be afraid of Lu Yi. Sourly he responded, "Niuming of Mount Tirantine." As soon as he finished, Niuming quickly raised his buckler and injected his spiritual power into it to activate the buckler's special ability. An energy barrier-like projection from all sides of the buckler for as wide as 3 meters wide, effectively increasing its range. But that was not all. Niuming summoned his spiritual vigor and conjured a second layer over his original protective aura, before lowering his stance to a defensive position. This was a tactic devised by Niuming Sr. before he entered the ring. The mutant was very gifted in defense, but he lacked the speed to make any offense viable. Hence his first course of action the moment he stepped inside was to quickly erect a defensive position and hold for as long as he could for Lu Yi to tire out. Niuming did everything as he was bidden to, down to a T. But the onslaught that he thought would be raining down on him did not come. He looked up and peered through the energy shield projection of his buckler, and saw Lu Yi standing where he was, gazing at him quietly instead of charging forward to attack him like everyone thought he would. Niuming scratched his head. With a puzzled and confused look at his seniors who were all watching the fight, he tacitly indicated that he needed a solution. But all he received in return were dubious and nonplussed stares. None of them knew what to do as well. The sudden change in Lu Ye's disposition from being tremendously aggressive to being reticently reserved was definitely not something they had foreseen. Another mutant cultivator yelled at Niuming, "Blitz at him since he's not coming for you." Stalling was a tactic that would undoubtedly work in Lu Ye's favor. The terms in the Sacred Pact were clear. The duel would end in 3 days, whether the Thousand Demon Ridge side had fielded all their challengers or not. To that end, time was of the essence, especially for them. In fact, they would have wanted the duels to go on without allowing Lu Yi any chance for respite, but fortunately, Li Baxian was sharp and adamant enough to insist on a period of rest for him after every round. "Oh, all right," Niuming responded loudly. Using his spiritual artifact as a battering ram, Niuming rushed as quickly as he could toward Lu Yi. He was not fast by usual standards, but seeing his girth and size storming forward was definitely intimidating enough, like a huge mammoth rumbling in motion. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered an opponent that set up his or her defense first. But that was also why he did not charge at the mutant in the first place. He was still looking around, looking for weaknesses that he could exploit, although he seemed to have found none. But his enemy was coming and he needed to act. As the distance between them closed faster and faster, Niuming waited until the right moment before he suddenly screeched to a fleeting halt, where he suddenly pushed forward with all his might again. Immediately, the energy projection around his buckler grew even larger that for one brief second, Lu Yi had the impression of a gargantuan wall chasing after him. He could take the hit and still survive with barely any fractures, but the impact would still discombobulate him for minutes. His quick reflexes allowed him to quickly leap up into the air, gliding just over Niuming's head, where Lu Yi furiously brought his weapon down on the mutant's head from mid-air. Niuming swiftly raised his buckler and deflected the blow. But before he could turn around, he heard the scream of another blow heading towards him. The glint of steel flashed dangerously near. The sharp edge of the saber easily penetrated his protective auras, and the mutant registered the sensation of pain coming from his back. He quickly turned around, his fist barreling forward. Only Lu Yi was already gone, and the blow caught nothing but thin air. In just a split-second exchange, all Niuming got was a slash wound on his back. "Gosh, that hurts," the mutant snarled, his nostrils flaring with rage. His eyes were a scarlet shade and the pain was dulling his clarity, filling his already slow mind with rage that Niuming was consumed only by the blind frenzy to reduce his opponent into a pulp. If mutants made good material for body tempering cultivators, then on the flip side, They were not meant to be spell cultivators that require higher intelligence and wit. The level of intelligence of a mutant was reliant on his or her rank, and the comparative lack of intelligence often left mutants susceptible to their animalistic and bestial pangs, which could only be fully suppressed once they reached the Cloud River realm. Incensed by fury, Niuming groped after Lu Yi. The pair of hands, so large that they were the size of a barrel, came so near that Lu Ye's vision was obscured. Lu Yi deftly ducked and skittered past him from under his armpit, where he found Niuming's back completely exposed, allowing Lu Yi to deliver another slash at the same spot on the mutant's back. Niuming stumbled forward with blood gushing out his back and dripping on the ground in a wide puddle of blood. He spun around, eager to recollect himself and get back into battle, when a deep and manifestly irate voice resounded from his back. "We yield." He looked and saw that it was one of his seniors, an eighth order who could no longer bear to watch. The latter knew that his mutant junior had practically lost the fight. Even before he finished, he was already disengaging himself from the mob and dragged Niuming back into the crowd by the horns on his head. Niuming could only obediently comply with a confused look on his face. Lu Yi had made no attempt to really slay Niuming, having something of a soft spot for the slow-witted mutant. At the same time, he was genuinely impressed by how sturdy a mutant's physical endurance was. Even after 2 blows, Niuming was still very much alive. The 2 blows were similarly imbued with glyph, sharp edge, and that would have been enough to cleave any sixth orders into halves. Niuming might be badly injured, but his condition was nevertheless stable, to say the least. Lu Yi made a mental note, reminding himself to double or even triple his attacks the next time he faced a mutant opponent. "Do you need a break, brother?" a concerned Li Baxian asked. "Nope," Lu Yi shook his head, not taking his eyes off the Thousand Demon Ridge side. Another beefy body-tempering cultivator stepped into the ring. Only this time, all it took was just 20 seconds and the cultivator was lying in a pool of his own blood, with more flowing out of a gaping wound on his throat like a spring, his body twitching post-mortem. Without Niuming's inherent physical endurance, this poor fellow could hold his ground for so long before Lu Yi ultimately sent him to see his maker. More rounds ensued, and unless Lu Yi was fast enough to express his wish for a break, the Thousand Demon Ridge side would quickly send in another challenger, and so as to prevent him from getting his much-needed rest. If the Thousand Demon Ridge side thought that they could wear out Lu Yi using body-tempering cultivators, they began to realize after a few rounds that the idea might be a good one, but it wasn't working at all, for no body-tempering cultivators were able to withstand Lu Ye's blows. Whatever weapon he was using appeared to be extraordinarily sharp and dangerous. All that heightened physical endurance and enhanced brute strength meant nothing at all to Lu Ye's saber. Finally, when Lu Yi cut down another body-tempering cultivator's defensive spirit artifact, the fact was truly affirmed. Defensive spirit artifacts, even low-tiered ones, were spirit artifacts that should be able to withstand a greater amount of abuse than other spirit artifact types. That anyone could destroy one in just 3 blows really was too ludicrous for words if not seen with one's own eyes. That prompted the Thousand Demon Ridge side to send in a string of spell cultivators. That turned out to be a major blunder, for the enemy champions failed to account for the fact that due to the size of the ring, their spell cultivators could at most put just 6 to 7 meters between Lu Yi and them. That was a distance that Lu Yi could effortlessly cover in the span of just 3 seconds, and with the battles turned into close quarters ones, only one fate awaited spell cultivators who failed to keep a combat cultivator like Lu Yi at bay: death. Night bore down on Golden Tip, and the Grand Sky Coalition side was having a chat over some drinks and music in joyous merriment. In contrast, the Thousand Demon Ridge side looked absolutely glum and sullen, with the same pall of despondence and despair as a funeral. For the past hour, Lu Yi had been waiting in the ring and no one stepped in to accept his challenge. The reason was simple enough. Lu Yi's tally for the day had risen up to more than a dozen. Even the best of the Sixth Orders could barely last 30 seconds under his wrath. Most, if not all, of the rounds were decided with just a few blows. Yield quickly enough, they might be able to escape with just a few cuts or a maimed limb at most, whereas the slower ones never got to walk out of the ring alive. Everyone on the Thousand Demon Ridge side was completely terrified of Lu Yi. No one dared to step into the ring, whether Lu Yi was a walking treasure trove or not. It was also noted that with every victory, Lu Yi was changing. The radiation of his pumping adrenaline and his aura congealed around him, the intangible taking on corporeal forms, like a halo or a mantle of confidence, stature, and majesty intensifying and concentrating all around him. That right at that moment, Lu Yi looked every bit the semblance of a triumphant and indomitable hero. You know, Li? If your fellow student here manages to survive this day, he'll be a great figure one day, one of the champions beside Li Baxian said to him. Li Baxian was only too pleased to hear that. He chuckled facetiously. Well, he's not my fellow student for nothing. You know what I'm talking about, Li. Li Baxian's eyes gleamed with reticence. He knew exactly what the allied champion was referring to, but he did not want to respond. He could see where this conversation was leading to. The aureole of invincibility, the gift of providence. A voice answered what Li Baxian did not want to. It was another Grand Sky Coalition champion who was nearby, and who had overheard the conversation. He too knew what was going on with Lu Yi. Li Baxian could only manage a smile. It's too premature to talk about that, my friend. He already has the makings of it, I dare say, said the colleague, shaking his head gently. The gift of providence. With the battlefield all within the circle of heaven's influence and power, it was said that he who received the aureole of invincibility would enjoy the gift of fortune in the form of some sort of enhancement, be it power or physical. Meanwhile, the aureole of invincibility was a concept and also a belief that required one to be victorious in war. Once a cultivator managed to remain undefeatable in battle, the accumulated momentum would enable him to invoke the power of heavens to beseech for the gift of providence. Countless cultivators had roamed the realm of the Spirit Creek battlefield, but few have enjoyed the gift of providence. The last time the gift of providence was bestowed, that was decades ago. And the receiver of the gift was Feng Wujiang. But coincidentally, Feng Wujiang was, at that time, an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 163. 32 Rounds. Any champion with a place on the roll of supremacy knew what they were looking at. Lu Ye's proposal might have been due to circumstance. He was forced to, but it was nevertheless an opportunity. One for him to attempt for the aureole of invincibility. Although he himself wasn't aware of this at all. But there was one glaring caveat. He must stay alive. Lu Yi might have struck the fear of heaven into the 1,000-demon ridge mob that every one of them no longer had the courage to step into the ring at all. But the situation wasn't optimistic at all. If anything, the status quo was hardly in his favor. The string of duels in the day had given the enemy side enough information about how Lu Yi fought, and that would allow them to formulate a better plan. That no one was willing to step into the ring to challenge Lu Yi was in fact not because of the lack of valor, but rather because of an internal conflict between the sects and orders within the mob that the leading champions were all still busy trying to mediate. In the end, it was the same champion, the strongest one present and the one who was one of the battlefield's 20 most dangerous cultivators, who had to come up with a suggestion. Here's my suggestion. Anyone who kills Lu Yi gets 2/10 of the entire trove of rewards, while the remainder goes in equal shares to every order that has contributed in one way or another. Do we have any objections? He ended his sentence with a steely glare at every de facto leader of the sects and orders present. The conflict started because everyone on the 1,000-demon ridge side saw how many losses were piling up because of Lu Yi. Every sect and order only had one chance, and whenever Lu Yi killed a challenger, he was not only killing an enemy, he was also killing their sole chance for a go at the prize and possibly a potential talent of that sect or order. And this pattern was making everyone stall and delay sending in their challengers as much as possible. With this problem threatening to splinter the confederacy of the 1,000-demon ridge, the champion knew that it must be resolved. The rewards for killing Lu Yi were just so rich that anyone would feel jealous if they had no share in it, and naturally, no one would be willing to sacrifice just so that others could reap the rewards. Hence the deal for the slayer of Lu Yi to get 2/10 while the rest would go in equal shares to all sects and orders who had contributed turned out to be one that everyone welcomed greatly. This way, so long as the sects and orders did their part and put forth a challenger, they would still get a cut of the cake. If there are no objections, then each of us will nominate a challenger. Try to destroy his weapon or cripple him. The one who does so gets a 1/10 share as well. The champion announced. Killing Lu Yi was now clearly easier said than done. The strength, speed, and flair that he had displayed so far had impressed the 1,000-demon ridge side enough to realize that he could never be defeated and killed in just one round. He might be a fifth-order cultivator, but he was more deadly and more dangerous than regular sixth orders. Seventh orders might stand a remote chance to defeat him. To that end, they decided to separate the plan into 2 phases. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was sitting in the middle of the ring, chomping down on his meat jerky. As he swallowed the last of the dried rations, he got up to his feet slowly. He needed to eat to replenish his strength, but at the same time, he was also consuming food as a means of restoring his spiritual power. He could not fully rely on spiritual pills to make up for the exhaustion of his energies. With the loss of the Tree of Glyphs, now that he discovered its real name after Han Zhiyu's revelation about his use of glyphs, ability to eliminate all toxins in his body that he incurred whenever he consumed spiritual pills, he could no longer swallow pills as wantonly as he did before lest the accumulated toxins in his body might affect his ability to fight. His spiritual power was no longer as pure and pristine as before, for he had been consuming pills during his flight here. The assimilation of spiritual power through eating might be very much less efficient, but that was pretty much all he could do now. With Gluttonous Feast activated, he was doing as best as he could. On the other hand, the Thousand Demon Rich side did not want to dawdle any longer. A challenger stepped into the ring. Lu Yi glanced at the newcomer. It was a combat cultivator armed with a spear. As soon as they had announced their names and the sex they belonged to, the enemy challenger charged. The tip of his spear glinted dangerously as it dove straight for Lu Ye's vital points, its red-scarlet plume in a wild dance to the spear's motion. However, it took Lu Yi just a couple of minutes before he easily cut down his opponent. But this time Lu Yi did not press on to the next round directly. He claimed his right to a respite because he learned that his intimidation earlier was no longer working. Thus he decided to just take a rest. Whatever had happened in the interim, it must have spurred the enemy challengers enough to be daredevils who hardly feared death. At the moment, he could only attribute this reckless streak to the reality of being in the battlefield. It was usual for skirmishes to break out between sects and orders of the 2 sides, hence cultivators, who managed to reach the 6th orders, have seen their fair share of life and death. Lu Yi thought of the Thousand Demon Rich cultivators that he had slain before throughout his journey. Few ever pleaded for their lives, and most would rather just hurl threats, insults and curses as a final act of defiance. Even Dong Shuyi too, right before he died, although Lu Yi doubted if all that cursing did much good to him. The reason for their disposition, however, was simple enough. No quarter was ever, nor would it ever be, shown to the defeated. That was why the cultivators of Zhou did not fear death, and the higher their rank was, the less likely they would be intimidated by the prospect of dying. Lu Yi rested, then he killed, then he rested again, then he killed again. The cycle repeated itself again and again like a wheel. One after another, challengers stepped into the ring in their bid to kill, or at least injure Lu Yi. Most ended up dead, and only a paltry few managed to escape death. As daybreak began to rise, the losses incurred by the Thousand Demon Rich side began to pile. But the rising number of deaths daunted them not one bit at all. The challengers might still be shivering with fright at the onset of facing Lu Yi, but none of them allowed their fears to dampen their resolve to fight for their sects and orders. The day went by quickly enough, and dusk slowly gave way to night. Blood swathed the earth within the ring, and the air was rank with the acrid and metallic tang of blood so thick that one could almost suffocate and choke at the smell of it. Lu Yi was sitting on the ground, right at the corner of the ring where he was nearer to the Grand Sky Coalition side. In his grasp were a pair of spirit stones while he munched on some meat jerky. His head hung over his shoulder as he rested. For 2 continuous days and nights, he had been fighting. To say that he was fatigued and wearied would be a mere understatement. That made rests after every round all the more crucial to him. He worried little about his spiritual power. Every time he swallowed a spiritual pill, he relied on Gluttonous Feast to make sure that he could assimilate as much content as possible. Watching by the side of the ring, Wei Yong looked every bit the semblance of a doting big sister. The many rounds of fending off the challengers had seen Lu Yi collecting a great number of wounds. She would have been able to help to heal him, but the sacred pact prohibited any external assistance. Therefore, Lu Yi had to dress his own wounds. Wrapped only with bandages, Lu Yi had long discarded his tunic. It was tattered and caked with so much blood that he could no longer wear it. Fortunately, he had the medicinal powder and salve that Wuxia left him, and they were proving to be most useful in this hour of need. How many rounds has it been? A stranger asked Li Baxian. Li Baxian's parched lips quivered. 32 rounds, he croaked hoarsely. 32. The cultivator who was asking took one long deep breath. He peered at Lu Yi, who was hanging his head in extreme fatigue. What an incredible record! He mused. 32 rounds of single combat against enemies of superior rank. One could expect that Lu Yi might be able to finish 40 rounds even before noon. 43 sects and orders from the Thousand Demon Ridge had left their mark on the sacred pact when it was made. No one thought that Lu Yi could survive past all 43 rounds, not even Li Baxian himself. All he was counting on was for Lu Yi to stall until after the third day when he would be able to walk free. No one expected him to succeed. Not Li Baxian and certainly not the Thousand Demon Ridge mob. No one could blame them. Nothing like this had ever happened before, even in the real world of JoJo. Hence, as far as the Thousand Demon Ridge champions were concerned, at first Lu Yi was fresh meat right from the start. Only right now did people begin to realize that they had underestimated Lu Yi's speed, strength, and acumen to take life with the ease of a farmer scything stalks of wheat. Every sixth-order challenger sent forth was either ignominiously routed or savagely killed. They were only just halfway past the 3-day deadline, but Lu Yi had completed 32 rounds, and by the Sacred Pact's reckoning, he would only just have to make it past the remaining 11 challengers. The Thousand Demon Ridge could marshal more men and raise the mob up to 4,000 man strong, but nothing would change the outcome. So long as Lu Yi finished all 43 rounds and still remained alive, victory would be his and the Grand Sky Coalition's. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators could sulk or curse all they wanted, but nothing would ever make them renege on their word. They could not. The terms of the Sacred Pact dictated that anyone who lifted a hand against Lu Yi, once the outcome had been settled, would face judgment. Every single Grand Sky Coalition would spring up in his defense, including the 43,000 Demon Ridge sects and orders as well as their own champions, even or especially the ones who were on the roll of supremacy, who were all honor-bound by the pact to punish anyone who went against the Sacred Pact. By the will of heaven, the authority of the Sacred Pact was sacrosanct, and any attempt to overthrow or defy it would stand no chance. 11. That was the number of challengers that now stood between Lu Yi and his victory. But Li Baxian felt nowhere near relieved at all. There was no telling if Lu Yi could still hold on, for he of all people could see that Lu Yi's glow was already fading. He knew what it was. The toxicity from Lu Yi's consumption of spirit pills must already be taking a toll on him. Whether he could admit it or not, the toxic poisoning must be affecting him, and Li Baxian could have sworn that he noticed Lu Yi's speed and strength already waning noticeably. As if to prove his point, Lu Yi's fights were taking longer and longer. That would mean that his exertions were growing, and he would need more spirit pills to replenish himself in what was culminating into a vicious cycle. The duration of his break was up. Wei Yong grimaced, feeling her heart wrenching. If only it could be longer. With reluctance as heavy as lead, she poked Lu Yi gently, calling very quietly, "Lu Yi." Lu Yi's head peeked up at once. He looked at Wei Yong full of weariness in his gaze, lost in dazed bewilderment that it took him a full second before he was able to react, realizing it was time for him to get ready for the next round. He swallowed the unchewed morsel of meat jerky in his mouth and lifted his saber when he got up. He looked at his next opponent and repeated what he had been saying more than 30 times, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect. That was the start of another round. The steel of his weapon shimmered, reflecting the orange-red incandescence from the fires around him as he lunged, and blood spattered to the ground. That was another long night of duels until dawn visited once again. Later in another round, Lu Yi would find himself outpaced by an enemy smaller and more agile than he was. Drifting to and fro with blinding speeds like a phantom around the ring, Lu Yi stood at the center as he could only watch his opponent run circles around him. Cuts and lacerations scattered all around him, some of the wounds so grisly that his flesh was literally torn and flayed, and these were all the handiwork of this nimble opponent. Still, Lu Yi remained where he was, stoically enduring the rain of attacks with his saber held firmly in his hand. Only after so many rounds, Lu Yi finally met an opponent that he genuinely found both difficult and onerous to deal with. With fluffy ears on top of her head that made her look like a feline, the mutant would have appeared every bit as harmless as a demure pet, if not for the fact that she really was as agile as she was deadly like a panther. There was no way that Lu Yi could have bested her in speed. Not even on his best day. Hence, it did not take a genius for him to guess that she must be an ace that the Thousand Demon Ridgeside had kept up their sleeve until now. She must have been kept hidden, and was only put forward after his fatigue and the toxic poisoning were taking a toll on him. And it was a good play. Playing her at this juncture really was a well-calculated move. Lu Yi could no longer keep up with her, and the moment he struck, he not only missed but also exposed himself, allowing her to land several vicious swipes on him. That was how the cuts and lacerations came to be. Soon Lu Yi found himself surrounded in the middle of a blurry whirl once again. He slashed and hacked, only to hit only another afterimage before a sudden jolt of pain came from his midriff. He immediately lifted a foot and kicked hard. But his leg was deftly caught by the feline mutant with both her arms when she was landing, and she hit the ground with all the grace and finesse of a cat. Meanwhile Lu Yi tottered unsteadily rearward. Wei Yong could not help letting loose a yelp of fright when he nearly crashed to the ground if he had not managed to plant his saber into the soil just in time to prevent himself from falling. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 164 Declawed. Lu Yi watched as his blood was dyeing the ochre brown of the soil inside the ring red. He looked up again and saw the feline mutant arching her back with one hand to steady herself while her other hand wandered up to her mouth. She licked the blood off the sharp iron claws she wore. Her eyes twinkling with wicked glee, she purred as if to taunt him. A demented grin cracked on her face. She could see how exhausted and depleted Lu Yi was and how victory was waving at her. Sleek and smooth were her motions, sharp and deadly were her claws. She was no cat. She was a lioness out on a hunt. Crouching on the ground, she allowed her entire body to recoil like a spring being let go, launching herself forward into a sprint at breakneck speed. She was just inches away from Lu Yi when she suddenly made a sharp veering cut. Not missing her this time, Lu Yi followed her every movement until he anticipated her move and lunged, driving his saber forward as quickly and furiously as he could. An ear-splitting ring of steel gnashing against iron rang in Lu Ye's ears as bursting sparks nearly blinded him. The edge of his saber wheezed just right by her face, its sharp sting grazing a thin red line across the supple skin of her cheek. But she was nowhere near furious. She was absolutely elated, for her claws were wrapped around the blade of Lu Ye's weapon. Lu Yi tried to withdraw his weapon, but he just couldn't. He watched as the feline mutant's other claw mauled at his weapon, the tips of the claws glinting dangerously as they came down. Then he heard it. An audible and metallic crack, and the saber that had been Lu Ye's trusty weapon for the past several months was broken, leaving barely half its blade still intact. The saber was a prize he looted from an enemy he slew at Green Cloud Mountain. Enchanted to be stronger and sturdier than usual weapons, as a spirit artifact, it was otherwise a very much ordinary weapon. The enemy Lu Yi slew back then was just a low-tier cultivator, which prevented him from using any good spirit artifacts. Even so, despite its relatively modest grade, Lu Yi had been able to use it with tremendous efficacy, all because of glyph, sharp edge that he regularly applied on the weapon. With this saber as a reliable partner throughout his journey through the battlefield, Lu Yi had managed to slay more than 50 to 60 enemies. If added to the number of enemy challengers that he had killed in the ring, the number could easily reach beyond 100. Yet today, the one instrument that Lu Yi had depended so greatly upon had finally met its end. Meanwhile, at the Grand Sky Coalition side, everyone reeled with apprehension and dread. The loss of one's spirit artifact undoubtedly meant that his or her ability to fight would be impaired, especially since everyone believed that Lu Ye's ability to defeat so many enemy challengers beyond his rank was chiefly because of this weapon. On the other hand, sighs and exhalations of relief came from the Thousand Demon Ridge mob, with the leading champions all breaking into triumphant grins, expectant of the outcome they had long awaited. Victory is at hand. Each and every one of them believed. In the eyes of both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge sides, Lu Ye's saber must be a spirit artifact of the highest order. That he as a mere 5th-order cultivator could defeat so many 6th-order challengers was proof enough. If Lu Yi were a ferocious beast, then the saber would undoubtedly be his fangs, which he mauled and ripped at his enemies with. To that end, the Thousand Demon Ridge side had been raking their minds for ways to cripple Lu Yi by disarming him. Without the saber, they believed Lu Yi could lose. That was what the past few challengers had been trying to do. They weren't trying to defeat Lu Yi. Their sole purpose was to inflict as much damage as they could to his saber. Nevertheless, success had been eluding every single challenger who stepped into the ring. Until now. Relying on her extraordinary dexterity and speed as well as her iron claws, she had finally ruined the very weapon which had spilled so much Thousand Demon Ridge blood. With his weapon all but wrecked, there was no way Lu Yi could win anymore, and the Crimson Blood sect would never survive. When the saber snapped, the feline mutant threw herself at Lu Yi at once, her fervor and her thrill getting the better of her. Her eyes flashed with the sparkle of anticipation, and she could see a huge mound of prizes waving its hand at her. Last but not least, she saw Lu Ye's broken saber swinging around in a deadly arc back at her. She would have chosen to duck. As a fighter that relied on her speed, the feline mutant had little to boast about in her defense. A blow like that could have easily killed her. But she did not. Disoriented by her own delusions and fantasies, she dove straight at Lu Yi, her right claw aimed towards where his heart would be. Crunch! Blood sprayed out like a geyser. The feline mutant's claw barreled straight into Lu Ye's chest, but she stopped halfway, frozen as her head angled up to stare at Lu Yi with disbelief and shock. How could? But the only response she got from him was a kick that sent her falling backward. As gravity slowly bore her down, she clutched and groped for her throat. She crashed to the ground and blood spewed out of where her hands were, with more gurgling out of her mouth and nose. Choking on the very fluid that kept her alive, she wanted to speak but she could not. It did not take long for the glow in her eyes to slowly dim and extinguish. Lu Yi clutched at the wound on his chest and inhaled deeply. He could sense that the wound was mostly superficial at best, and the claw did not manage to get anywhere deep. He could have activated glyph protection, but considering how he was getting low on spiritual power and any more use of his powers would require the consumption of more spiritual pills, he decided to just conserve power and just take the hit, knowing that it would only be a light injury. Lu Yi ignored the stunned silence that pervaded the entire plateau atop Golden Tip, dragging his broken saber while he made a beeline straight for the corner just in front of the Grand Sky Coalition side, where he sat down and retrieved some medicinal powder out of his storage bag to apply on his wounds. Wei Yong gazed at him, the impulse to rush to him and help dress his wounds struggling to break free of its restraints like a raging beast. Fool! One of the Thousand Demon Ridge champions spat with venom. That was the closest they had ever gotten to victory, and if only the feline mutant had practiced caution, then she would have all the chance in the world to defeat and kill Lu Yi. Yet she allowed her hubris to get the better of her, and that gave Lu Yi the chance to slit her throat. That she died not knowing what really happened only made her defeat all the more disgraceful. That was the 40th round and there were 3 more to go. The morning sun was rising up in the eastern skies, but it would not matter anymore. With his weapon now destroyed, Lu Yi was now as deadly as a declawed tiger, and the Thousand Demon Ridge champions were confident that the final 3 rounds would be sufficient to defeat him. They traded firm looks and exhaled gravely. None of them had expected that this duel would come to such an end prior to their agreement in making a sacred pact. None of them had believed that Lu Yi would be able to make it past 10 rounds. But it was not just 10 rounds in the end. It was a whopping 40 rounds. Han Zhiyu's information could not have arrived at a better moment. The revelation about Lu Ye's ability to use glyphs in combat was what prevented Lu Yi from turning this duel into a complete rout of all 43 challengers from the Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders present, and an utter farce at their expense. 3 enemy cultivators were standing beside the ring, exchanging apprehensive looks. They were the final 3 challengers, the first a Blackfire cultist, as shown by the fire-shaped brand on his forehead, while the rest were acolytes from a pair of Tier 3 sections. That they were arranged to be the final challengers largely because of the influence and authority commanded by their respective sects and orders, while those who were unlucky enough to be sent into the ring first were fated to be mere cannon fodder. 40 such cannon fodders had, by the blood they spilled and the lives they offered, paved the way to victory. Anyone who now stepped into the ring could very well be the winner to claim the prize. But the prize was not just the rewards, but also future prospects, making the next round an opportunity equally coveted by all 3 challengers. But the Blackfire cultist, understanding fully that cult Blackfire, being only a Tier 4 order, took one step behind after a moment of hesitation. The gist of it was clear enough. The chance should go to the remaining 2 challengers. What say you, Brother Hu Ping? Asked one of the remaining 2 challengers with ambition blazing in his eyes. That's a difficult question to answer, Brother Xian. I know you won't like it if I say yes. But at the same time, I'm hard-pressed to let you go first too, said the one called Hu Ping. And we don't have the time nor the space to settle this quandary. Of course. But nevertheless, this remains a dilemma that needs to be settled, replied the one called Xian. How about we let him decide? Whoever he picks gets to go in first. That's a great idea. The pair easily concluded their negotiation and stood there, watching Lu Yi, who was still taking his break like a pair of hungry wolves eager to sink their flesh into a lamb waiting for slaughter. In the meantime, Lu Yi was quietly examining himself. He wasn't feeling well at all. His body could barely recover any spiritual power even with the periods of respite he had. And the continuous fighting had expended his power so much that he barely had 3/10 left. There was hardly anything to be worried about his wounds. The medicinal powder Wuxia had specially concocted for him worked magically on all surface wounds, although he was still feeling somewhat giddy after losing quite a lot of blood. How many he had killed, Lu Yi had long lost count. He did not know how many more challengers were waiting, but so long as anyone was waiting, he would step forward and accept the challenge. That was the decision that he made and the path he had chosen. He was not afraid of death, but he had no wish to end his life just yet. The candle finally burned out. It was time for the next round. Lu Yi struggled to get up. Still holding on to his broken saber, he hobbled forward strenuously. Wei Yang's mouth opened to speak, but nothing came out. She wanted to tell Lu Yi that he only had 3 more rounds to go, but at the same time, she wondered if telling him this might affect his condition. One could never know what might happen. The crest of Golden Tip never looked so crowded before. 2 swarming masses clustered around a tiny circle in the middle. The masses comprised more than 5,000 men, and when Lu Yi was still resting, he could hear whispers and chatter coming from everywhere. But as soon as he got up and stepped towards the middle of the ring, all of Golden Tip became as quiet as a crypt. More than 10,000 eyes were on Lu Yi. Even the 1,000 Demon Ridge mob, who earlier hurled ridicule and heckles at him, now watched him with pensive silence. A 5th-order cultivator who had just won 40 consecutive rounds of single combat against opponents beyond his rank. No one could dare besmirch such an exemplary record. Even 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators knew better than to show disrespect. But the sight of Lu Yi trudging to the center of the blood-drenched ring with his broken sword would be haunting the dreams of many great 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators for a long, long time to come. Lu Yi stood alone in the ring, hearing the mountain breeze howling around him. A pair of challengers stepped into the ring. The moment their feet went over the line, thousands of pairs of eyes from the Grand Sky Coalition side glared at them, including champions of the role of supremacy who hardly deigned to mask their anger at all. That was enough to have both the enemy challengers duck out of the ring. The atmosphere was just too frightening, mused one of them. Hu Ping quickly explained, "We mean no disrespect and certainly not trying to fight him together. But we only want to let Lu Yi pick his own opponent." Xian bobbed his head profusely, indicating that they would attempt no such dishonorable thing as trying to win the fight through sheer numbers. Lu Yi raised his broken sword and aimed its tip at Hu Ping. Stoically he said, "You then." Hu Ping was overjoyed at the surprising outcome. Reluctantly, Xian withdrew from the ring. Hu Ping took a deep breath. He was about to announce himself to Lu Yi when his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Yi, a dusty and bloody heap hurtling towards him like a battering ram. Hu Ping panicked. Why on earth is this fellow on this sudden rampage when he usually announces himself all the time? What the hell is wrong with him? Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 165. I am Lu Yi. Oh! Lu Yi breaking his previous pattern and attacking his opponent right off the bat was something no one expected to happen. At the same time, many amongst the 1,000 Demon Ridge side began to wonder if he was losing his composure and rationale at the impending arrival of death. Both challenger and target traded furious blows, their weapons gnashing and gnawing at each other with the same rage and rancor as their owners whenever they met amid the din of their clashes. Hu Ping not only was a combat cultivator, but he was also a user of the saber. Although his saber was shorter in length, but broader in width, the conventional manner which was how sabers were forged. Hailing from a Tier 3 sect, Hu Ping might not have Lu Ye's flair in being able to fight enemies beyond his rank. Even so, few could match him in both skill and strength. Especially his epic style of fighting, which illustrated his preference to overwhelm his opponents through force and momentum. If Lu Ye's aggressive style paralleled that of a vicious and destructive gale, then his was as violent and fierce as a storm. Yet in this duel against Lu Yi, he discovered that despite being one rank higher, he just couldn't fully unleash his repertoire of deadliness and force to its fullest. His opponent's saber might have broken, but Lu Ye's own strength and speed were not what his like could easily counter. Right after the first few blows they traded, Hu Ping began to realize that he was losing ground. He was gradually being forced backward and the back of his palm was feeling numb, and sore every time their weapons collided with each other like the flesh and skin were going to break. He was not fighting a mere fifth-order opponent. This was a beast. A raging beast lunging and mauling its claws at him. What in heaven's name is this kind of pressure? He thought. With a deafening clank from which another exchange of blows elicited, Hu Ping found himself staggering rearward again. Only this time, not only did the force nearly fling his weapon out of his grasp, but he also nearly fell. He tried to steady himself, but he couldn't. Planting his foot into something greasy, he slipped. Too many had died in the ring, and every one of those predecessors of his who had spilled their blood on Golden Tip each had a part in dyeing the crest red. And because of that, Hu Ping, who stepped into the ring for the first time, found himself undermined by this. As the cold glint of steel arced dangerously near, Hu Ping desperately tried to keep himself upright while he swung his weapon forth to meet it. Yet before he could parry away the blow, the enemy saber deftly whizzed past his own and pounced straight into him. It was too late for any hopes of defending himself. In a streak of reckless abandon, Hu Ping, who had had his fair share of fighting to the death himself, decided to just return to Lu Yi the favor by veering his saber at Lu Ye's throat as well. Barely 10 seconds had lapsed since the round began, but that did not stop both combatants from trying to turn the heat up, and the crowds were thrilled. Unfazed, Hu Ping had little fear in Lu Ye's broken saber. He was confident that it could do him no harm. It might have been of remarkable quality in its best days, but now broken, he strongly doubted if it could do anything at all. On the flip side, he was certain that if his blow to Lu Ye's throat was fast enough, then he could end this duel so long as his opponent did not manage to activate his defensive glyph in time. As expected, just as the edge of his saber was about to cleave into Lu Ye's throat, a shield-like glyph appeared out of nowhere. But Hu Ping wasn't going to stop. He drove his saber further as much as he could in a bid to try to exhaust his opponent's spiritual power as much as he could. But what made him stop was a stab of pain coming from his chest. The tang of blood and warmth from the liquid indicated that he was bleeding, and the wound was real. Hu Ping immediately pulled off his attack, and using the momentum of his thrust, he vaulted himself backward instead to dislodge. He lowered his gaze and was shocked to find a gash on his chest almost a foot long, and the brigandine that he wore on the inside of his tunic was ripped open with its magical glow all but faded. Feeling a sensation of numbness on his scalp, Hu Ping failed to comprehend what was going on. Half the reason he dared to take a blow from Lu Yi, while he delivered one of his own, was because of his brigandine. The leather armor, enchanted with magic, was supposed to defend him against a blow from a broken weapon with whatever magical properties it carried severely crippled. Many a time it was this leather brigandine that had saved him from certain death, and helped to turn the tide of the battles he had fought before. Yet this time his brigandine not only failed to protect him, but it was also torn apart instead. Isn't his saber broken? Why is it still so dangerous? A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, but there was no time to think. Lu Yi wasn't giving him any time to. He was already on him before he even noticed it. The blade of the broken saber blazed with a reddish luster, bearing down on Hu Ping, who defiantly raised both his voice and his weapon in response to the broken weapon's terrible splendor. The bedlam of battle once again resounded. Both men locked each other into another rapid round of savage blows, but Hu Ping no longer retained his former composure. That allowed the opening Lu Yi needed to gain control of this fight. In contrast, Hu Ping was beginning to realize that the tide was not in his favor, and his defenses were slowly crumbling against Lu Ye's relentless onslaught. He did not last long. Barely 20 seconds later, Hu Ping stiffened all of a sudden, his saber held aloft. Despite his tries, he just couldn't seem to summon any strength to swing his weapon, until he looked down at his own chest with horror. The broken blade of Lu Ye's saber was buried in his chest, right where the brigandine was torn open. Standing so close to each other, their eyes met. Lu Yi held his foe in a long hard stare and breathed, "I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect." With one last kick from him, Hu Ping crashed to the ground, motionless and dead. A puffed-out Lu Yi limped weakly back to where he was before the fight began and sat down, stuffing another spirit pill into his mouth before he lowered his head and rested. Nothing but silence perfused the air. No one moved until Hu Ping Sr. strode carefully into the ring to examine him, and he confirmed it. Hu Ping was already as dead as a doornail. Furtive whispers began to rise in waves, slowly rising into a crescendo of raucous chatters. Hu Ping was defeated. Just when the Thousand Demon Ridge side believed that victory was as certain as the sun that rises in the east, Hu Ping was killed. Every single cultivator of the Thousand Demon Ridge side had been waiting for this war to end. They expected it. They knew it. Only they were wrong. None of them believed that Lu Yi could ever slay Hu Ping in such cold blood when it was supposed to be the other way around. Few realized that Hu Ping was killed after taking just 2 blows from Lu Yi. He too had managed to deliver 2 blows, although both were nullified by Lu Ye's use of glyph protection. With his death, Hu Ping had proven something else. Lu Ye's saber might be broken, but its deadliness waned not one bit at all. The other challenger, Xian, hardly looked anywhere near amused. In fact, he was pale with fright, silently gratefully that Lu Yi chose Hu Ping first, or it would be him who was dead instead of Hu Ping. Just when everyone believed that the beast was declawed, it once again displayed its predatory lethality. Xian watched the quiet man sitting alone in the ring, who was so tired he could barely lift his head. His very person swayed like a man who was teetering on the brink of collapse. Xian inhaled a long deep breath. Hu Ping might have been killed, but the status quo was very much the same. It was up to him now. If he lost, then the hopes of the whole Thousand Demon Ridge faction would rest on the shoulders of the last man, who was not only weaker than Hu Ping but him as well. One could argue that their mission to have Lu Yi slain was as good as lost. Therefore Xian knew very well that he could not lose. And to achieve that, he needed to make sure that Lu Yi could never hit him. That saber of his was just too powerful and unstoppable. Yet, Xian had but only one conundrum. He too was also a combat cultivator. As cultivators who were masters of close-quarters combat, he at the same time was compelled to acknowledge that not getting hit at all was a virtual impossibility. Gods, what have I landed myself into? But before he could come up with a plan, a voice from the Thousand Demon Ridge side hollered, "Time's up." Li Baxin shot a scathing glare at the one who called out loudly. The candle that marked the duration of Lu Ye's respite burned until the last of its wick, and Lu Yi, who had kept his head lowered to rest, once again looked up. With more than thousands of eyes watching him, he clambered up again, just like before, and hobbled his way back to the center of the ring with his broken saber in hand. The corners of the eyelids of a good many Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators twitched uncontrollably. Premonition told them that Lu Yi, while he looked so weak and frail, was every bit the semblance of a man who was going to collapse due to fatigue. But they knew better. What happened just last round was truth enough. Give him his weapon and point him to where his opponent is, and Lu Yi would be as ferocious as a predator once again. They knew. For 40 rounds he had endured, and no one in the 5,000-man audience would dare doubt him. At least not anymore. No one knew nor understood what will and what resolve fueled him, that even in such feebleness and failing of might, Lu Yi still steadfastly stepped into that blood-swaddled ring without fail and yet remained victorious. Xian stepped forward and announced his own name and that of the sect he belonged to. But Lu Yi could barely hear a word he said. His hearing was nothing if not a cascade of incessant buzzing because of his extreme weariness. Nevertheless, it mattered not to him. He was sure that Sister Wei Yong would remember it for him. Rumble! The spiritual power of both men erupted as they charged at each other in tacit unison, as if they had a mutual understanding. Undaunted by Lu Ye's incredible valor, Xian had not the slightest intention of being on the defense. As combat cultivators, they knew best of all that offense would always be the best defense. Two figures flitted back and forth like a pair of wraiths in a ghastly dance of blurry whirl, their weapons clashing and grinding into each other like a pair of beasts locking their horns into each other and eliciting bursts of angry sparks. On desperate tenterhooks, the entire Thousand-Demon Ridge mob held its breath. Each and every single one of them was aware of one pressing fact. Lose this round and they would lose the war. As much as they were aware that there was one last challenger left. A Blackfire cultist. Barely anyone could stake any shred of hope that the cultist would prevail against Lu Yi. With power and strength weaker than Hu Ping and even Xian, no one expected him to survive. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, then 10, 20 and finally 50. Thousand-Demon Ridge cultivators who had their eyes peeled on the duel finally exhaled with relief. Xian had managed to hold on. As expected of one with the pedigree of a Tier 3 sect. Some mused. None of Lu Ye's earlier challengers had been able to weather Lu Ye's onslaught for so long while being able to maintain his own ground. Few had been able to hold on, but not without running around the ring in circles like moronic half-wits. If those fools thought they could deplete Lu Ye's spiritual powers that way, they were shown how wrong they had been when Lu Yi finally ended the fights by ending their lives, paving the way for his becoming a minor legend. Only Xian was the only challenger who could give Lu Yi a run for his money. If he were to be victorious, he would one day become a great cultivator in the future. The adrenaline rush was restoring more and more clarity to Lu Yi, although the buzzing noise and sporadic moments of blurriness to his sight lingered. But the sheer stress from the hails of blows raining down on him plus his senses were telling him that he was up against an opponent with strength and speed that could well match his. Lu Yi knew what to do. He needed to settle this fight fast. To prolong this fight would be tantamount to suicide. His spiritual power was on the verge of being fully drained and there was no way he would ever hold on after that if his opponent could still fight while he couldn't. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, another blow came straight at him. Instead of evading, he drove his saber straight into his opponent in a ruthless response. That Lu Yi would dare to take a direct hit from him was something that shocked Xian greatly. While he was open to the idea of trading blows, he did not intend to trade injuries with Lu Yi. If there was anything that those deaths before him had taught him, that would be to never foolishly underestimate the deadliness of Lu Ye's weapon. That is no weapon that a low-tier cultivator should have. He yelled deep down inside with anguish. Xian ducked frantically. But at the same time, the decision turned out to be a maneuver that he might regret because it threw his tempo off balance. The fight that started off as a battle of equal strength and speed immediately became lopsided the moment he balked. And the loss of his aggressiveness prevented him from being able to wrestle back control. In just a couple of seconds, Lu Yi pressed his advantage by delivering a flurry of 7 to 8 attacks. The blows either missed or were parried away, but it was enough. He had effectively regained the initiative and was slowly piling the pressure upon his opponent. Xian had fought enough battles to know that this could not go on, but just when he was raking his mind for solutions, he heard a metallic crack and the weight on his hand vanished. His gaze panned down and to his absolute horror, his weapon was broken. For 40 rounds, Lu Ye's opponents had been trying to destroy his weapon. The same thought had never occurred to Lu Yi to disarm his challengers before. The strengths of glyph, sharp edge and the innate sturdiness of his weapon itself had made sure that most of his opponents either died quick or surrendered just in time before the fatal blow came. He did not even have to think about other ways of winning. Until now. For the first time after 40 rounds, Lu Yi found himself up against an opponent who could give him a real challenge. The steel of their weapons met and collided in the most brutal ways imaginable in their fierce duel, causing Lu Yi to wonder if his opponent's weapon could still snap, even if he did not use glyph, sharp edge. The saber swung down and engendered a macabre spray of red. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 166, Self-Mutilation. Xian retreated at once with a hideous gash at his midriff. But Lu Yi wasn't just about to let go. He doggedly kept chase and delivered another blow that forced the Thousand-Demon Ridge challenger to leap to the ground in a roll just to avoid the stroke, getting himself soiled with blood-soaked grime and dirt that only further accentuated just how desperate and unsightly he was. Even when he just got up, he could feel something coming at him from behind. He ducked again, throwing himself flat on the ground with every semblance of a lowly hound lunging for a bone. That was when he felt the unmistakable sensation of something fast and incredibly sharp, slicing through the air right above him, shaving off parts of his scalp. Xian crashed to the ground, but that was not all. His confidence plummeted as well as he began to comprehend his impending doom. At the same time, he was still reeling with the disbelief that despite being broken, his opponent's weapon still retained every bit of its deadliness, its sharpness and its sturdiness, while his own broken weapon was now as good as a glass hammer. Then came the next blow. Xian knew that he would never be able to evade it. The prospect of dying daunted him, but the pride and prestige of being a member of a Tier 3 sect kept his jaws locked, preventing him from saying the words that would have spared his life. Yet before the sharp edge of the saber came close to piercing his skin and anywhere near his artery, a voice hollered, "Yield! We yield!" That was one of Xian's seniors. She knew that if she hesitated any longer, Xian would die. As much as she knew that surrendering would mean that the Thousand Demon Ridge had all but lost its chance for triumph, she did not want to see her junior dying for nothing. Lu Yi halted his chase at once. He withdrew his saber and peered at Xian clambering ignominiously back to his feet. A deafening cacophony of raucous cheers and whoops erupted from the Grand Sky Coalition side with the magnitude of violent volcanic discharge that sent tremors across the entire length and breadth of Golden Tip's plateau. A fatigue-dazed Lu Yi slowly meandered back to his corner with his broken saber. He peered at Li Baxian and Wei Yong with eyes he could barely keep open and said, "Is it done?" The joyous revelry at the Grand Sky Coalition side that could rival even an uproarious New Year celebration left him befuddled. Li Baxian grinned at him, "I'm afraid not." Lu Yi sat back down and tossed another spirit pill into his mouth, and activated his gluttonous feast cultivation discipline to expedite his assimilation. What the hell are they being so happy for? The fight's not even over. "You have only one more fight left," added Li Baxian from over his shoulders. "See that fellow with the fire-shaped brand on his forehead? That's a Blackfire cultist. He's your last opponent. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Blackfire cultists are all spell cultivators." A duel against a 6th Order spell cultivator would have posed more risks to Lu Yi if this was a skirmish elsewhere, but they were fighting in a ring where space was limited, and that would greatly impair a spell cultivator's threat towards him. On that account, Li Baxian was relieved that he did not neglect to set into stone the limits of the ring during the forging of the sacred pact. In the rounds before, Lu Yi did not have any difficulty at all in dealing with the spell cultivators that the Thousand Demon Ridge put forth. His speed and agility made it easy for him to close the distance before the enemy challengers could fire more than a spell or two. Those with greater skill might have managed a few more than that, but all thanks to glyph, protection that helped to fend off whatever offense thrown at him, Lu Yi could effortlessly turn the tide into his favor, forcing the enemy cultivators either down a course that led straight to their maker or an ignoble surrender to save themselves. Lu Yi looked around in the direction of the Thousand Demon Ridge side. There really was someone else waiting to enter the ring. A 6th Order spell cultivator with a brand on his forehead that resembled a flame. That must be his final opponent. But Lu Yi wasn't feeling hasty at all. He patiently examined his condition. He had only a little more than 1/10 of his spiritual power left, and the duration of his respite wasn't going to improve the situation one bit at all, since there was barely enough time to restore his spiritual power up to 2/10. But with some prudence, he might be able to survive just yet. "Is this the last fight, brother?" Lu Yi asked softly, so tired that he could barely lift his voice. "After this, we can go home." "That's right. Survive this last one and home it is," Li Baxian responded. "All right." Lu Yi lowered his head to focus on recuperating as much as he could. In the meantime, the atmosphere on the Grand Sky Coalition side was nothing if not gay and jubilant. The death and defeat of both Hu Ping and Xian, both acolytes of Tier 3 sects and orders, had all but sealed Lu Ye's victory and survival. As far as the Grand Sky Coalition side was concerned, the last and only challenger left, a Blackfire cultist, would never survive fighting Lu Yi, and celebratory toasts were already underway. In an ironic juxtaposition, the Thousand Demon Ridge mob now appeared absolutely glum and sullen, but one could hardly blame them. The Thousand Demon Ridge mob started with so substantial an advantage. Aside from the first round where a 5th Order was sent forth only as a means to gauge Lu Ye's combat capabilities, The rest were all Sixth Orders who stepped into the ring with defeating him in mind. But Lu Yi had surprised them all by not only surviving all 42 rounds, but he had veritably routed whatever the Thousand Demon Ridge mob had hurled at him, leaving only one last challenger left, a Blackfire cultist that barely anyone could stake his or her hopes on. If anything, the huge contest which had swept the entire length and breadth of the battlefield had as good as reached its end, with the Grand Sky Coalition emerging as the triumphant victors. The Thousand Demon Ridge had suffered losses, but an all-out war against the Grand Sky Coalition would undoubtedly incur losses, as casualties are just part of the deal. But what daunted the leading champions here were the prospects of facing their mentors and the greater leadership of their respective sects and orders. Fierce admonishments, if not punishments, would surely await them in the aftermath of their failure to kill Lu Yi. The leading Thousand Demon Ridge champions all huddled around the Blackfire cultist, speaking to him in hushed and furtive tones, and the cultist's ominous shake of his head left them all looking grimmer than ever. Lu Ye's moment of respite quickly came to an end. For the 43rd time Lu Yi stood up again. Armed with his broken weapon, he paced to the center of the ring and stood there, waiting for the Blackfire cultist to make his entry. Yet there he stood, motionless with his head kept low. The boisterous Grand Sky Coalition crowd behind Lu Yi took this as a sign of cowardice. Calls roared from all sides, calling for Lu Yi to attack, with some taunting the cultists, heckling them to just give up and retreat with ignominy. But if the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators had all but lost hope in besting Lu Yi in this final round, they were not yet eager to admit defeat in verbal warfare against their counterparts in the Grand Sky Coalition. Scores of enemy cultivators hurled insults and jeers back in the direction from whence they came, and the war atop Golden Tip just exacerbated from one of blood into one of saliva and spit. But there was little doubt that this violent bicker would have deteriorated into a melee if not for the Sacred Pact. Just when the Thousand Demon Ridge mob thought that everything was lost, a figure stepped into the ring. The discordant and chaotic mayhem immediately died down in the blink of an eye as several thousand pairs of eyes panned toward the figure. It was not the cultist that everyone saw earlier, but rather a female cultivator. "What is the meaning of this, you Thousand Demon Ridge lot?" Li Baxian thundered with an enraged glare. There was no other reason for Li Baxian's simmering wrath. Despite being also a Blackfire cultist herself, everyone could see even with their naked eyes that the glow the female cultivator radiated indicated that she was not just a Sixth Order, but rather a Seventh Order cultivator. From the looks on their faces, it was apparent that even the leading Thousand Demon Ridge champions did not see this coming either. The terms of the Sacred Pact had limited all challengers to be at the Sixth Order and no higher. That Cult Blackfire would put forth a Seventh Order was a blatant disregard for the rules agreed upon. Direct disobedience to the authority of heaven was not only audacious but also foolish. As soon as heaven let its vengeance fall, every single champion, and the de facto leaders of all Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge sect and order present, every single person who had left their mark on the Sacred Pact, would be bound by the sacred rule of the pact to attack Cult Blackfire, whether the cult was an ally or not. Oh, no one has ever survived defying heaven before, not since the inception of the Spirit Creek battlefield. For all the oddities and eccentricities that Blackfire cultists were famed for, that they would dare to endanger their very own existence was a wholly new level of madness. Despite the outwardly fierce and threatening appearance, Li Baxian was rather pleased. If doom was what Cult Blackfire wished for, then this would veer the status quo in Lu Ye's favor. Have these lunatics really gone insane because of that holy fire nonsense? He mused with glee. And he was hardly the only one. The rest of the other champions of the Grand Sky Coalition were having the exact same thoughts, or they would have acted to strike down the Seventh Order cultivator before she could ever get further into the ring. Just what in heaven's name do you think you're doing? The leading champion of the Thousand Demon Ridge side and one of the roll of supremacy's 20 best demanded of the champion of Cult Blackfire furiously. Even if they were about to lose, a direct defiance of heaven's sacrosanct authority would bring about terrible retribution. As if on a cue, just as soon as he finished, the sky rumbled with thick dark plumes clustering over Golden Tip with menacing flashes of illumination in the middle of sporadic groans of mounting wrath. So fell the vengeance of heaven for this transgression. The Thousand Demon Ridge mob roused with panic. Those who were anywhere near the Blackfire cultists retreated at once, giving them such a wide berth that the cult's members all stood together like an island in the middle of a storm. Yet, even in the face of impending doom, the cultists all looked as composed and serene as ever. For one moment, enemies and allies all looked at them and felt a tinge of admiration for their fearlessness, although that would do little to rewrite the dismal fate that would befall them all. We are the flame that lights the darkness. In the face of death we feel remorseless. The champion of cult Blackfire and cultist's de facto leader on sight chanted softly. Standing in the ring, the female cultivator kept her head low like a reverent devotee before the god she worshipped and echoed after her champion, reciting, "We are the flame that lights the darkness. In the face of death we feel remorseless." At the same time she raised aloft a hand and held out a thumb, which she tapped a spot just below her chest with, and pressed very, very hard. "That's..." Li Baxian gasped with dread as he realized what she was doing. "Ugh!" Everyone heard a distinctive pop like a balloon being punctured, followed by the female cultivator staggering unsteadily, looking like she was going to collapse. But she managed to remain upright. At the same time, huge violent waves of air and force burst from within her in destructive ripples, rumbling in all directions. She grunted with an unmistakable hint of grimace on her face, her spiritual power signature weakening rapidly. "She's destroying one of her spiritual points," Li Baxian yelled over the riotous pandemonium, his teeth gnashing with frustration at not being able to stop her. Everyone, no matter Grand Sky Coalition or Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, tottered unsteadily in the tossing winds from the raging tumult with shock and disbelief. For one to destroy his or her spiritual points was easier said than done, especially with the repercussions that followed, since anyone brave or otherwise foolish enough to do so would have veritably given up all future prospects for advancement. He or she would forever be stuck in the Spirit Creek realm, unable to ascend any further. Li Baxian was living and walking proof of such a setback. Blessed with gifts that even the Grand Master of the Northern Profound Sword sect himself admired so greatly, the destruction of his spiritual points had indefinitely delayed his ascension for more than 10 years and counting. Stuck forever in the Eighth Order, he could come nowhere to completing his last microcosmic orbit, and thus preventing him from ascending into the Ninth Order. While the damage to one's spiritual points could be repaired, to do that would nevertheless incur a hefty cost. That and the risk of not being able to recover made self-mutilating one's own spiritual point a disastrous folly that no one would dare attempt. Yet, right in front of several thousand pairs of eyes from both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge, the female Blackfire cultist had, in all her valiant lunacy, destroyed one of her own spiritual points with the serenity of one clipping off her hair. The sheer resolve and callousness she displayed could make even the bravest of all cultivators shiver. More so, the thousands of cultivators who could feel numbing sensations crawling all over their scalps. She really lives up to the name of being one of the Blackfire lunatics. How could she do such a thing? Many mused in silence and bewilderment. But everyone swiftly recollected themselves from the initial shock and looked up into the skies to observe the stirring storm clouds overhead, the gathering storm that would bring heaven's retribution. When she first stepped into the ring, heaven's machinations immediately whirred into motion like clockwork. There was no doubt that retribution would come, and the dark clouds that heralded its coming sent everyone in the vicinity reeling with fright and apprehension. But as soon as she had destroyed her spiritual point, effectively falling back into the Sixth Order, the baleful and malefic dark clouds looming overhead Golden Tip immediately dispersed into nothing, and heaven ceased its execution. Radiant rays of sunlight once again showered upon Golden Tip, and every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator all beamed with joy. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 167, The Sacred Child of Cult Blackfire. Impressive, the leading Thousand Demon Ridge champion boomed gloriously. He too had been thinking that the Blackfire cultists must have gone terribly insane to dare challenge the authority of heavens when he saw the female cultivator stepping into the ring. Even he did not think of such a masterful stroke as destroying one's own spiritual points to avoid breaking the sacred pact. As much as it was a loophole, the heavens ceasing its wrath was sign enough that it acknowledged the sheer ingenuity of the move. With the damage to her spiritual point, the female cultivator's rank had now fallen back to the Sixth Order, thereby fulfilling the terms of the sacred pact. Seeing the heavens rescinding its punishment was grounds enough for the Grand Sky Coalition side to swallow what discontent and frustrations they had down into their bellies. A Seventh Order who had just been relegated down to the Sixth Order because of the mutilation of one of her spiritual points. That was the final trump card the Thousand Demon Ridge side could play. A Sixth Order more powerful and more dangerous than ordinary Sixth Orders. Crunch! Lu Yi drove his feet into the gravel. Before the leading Thousand Demon Ridge champion finished his utterance of the final syllable of his impressive remark, Lu Yi, his entire person still bloodied and wearied, launched himself at the female cultivator with every iota of ferocity and doggedness he could muster. This was not his first time facing up against an enemy spell cultivator and a former Seventh Order. In fact, he had fought in and even managed to survive one such encounter some time ago when he just ascended into the Fifth Order. Extremely worn out and stuck in a feverish state of fatigue delirium he might be, and he could barely tell what was going on. But Lu Yi knew that someone had entered the ring and he knew who it was. A challenger. That was reason enough for him to attack. 70 meters. That was the distance Lu Yi covered in almost a blink of an eye as he raced forward with the overwhelming ferociousness of a raging predator. The figure of the female cultivator was clearly reflected in his red vein-filled eyes. 30 meters. 15 meters. The broken blade of his saber blazed once more with a red fiery sheen with flame-like tongues lashing out. He might be weakened, his powers might not be as pure as before, and his weapon might be broken, but he knew that he could always depend on Glyph, Sharp Edge to make his weapon invincible. The female cultivator did nothing to run. There was no way she could ever best Lu Yi in a contest of speed, and since she was willing to risk so much to step into the ring and take on Lu Yi, she knew what to do. She lifted both her hands and channeled her spiritual powers. On her chest was a heart-shaped pendant hanging from a chain over her neck. It rose, levitating in the air, and it began glowing with fiery incandescence as she injected her powers into it. Next second, the pendant expanded rapidly until it was big enough to envelop her inside like a protective cocoon. Molten lava flowed and dripped down the edges and curvatures of the fiery red cocoon like syrupy tears of fire. The top of Golden Tip felt terribly warm since the moment of its appearance, and with the rising temperature, the red-slicked earth was beginning to sizzle with acrid tangs of blood filling the nostrils of everyone nearby. "That's the molten heart," cried a voice from within the Grand Sky Coalition. Someone had recognized what that pendant was. The molten heart, a spiritual artifact the properties of which were carefully guarded secrets of cult Blackfire. It was said that only 5 could be forged in each generation, and only the incumbent sacred child, the male or female acolyte who was also the designated future heir of the cult's leadership, of that generation could carry one. The molten heart had rarely seen use in battle, but those who lived after having witnessed its flaming and impetuous splendor could talk about its incredible defensive ability, that so long as its wielder's spiritual powers remained present, the molten heart's shield would never falter. Only enemies with powers far beyond its wielder could possibly hope to destroy the molten heart's shield with just one blow. After all, what could be used to defend against an enemy of incredibly superior strength and power? Hence, the possession of the molten heart showed who the female cultivator really was, the sitting sacred child of cult Blackfire. This is madness. The sacred child of the cult sacrificing her own future just to win this duel? Thought many of the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. Lu Yi approached the shield quickly to find the searing heat hitting him straight in the face, and he immediately felt parched and thirsty. But ignoring the discomfort, he swung his weapon viciously at the red-hot screen of fire. He had dealt with enough defensive spiritual artifacts in the 40-plus rounds before, and most, if not all, usually failed to withstand more than a couple of blows from him. But the moment his blow struck the fiery shield, Lu Yi sensed something amiss. It was not as hard as he expected, but it remained nevertheless sturdy and resilient enough to endure his abuse. Despite having Glyph Sharp Edge activated, his saber just couldn't penetrate through the shield that felt more like rubber than anything metallic. But there was no time for hesitation. He swung his weapon for a second time, then a third and a fourth. The hand that gripped the saber was singed incessantly by the flames, but Lu Yi did not let that stop him. Watched by more than thousands of eyes, he went on hacking and slashing like a madman as if he felt no pain at all. "Oh no," Li Baxian murmured. He did not know what the sacred child was up to inside that flaming cocoon, But whatever it was, she must be preparing some spell that could cause wide area of effect damage. The fights where Lu Yi had easily defeated challengers who were spell cultivators had allowed the Thousand Demon Ridgeside to learn something. Spell cultivators failed to pose any threats to Lu Yi because of his ability to activate his defensive glyph freely during combat, and the glyph's particularly sturdy defense could help ward off most spells without any difficulty. If the Sacred Child thought that she could defeat Lu Yi just because she thought that being a former Seventh Order would make any difference, then she would be mistaken, just like the other spell cultivators whom he had slaughtered. For spell cultivators to defeat Lu Yi inside this ring, there would only be one way. That was to use a spell with wide area of effect damage that his glyph, protection, could not fully protect him from. But area of effect spells were hardly the forte of Seventh Order spell cultivators. Only those at the Ninth Order could perform such complex conjurations. But as the Sacred Child of Cult Blackfire, she must have unique and exceptional talents that allowed her to do just that. To that end, she immediately activated the Molten Heart, and used it to keep herself safe, so that she could have all the time in the world to prepare unhindered. Lu Yi must have realized this too, for his blows grew swifter and more forceful. In the meantime, inside the Molten Heart cocoon, the Sacred Child, whose icy expression had barely stirred even during the mutilation of her own spiritual point, finally had her imperturbable dispassion broken. The Molten Heart was sapping her spiritual powers quickly to maintain the defensive cocoon. That Lu Ye's blows could produce such an effect really was something she did not expect. This fully exposed the single most glaring weakness of the Molten Heart. Despite its impeccable defensive capabilities, it required a huge amount of spiritual power to function. It was not that the Molten Heart was fully impregnable, but rather, whenever Lu Yi attacked, the Molten Heart would consume every ounce of spiritual power from the Sacred Child as needed to repair its defensive shield at unbelievable speeds just to keep itself intact. In other words, the greater the damage the Molten Heart sustained, the more spiritual power it would draw from its wielder. As a veteran of countless battles against Grand Sky Coalition cultivators of the Seventh Order, she could have sworn that she had never seen anyone equal to her rank that could deplete her spiritual powers through the Molten Heart as quickly as this. Every blow from this fearsome monster could deplete a sizable portion of her spiritual power. Then came a couple or more blows and more than 1/10 of her power was gone. That accursed saber. It really is sharp beyond belief, she mused in her horror. But it was not enough to disrupt her plan, at least not yet. After all, she did not expect this battle to be long since all she needed was only one spell. Her powers dipped at an unprecedented pace. In just barely 10 seconds, she sensed that she only had barely 6/10 of her power left. At last it is time, she thought. She exhaled a gentle breath and pushed both her arms outward. A turbulent wave of searing heat spread out with the motion of her arms, rolling forth with the entirety of the spiritual power left in her. Every bit of the 6/10 left in her, pushing forward as furiously as a breaking dam. Just on the other side of the shield, still clammy with beads of dripping molten lava, Lu Yi retreated at once. All of a sudden, he could have sworn that he heard a voice deep inside him, urging him to retreat or he would die. And the premonition was right. He had only just withdrawn when the Molten Heart shield crumbled, not by his doing, but from a terrible and destructive force erupting from inside. Right at that very moment, all Lu Yi could see was a gigantic red wall of blazing conflagration rumbling straight at him, threatening to engulf him whole with such force that could reduce all things into mere ashes and cinders. In just one instant, the ring of length and breadth of 70 meters each was devoured whole by a fiery inferno. That was not just an ordinary firestorm, but rather one mixed with the full complement of the different myriads of volcanic discharges. The cultivators who stood by the edge of the ring did not need to be told that they needed to get to safety. The moment they saw the rolling scarlet waves of death and destruction, they immediately bolted. That was not the only thing on their mind. None of the cultivators who witnessed the scale of the flames could dispute that there was no way a Fifth Order would survive such destruction. Li Baxian was about to act brashly when Wei Yang seized him. "Calm down," she urged. "Our little brother-in-arms is still alive." Her vision of what was going on inside the ring might be just as obscured as everyone else, but she could still sense him. With an acute sense of the aura of living things, so long as Lu Yi still drew breath, Wei Yang might still be able to save him. But if Li Baxian were to do something stupid, He might be able to save Lu Yi, but the culmination of what would happen next could be disastrous. Li Baxin listened to her advice and restrained his anxiety. The fires inside the ring slowly died down, revealing a golden tip now completely laid waste and scorched, plus fragments of crystallization in the roasted soil. Everyone gradually regained their sight of what was happening inside the ring. In one corner, the sacred child of the cult tottered unsteadily, looking like she could collapse any moment. Her face was a ghastly chalk-white complexion of utter paleness with blood trickling out her eyes, nose, mouth, and even her ears. The radiation of her spiritual power, now completely spent, barely existed. She had exhausted herself too much. Using the molten heart had cost her more than 3 to 4/10 of her spiritual powers, and the final attack was what had bled everything dry. It was not a spell meant for a cultivator of her rank, and hence, she barely had any control of it. Using it could have caused serious and devastating drawbacks, but she did not have anything else. She just needed to defeat Lu Yi. It was only through sheer will and resolve that she managed to complete the spell, although using it had practically crippled and disabled her, causing serious internal damage that could have almost killed her. But death might have been more satisfactory. Residual flames now burned at every single spiritual point in her body. Even at the skillful hands of the best healers, she could never fight again. Fraught with misery and despondence, she peered forward, hoping to find solace in the fulfillment of her purpose and the death of her opponent. Steam roiled and twisted in curling eddies in the ring. Then a lean and taut figure stormed through the white tendrils, stepping out into sight. Scorch marks mottled his bare-chested skin, and his hair was a disheveled mess because of the heat. Slick and sodden by sweat and blood, the fabric of his breeches clung to his raw, burned skin. Every step he took left a bloodied footprint that quickly sizzled as the heat evaporated the blood. The sacred child twisted with shocking disbelief. He's alive? How? Lu Yi did have glyph protection to rely on, but what she just used was a spell that the glyph should not be able to protect him from. So long as he stood inside the ring, he should have been dead by now. She really had to wonder if Lu Yi had gotten outside help. But she did not neglect to notice that the champions from her side did not protest about anything, and that spoke volumes. However slow he might be, her opponent still endured, and he was coming. He was struggling, but the distance between them was undeniably closing fast. Once he got near, that would be her doom. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 168, Steel Against Spell. The sacred child of cult Blackfire bit hard and groped around with her lithe, petite hand. With what little that remained of her spiritual power, a glowing orb of red burst to life in her hand. She was channeling her power. The scarlet glow burned radiantly in her hand, drawing back the destructive and torrid waves of fire. Golden Tip, which had become a mountaintop plateau with the sweltering of a desert, immediately cooled down. The flames condensed back into her grasp. Then they were gone. Next second, a humanoid figure formed purely of flames appeared over her. "A fire golem," cried a voice from within the midst of the Grand Sky Coalition, enunciating the name of this spell the sacred child had just cast. Conjurations of fire golems were also spells that no sixth orders or even ordinary seventh orders could manage. That the sacred child could perform the spell at such a juncture was testament enough to her exemplary and unique talents. Whether it was because of her sapped powers, no one knew. The column of flames with the torso of a human would have looked intimidating and impressive if it were a gigantic colossus of fire, although even with just the size of an ordinary human being and features obfuscated by roiling tongues of fire, the elemental simulacrum of flame still looked large and bulky enough that it stood protectively over its mistress, preventing Lu Ye's advance. But using this spell completely exhausted the sacred child, who promptly collapsed to the ground, completely spent. Nevertheless, no one could dispute that she has a keenly strategic mind. With the last ounces of her power, she had chosen to conjure a fire golem instead of firing spells at Lu Yi. She knew that spells could be easily avoided, and that would only expose herself to retaliation which she had neither the strength nor speed to escape from. Pain stabs like 1,000 needles were burrowing into her mind, and the blood that trickled out of her mouth, her eyes, her nose, and even her ears were black and thick. Crumpling to her knees would have made her look defeated if not for the defiant glare she gave Lu Yi as she controlled the fire golem with her mind, willing it to march towards her foe. The hulking mass of flames bore down on Lu Yi, and he instinctively swung his broken saber straight into it. It was all thanks to glyph protection that Lu Yi was able to survive that firestorm just now. Just before the fiery waves of death hit him, he had conjured a shield wide and large enough to keep the whole of him safe from the torrents of scorching heat. But that also expended the entirety of his spiritual powers. Then again, he was fortunate enough that the sacred child's firestorm spell did not last long, or he would have run out of spiritual powers and the flames would have incinerated him. At that moment, Lu Yi knew that he still had enough spiritual power for one last glyph activation, and he needed to save it for last instead of squandering it over the seemingly meaningless hocus-pocus right before his eyes. With his sight obscured by his own blood, the whole world had turned red all around him. If the sacred child had become completely enervated after the last exchange, then so was he. All around the ring, the onlookers from both factions watched intently. Never did anyone know that a contest between low-tier cultivators of only the 5th and 6th orders could become such a savage and brutal bloodbath. At any other time, the duel right now would have looked as hilarious and silly as a ridiculous clown show. Lu Yi was swinging his weapon with the grace of a clumsy walrus. His ferocity and ruthlessness all but vanished. Each and every swing of the steel looked as feeble as a frail old man's motion with a stick, staggering and tottering aimlessly about despite his best efforts to keep himself steady only to look like he was just going to fall any time instead. In the meantime, the fire golem wasn't doing any better either. Its sluggish and lethargic movements mirrored how the sacred child was losing consciousness. The fire golem was conjured using her essence and power, but it did not have a mind of its own. Therefore, it relied on her to control its movements. To that end, the fight appeared like a pair of children in futile fisticuffs. But all around them no one could dare giggle. No one could even chuckle. There was nothing hilarious at all. Only awe and shock at the sheer resolve and will of the two combatants, despite their current disability and helplessness, still clawing their way towards victory with whatever means possible at their disposal without any sign of giving up. Scores of champions stood around the ring, each of them powerful warriors in their own right and each of them among the deadliest of all role of supremacy champions. But could they ever go to such lengths just for the sake of winning like the two now in the ring back when they were still in the 5th or 6th order? No. None of them could safely say that they could. But if one or even both the sacred child and Lu Yi were to survive today's fight, there was no doubt that they would be great cultivators in the future. The frivolous fight continued with barely any damage. But the longer it took, everyone was noticing how the fire golem was teetering on the brink of losing its form. Even its size was starting to shrink. The Thousand-Demon Ridge mob was beginning to feel anxious. They had come too far to accept defeat. We are the flame that lights the darkness. In the face of death we feel remorseless. It started first with a deep, lone voice, but more and more others joined him in the incessant chanting and the voices became a thronging chorus that grew louder and stronger, rising into a crescendo. And it worked. The rallying voices of her fellow brothers and sisters in arms renewed the sacred child's resolve. More tears of blood streamed down her eyes. With her final ounce of grit, willpower and determination, the fire golem's girth burgeoned at her command and the flame elemental simulacrum barreled a fist straight at Lu Yi. Crack! The blow hit its mark, breaking Lu Yi's broken saber further, rendering it completely shattered while he was sent flying into the air by the destructive force. And he crashed to the ground broken and beaten. So were the hopes of the Grand Sky Coalition side. Having completed its purpose, the fire golem crumbled and disintegrated into cinders as the sacred child exhausted all her powers. Gasping for air, she crawled to her feet, struggling to find the strength to even get up. When she finally did, she looked at the incapacitated Lu Yi. Limping step after step, she made her way slowly towards him, her lips quivering as she recited the mantra of the cult repeatedly and softly, finding strength and solace as her pained and grimacing expression faded into one of serenity. Meanwhile, Li Baxian and Wei Yong both channeled their powers quietly. But this did not go unnoticed. The champions at the Thousand-Demon Ridge mob have been watching them. Any attempt to break this fight just to save Lu Yi would be met by heavy and strong opposition from the enemy champions. The atmosphere atop Golden Tip once again turned perilously tense. Inside the ring, the sacred child produced a sword from inside her storage bag. Even that was strenuous and taxing enough for her. The blade of the weapon shone with nothing save for an ordinary glimmer of steel. It was just a sword as common as any other. But it should be enough. Without the strength to even lift it, she dragged the weapon all the way as she approached Lu Yi until she stopped right in front of him. Her petite frame swayed like she was going to fall, but she didn't. She managed to steady herself. Quietly, she peered down at the foe she had defeated, taking in the full sight of the scorch marks and burns, raw skin that was her handiwork. For once in all her life since she joined the cult, the sacred child of Cult Blackfire smiled. She wanted so much to tell it straight into Lu Ye's face. "You've lost." Her mouth opened, but she could barely even speak. Her fingers found a comfortable but firm grip on her weapon. With both hands holding the sword with its tip down in an icepick grip, she lifted it and aimed the tip of the weapon at Lu Ye's chest. That was it. The silent and brooding atmosphere atop Golden Tip never felt so palpable before as champions all summoned their powers in tacit preparation to spring into action. Then they saw it. Everyone saw it. A hand, Lu Ye's hand, came up, his opened palm held up towards the female cultivator like a feeble, desperate, and futile attempt to defend himself. Hoarsely, he throated words that despite their faintness, every single onlooker could have sworn they heard him clearly. F-Fire. PP Phoenix. The palm of the outstretched hand glowed all of a sudden with a deep scarlet luminescence that froze the triumphant grin of the sacred child. Realizing what could be going on, she drove the weapon down with what strength was left in her. A fiery bird that looked more like a plump pheasant than a majestic phoenix materialized from Lu Ye's hand and slammed into the sacred child's chest with a popping explosion of flames. The eruption of burning air and force was accompanied by the shrill cry of the sacred child as the impact blew her away, knocking her off her feet before she crashed, at last, her chest charred and blackened. Bewildered and astonished beyond words, no one spoke a word. No one anticipated that Lu Yi, after being pummeled to the ground by the force of a battering ram, could still fight back, more so by using a spell. What an uncanny irony! That the spell cultivator in this fight had tried to decide the outcome of this fight, using a sword while the combat cultivator. A spell. But there was no time for idleness. With the ring of steel, not of one but 100 swords screaming into the air, a pair of figures flitted into the ring like a pair of shadows. Li Baxian stood protectively in front of his brother-in-arm with more than 100 energy bolts each shaped like swords hovering menacingly behind him, as if they were daring anyone from the Thousand Demon Ridge mob to make a stupid move. The air roiled with the thick and suffocating presence of Li Baxian in full wrath, which was substantiated by the army of energy bolts shining radiantly. No one could dare move. No one would dare to try their chances against the shafts of pure energy that looked like they were spoiling for a chance to perforate anyone. Wei Yang cloaked the heavily bloodied and hurt Lu Yi in her arms and examined his wounds. A terrible presence burst forth like a tidal wave. It came from just behind the Thousand Demon Ridge mob, terrifying many of the enemy cultivators. When they swiveled around to look, they were horrified to find a gigantic colossus more than hundreds of meters tall, towering so high over the mob that its mere length could blot out even the sun overhead, bearing down on them. Those who had survived enough battles to have watched her in battle before knew what it was. A cloud golem. Only 3 people in the entire battlefield were capable of a spell this intricate and elaborate. I would suggest that you remain where you are, or your lives could be in danger, cried a girlish voice somewhere from the cloud golem. Many Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators looked up. Tracing the origin of the voice, they discovered that it came from a woman sitting on the shoulder of the golem. Her tiny size was a stark contrast to the massive and behemothic size of the golem, but everyone knew better than to discount how dangerous she really was. The number 1 name on the roll of supremacy, the queen who had reigned all of the battlefield supreme for more than a decade. Feng Yuechan, a Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator, growled through gritted teeth. No one knew when she had arrived. The last time anyone had heard about her was when she was just outside the Valley of Venom, preventing the cultivators there from joining in the battlefield-wide manhunt for Lu Yi. Evidently, she had left to come here a long time ago. But they should have known. The most powerful cultivator in the battlefield would definitely do more than just guard the entrance of the valley like a simple hound. I've finally arrived to help. Feng Yuechan waved at Li Baxian with the cheerfulness of a young teenage lass. With hardly any interest to berate her for her levity, Li Baxian merely nodded in acknowledgement and said loudly to her, "Kill anyone who moves." "Aye aye," Feng Yuechan responded stiffly, mildly miffed that he did not respond to her affection. Inside the ring, Wei Yang fed Lu Yi a spirit pill and some unknown potion to keep his condition stable. His lips quivered. Wei Yang only heard some incomprehensible gibberish. She bent down closer and asked, "What were you saying, Lu Yi?" "Is it done?" Lu Yi croaked raspily. "Yes. It is done," she nodded. Lu Yi could barely keep his eyes open. One was tightly shut and keeping the other squinted as far as he could get it wide enough to see. He could not even smile despite surviving at last. But he really could use a rest. Just when he finally sighed with relief and released all that stress that he had been carrying like a yoke for days, he immediately blacked out. Wei Yang frantically checked him and learned that he was only just too tired. Feeling comforted, she said to Li Baxian from behind, "We're heading back." Li Baxian snorted a wordless accent. Then he called loudly, "Yuechan, I need your help sending Sister Wei Yang and Lu Yi back to the turbulent watch outpost." "Got it," Feng Yuechan answered. The giant of more than several hundred meters in length bent down, much to the panic of the Thousand Demon Ridge mob that many scattered and fled, and lowered a massive hand in the ring. Wei Yang carried Lu Yi and hopped onto the huge open palm. She had only just placed Lu Yi down when she realized that she was not alone. She turned around and saw a snowy white tiger. She recognized the worried look of concern in the tiger's eyes and knew that he must be Lu Ye's spirit pet. Despite feeling awkward, she remarked, "Don't worry. He's not dying on my watch." The cloud golem lifted its hand and cradled them in its arms. Feng Yuechan steered the golem around and it ran, thundering with quick strides heading straight in the direction of the turbulent watch outpost. "My friends of the Thousand Demon Ridge, kindly entertain my request to just stay put for another few minutes. After that, you'll be free to do whatever you want. But before that, move and one of my energy swords will be more than happy to cut you down." Li Baxian's voice might sound calm, but the more than 100 energy shafts in the air behind him showed that he wasn't joking. Yan Xing had been watching from afar. Only now did he discover that Li Baxian's magic with his sword had grown to such an elite finesse. Clearly, Li Baxian still had aces hidden up his sleeves during their fight. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 169, The Devoted Ones. The bloody Battle of Golden Tip finally came to its curtain call. With thousands of cultivators from both opposing factions acting as witnesses, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect, a cultivator of the Fifth Order of the Spirit Creek realm, had defeated all 43 opponents who challenged him, including the incumbent Sacred Child of Cult Blackfire who had deliberately mutilated her own spiritual point to fulfill the requirements to step into the ring to fight him. Formerly a Seventh Order cultivator, the Sacred Child intentionally demoted herself so that she could kill Lu Yi, only to be slain by him instead. Word of the outcome of the battle swept across the battlefield, and reached even the ears of those in the real world of Zhou through various channels. Word that rocked both dimensions simultaneously. No one would have batted an eyelid at a lowly Fifth Order defeating a single opponent above his rank, but to pull off something like Lu Ye's exploits at the Battle of Golden Tip would definitely make some heads turn. Even so, to the entire faction of the Thousand Demon Ridge, Lu Yi did not escape certain death unscathed. It was said that he was grievously wounded, and some were keeping their fingers crossed, banking on the fact that he might not survive. At the Turbulent Watch stronghold in Zhou, Tang Yifeng could barely believe his ears when he heard about what happened. How the young lad looked when he accepted him as his student 6 months before had faded from his memory. The boy had only just unlocked his first spiritual point back then, if memory served. Therefore, that Lu Yi was capable of the exploits that Tang Yifeng had only just heard about left him wondering if the turbulent watchman who brought him the news did not mistake Lu Yi for someone else. One could expect that Lu Yi must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter during his travels in the battlefield. That would explain how he managed to reach the Fifth Order in the unbelievable span of just 6 months. Chances and opportunities teemed the battlefield like weed after all. But for a Fifth Order to single-handedly slay more than 3 dozen of Sixth Orders, that was teetering on being ludicrous. He did not notice such potential in Lu Yi back when he accepted the lad as a student. The Crimson Blood Sect's former prestige, respect and fear had been lost for decades until now. The Battle of Golden Tip had once again propelled it back to prominence, just when the whole world thought that it would be just a distant memory, or just a simple name in the pages of history. Those who had discounted the sect now realized their error. Hence, barely 2 hours after word of the outcome of the Battle of Golden Tip got out, various Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders relayed explicit orders to their acolytes still inside the battlefield. If Lu Yi were to succumb to his injuries, then all would be well. The Crimson Blood sect would face imminent dissolution and triumph would once again be theirs. But if the fates had deemed that his end should not be thus, then so long as the natural laws of the battlefield permitted, all Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators must do whatever it took to ensure that this victory and his life were short-lived. Such a figure needed to be eliminated quickly before he reached full bloom. The Thousand Demon Ridge faction would never forget the mistake that they had made several decades ago, and they were not going to allow history to repeat itself. At the Devoted One's main stronghold in Bingzhou Province, a Tier 2 sect of the Grand Sky Coalition, the Devoted Ones held great power and authority, such that the Devoted Ones nearly made Tier 1 if not for a huge mishap that occurred several decades ago. It was during that mishap that the Devoted Ones lost a good many good men, and they waned in strength and influence until they managed to clamber back to their feet in recent years. On this day, members of the higher echelon of the Devoted Ones' leadership had congregated at the stronghold's main audience hall. Most kept their eyes shut in silence as they listened to Yu Guanjia, a high-ranking senior even in the top echelon and a divine ocean realm cultivator. With a calm voice, he articulated his experience of what he heard about the Battle of Golden Tip and enunciated the consequences that could follow. Each of the members of the High Council present was an influential member of the Grand Sky Coalition, and each had his or her own methods that apprised them of any news from inside the battlefield despite not being able to enter the pocket dimension themselves. An incident as famous as the Battle of Golden Tip had long reached their ears. Yu Guanjia added, 2 of our acolytes too were present during the Battle of Golden Tip. One was Li Baxian and the other was Feng Yuechan. As it happened, they were both the legate and vice-legate in charge of the security of our outpost there. Hence the charges that now stand against them, a blatant dereliction of their duties to guard and maintain the safety of our outpost and acting against orders of the High Council. With the Grand Master himself now in solitary meditation, I move that we decide the punishments upon their transgressions right here and right now amongst ourselves. How could they? An elder of the Devoted Ones grumbled, his wrinkles creasing with displeasure. That the legate and vice-legate could just saunter off together. What if an attack were to befall the outpost? We're talking about risking centuries' worth of legacy. If any other acolytes were to take a leaf out of their book, the Devoted One's future would be numbered indeed. I suggest that we pronounce a sentence so heavy and harsh that everyone gets the message. More members of the High Council joined the chorus as well. If Li Baxian can lose his cool every time the name Crimson Blood sect pops up, quipped another, then I dare say that we need to be wary of his divided loyalties. As for Feng Yuechan, he paused and stole a glance at a respectable-looking woman. Well, Yuechan's one of ours. We've known her since she was a little girl. I'm sure this is only an innocent mistake, one that only happened because of spending too much time with Li Baxian. Indeed, Yuechan's been a good and obedient lass. She's the prime reason our outpost has been peaceful for the past decade. I too agree that this is a small error that we can all overlook. Nevertheless, she has broken the rules. I suggest that we sentence her to mandatory solitary meditation. The sooner she could ascend, the better it is for all of us. After all, she's languishing in the Spirit Creek realm for far too long. That's a great solution. As for Li Baxian, we can command him to return to his post immediately. His sentence can come later, after we've evaluated the whole situation and his behavior. The men talked about how they would lay down the punishments upon the acolytes Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan, but anyone with any shred of intelligence and wit could see the stark difference between how they were both treated. Feng Yuechan was like a doted daughter who would escape with not so much as a slap on the wrist, while Li Baxian would have to bear the brunt of his misdemeanor with the full contempt and prejudice of the entire High Council like an unwanted bastard child. Yu Guanjia finally turned his focus to the woman just now. What do you think, Sister Chiu? The woman rose up from her chair stiffly. With no sense of her decorum lost, she quietly retreated out of the audience hall with not a word. much to the bewilderment of every other member of the High Council. Please carry on without us. Yu Guanjia spoke to his colleagues hastily before he chased after her. Yu Guanjia caught up to his junior sister Qiu in midair. Flying in the air abreast with her, he implored solemnly, looking rather anxious, "Please, Sister Qiu. You need to understand the burden and responsibility that now rests on my shoulders in the Grand Master's absence. As the Keeper of Seals, it's my job to handle things that take place inside the battlefield. Li Baxian and little Yuechan have unmistakably broken the rules, and for that, they need to atone for their wrongdoings. I know that one is your own daughter and the other is as good as a son to you, but you know as well as I do that he is actually as much a senior as you and I. Nothing good will come out of little Yuechan's little infatuation with him. This is a good chance to drive a wedge between them both. Speak to her as a mother, please. Have her ascend as soon as possible. I know that you won't want her to jeopardize her future any longer, and it would be such a shame if we lose a talent with such gifted potential." Qiu halted and turned around to glare at Yu Guanjia. "Senior," she retorted with frost, "last I checked, you took a new concubine, didn't you, brother you? If it's seniority that we're talking about, that young girl could easily call you grandfather. No." Yu Guanjia could feel his cheeks burning. "My private life is not the subject here." "Whatever," Qiu muttered, her face stony and cold. "You are the one in charge in the Grand Master's absence. So just do what you want. But if you dare lay a hand on Li Baxian, you'll have my sword to contend with." She flung her sleeves as she spun around and sped away. Yu Guanjia watched as she vanished into the distance with a pensive look on his face. But deep within the folds of his robes, his fists clenched firmly with anger. The Devoted Ones issued a directive an hour later, urging its outpost legate in charge Li Baxian to report back for duty at once. But word came back soon after. Apparently, Li Baxian was locked in fierce combat against the number 2 of the battlefield's role of supremacy Yanxing, and there was no way he could leave on short notice. In the meantime, at the main stronghold of the Righteous Sect, a group of Cloud River Realm cultivators was huddled together gambling. The plump and stocky Pang Dehai was serving as dealer with a bunch of his brothers-in-arms, placing their ontes, enthusiastically piling heaps of spirit stones on the tabletop. Pang Dehai was especially ecstatic to see the mound of spirit stones right in front of him. Being bigger than the rest must have meant that he must have just had an immensely bountiful moment. He tossed his glance to another fellow cultivator with a goatee. "Hey, have you heard of what happened in the Spirit Creek battlefield?" Lushan. The only thing Lushan was more interested in other than his goatee was his hand. Without much interest in any conversation, he answered nonchalantly, as if there could be anything major happening in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Pang Dehai quickly gave them a recap of the Battle of Golden Tip, and his story left every gambler. Each of them had been here for days, hanging their jaws in speechless awe. He chuckled at the end of his tale. "You know what, you Lushan of all people should know that Fifth Order kid." "I know him. What's his name?" "Evil Moon Valley, just about a half year ago. The kid who was taken in by Grand Master Tang of the Crimson Blood Sect." Lushan paused and raked his mind for any recollections pertaining to those details. Then with a looking of dawning comprehension, he gasped, "That Louis?" "Exactly. That's impossible." Lushan's face creased with disbelief. "Are you sure they're not mistaken?" Lushan knew the name. A boy who had been accepted by Grand Master Tang Yifeng of the Crimson Blood Sect, and the very same to whom he had given the nickname Yi, which referred to the one-leaf potential back when they first met 6 months ago. Apparently the nickname had stuck. But that was not the point. How could it be possible that with such meager potential Louis had grown to the 5th Order of the Spirit Creek realm in just 5 months? To say nothing of the legendary feat of defeating and slaying a string of 43,000 Demon Ridge challengers. He's been taken back to the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold, so no one knows for sure if he's still alive. But you can bet that so long as he still draws breath, with Sister Shui Yuan's healing wizardry, there's no way he won't survive. And you know one more thing? Pang Dehai gazed upon Lushan with a wry look. "I hear that the kid's very miffed at the nickname you gave him. It was said that 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator called him by that name and was cut down into halves instead. With his potential, it would only be just a matter of time before he reaches the Cloud River realm. At that time, Brother Lushan, I'd pray for forgiveness if I were you. Heh 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 heh. That was enough to make Lushan shift in his chair apprehensively before he chuckled. Funny. Why should I be afraid? We'll see if he survives first. All right, let's see your hands, gentlemen. Peng Dehai was about to reveal his hand for the showdown when he sensed the presence of spiritual powers surging from outside. Next thing he knew, the entire ceiling was ripped off the eaves of the room. The Cloud River Realm gamblers all looked up to find more than a dozen figures hovering in midair, led by a real Lake Realm senior of their sect who was glaring down at them crossly. They were surrounded. Disciplinary, gasped one of the gamblers, and they bolted, scattering into different directions like a bunch of mice. The real Lake Realm senior growled through gritted teeth, gambling. To think that this is the example you're setting for your juniors. Seize them all. Oh. A magical net fell down from the sky, preventing the gamblers from escaping. Every single one of them was captured and was promptly placed in detention. They were brought to the halls of the disciplinary division an hour later. Peals of anguished cries ensued from within the halls there as the punishments were carried out, and any righteous sect member who passed by could only shudder with fear. A group of fresh recruits was walking past, and a few of the seniors warned them, "If you see any of these people ever again, especially that plump one, remember his face, stay away from him. They are the ones that give the sect a bad name. Don't get yourselves influenced by them." The fresh recruits all bobbed their heads profusely in full obedience. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 170, Recuperation. In the vast and boundless darkness an eddy swirled. It grew wider and larger, spreading further and faster, and something stirred. Time passed unnoticed until the darkness was ripped and torn like a fabric. Next came the waves of indescribable pain and soreness, a pair of inseparable Siamese twins that existed in tandem, before Lu Yi finally blinked his eyes open abruptly. He could see two figures standing beside his bed. One of them sat down and took his head. Warmth seeped into his hands, the warmth of a hand that cared, funneling spiritual powers into him to examine his condition. He could not see who it was. His vision was still blurry, but he sensed that it was a woman. The other person remained standing. Lu Yi struggled to get a proper look, and he seemed to be his mentor. His mouth opened to speak, but the warm and soothing energy coursing through him was only making him more lethargic and drowsier. Then he heard his mentor asking, "How is he now?" A lilting voice rang, "He's dying." "Stop it, girl," Tang Yifeng berated. "Stop scaring me after I've gone to such lengths to." Lu Yi missed the rest. He felt as if he had fallen further and further away from the world as sleep took him. He woke up once again later. Someone was sitting beside him again, and whoever it was injecting more spiritual power into him to heal him. Lu Yi felt better this time. At the very least, he did not feel so blurry and drowsy anymore. As his vision gradually gained clarity, he could see that the person sitting next to him was a girl not much older than he was. The pretty young woman had eyes as pellucid as the waters of the clearest lake, but what was more intriguing was how uncanny her resemblance to Sister Wei Yang was. On a more serious note, she looked like a younger version of Wei Yang, and the airs that she exuded made her look like a younger and more blithely lass than the latter. "You're up." Lu Yi croaked, his throat so parched that he could breathe steam. She smiled at him. "I'm your sister Shueyon. I'm more junior compared to Wei Yang." That would make her something of a second big sister, Lu Yi thought. "Where are we?" Lu Yi wanted to look around, but then he found that he could not move his neck. "This is the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold, Brother Lu Yi," said Shueyon. "You've come home." "Home? Have I finally achieved what I've always wanted since the day I was sent to the battlefield?" Lu Yi could feel as if something that had been tense and taut for so long slackened at last. Then he remembered Yi and Amber. "What about my mount? Where is he?" If Yi and Amber were here, they would surely be by his bedside all the time. Still at the turbulent watch outpost. "Without a pact between you and the tiger, there was no way we could bring him out here. But I've arranged for him to be taken to our outpost, so when you get better you can go see him." Lu Yi knew nothing about making pacts, But he had spent enough time in the battlefield to know that some sort of prerequisite condition needed to be met for a form of transmission to occur between the real world and the battlefield. Nevertheless, with Yi accompanying Amber, there was nothing much to be worried about. Being at the Crimson Blood Sect outpost should be safe enough. Lu Yi examined himself. His spiritual power had been fully depleted, but having endured this before, he wasn't too worried. While his body recovered, so would his spiritual power, and that looked like it was going to take some time, for Lu Yi then discovered that he was now wrapped up like a spring roll. Aside from his eyes, nose and mouth, every other part of him was pretty much bandaged with not even a square inch of his skin exposed. At Sister Shui Yuan's doing, that was not the only thing he was wrapped in. A soft and tender layer of energy enveloped him firmly, eliciting an endless wave of soreness, pain, and even itchiness. The methodology was a match of how Wuxia used to heal him, although she used wood elemental powers, while Sister Shui Yuan's powers were of the water element. The spiritual powers of these two elements held great healing properties since both wood and water are vital to the nurturing of natural life. That would mean that Sister Shui Yuan must be a medical cultivator too. But Sister Wei Yang and Brother Li Baxian were nowhere in sight. The same could be said for their mentor Tang Yifeng and one more brother, or sister-in-arms which he had not yet met. Sister Wei Yang had mentioned to him before that she was the first student, and if Sister Shui Yuan and Brother Baxian were the second and fourth students respectively, that would mean that Lu Yi still had one more senior. 2 hours later, Sister Shui Yuan stopped channeling her powers. "Stay put," she instructed. "Just give me a call if you need anything. I'll be just outside." "Yes," Lu Yi replied softly. Shui Yuan rose from her chair and strode out of the chamber. She shut the door behind her back. Then she paused to think. She tapped on the battlefield imprint on her arm and delivered a message that said, "He's safe now." At the same time, somewhere where the provinces of Bingzhou and Yunzhou intersected, this was within the circle of Thousand Demon Ridge influence, but that did not stop Tang Yifeng from coming all the way here. The Grand Master of the Crimson Blood Sect was hovering in the air, radiating torrents of spiritual power that gradually calmed like a storm reaching its end. Below his feet was a swath of rubble and debris that formerly formed parts of the stronghold of a Thousand Demon Ridge sect known as Weiberwolfenstein. Close to being single-handedly slaughtered by Tang Yifeng alone, most of the sect's membership now lay bloodied and lifeless under the heaps of fallen walls and collapsed ceilings. As a mere Tier 6 sect, Weiberwolfenstein's best comprised only a handful of real Lake Realm cultivators, whose puny might could barely hope to match Tang Yifeng's. That they managed to prevent the full decimation of the whole sect was only because of the quick thinking of some of the members who managed to slip into the Spirit Creek battlefield to escape imminent doom. But there was little doubt that Weiberwolfenstein's tier would be taking a deep dive come the next assessment. A flash of light approached from afar at great speeds. Before it ever got close, a voice thundered, "Are you seeking death, Tang Yifeng?" The Grand Master of the Crimson Blood Sect said nothing. As a response, he morphed into a flash of light himself, piercing through the skies in pursuit. The two figures fought in a blurry whirl of fists and kicks. Whoever it was, he was not feeling pleased at all. Tang Yifeng was displaying strength that Thousand Demon Ridge had never seen before. In just a matter of seconds, the newcomer knew that he would never win. Hence he fled. Tang Yifeng watched the newcomer leave. There was no need to give chase. As much as he could defeat and kill his enemy, doing so would only consume more time. Yunzhou was after all within the circle of influence of the Thousand Demon Ridge faction, and more Divine Ocean Realm champions must be on their way here. He immediately flew away. Weiberwolfenstein was hardly the only one that came under attack. Still on this day, 3,000 Demon Ridge sects in Yunzhou sustained heavy losses on Tang Yifeng's account, and Weiberwolfenstein was the one that got the brunt of the Grand Master of the Crimson Blood Sect's full wrath, with almost every real Lake Realm cultivator slain, and more than half of its crop of Cloud River Realm cultivators put to the sword. Such was the terror that a spell cultivator in full rage could wreak more so. A spell cultivator who was a Divine Ocean Realm champion with powers and deadliness few in the world could match. The Thousand Demon Ridge had to marshal a force of more than a dozen Divine Ocean Realm champions, and even with such odds, Tang Yifeng managed to defend himself before he escaped with serious injuries himself. But before he escaped, he left a message. One that was loud and clear enough. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on another one of his students ever again, He would come, and more death and destruction would ensue, the dignity of being an elder or not. The Thousand Demon Ridge faction was still reeling over their defeat at the Battle of Golden Tip, and now this? It was manifestly clear enough that Tang Yifeng was exacting this reprisal for the slight they had caused his student. The 3 sects and orders that he laid waste to each had played a part in the Battle of Golden Tip. They had awakened the sleeping giant who had been slumbering for years, and his emergence once more sent jolts of fear and panic down the spines of many thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders. In the meantime, Lu Yi was sitting on his bed inside his room. He was amazed by Sister Shui Yuan's prowess in healing. In just 2 days, the pain and soreness from the heavy injuries he received were nearly gone. He might still be all wrapped up like a spring roll, but he really was feeling better now. She had been feeding him some sort of strange potion, which tasted considerably better, compared to the concoctions of that sadistic Hua Xi's, the terrible odor of which never stopped making him vomit. To help regain his spiritual power, he was fed a spiritual pill. As he digested it, he channeled his cultivation discipline with glyph. Gathering spirits activated. That was when he discovered something troubling. His spiritual power had become impure. Even as he now gathered fresh spiritual power, the contamination still existed, if not worse than before. He could barely help it. He had consumed too many spirit pills during the Battle of Golden Tip. While most of them were high-quality pills, there really wasn't any way for him to prevent being affected by the accumulated toxins. To solve this quandary, Lu Yi would need to restore the Tree of Glyph's ability to consume away the toxic in his body, although the how of it was what befuddled him at the moment. But that would be a question for a later time. What mattered most right now was getting back to good health first. He needed to get back into the battlefield and get Amber. He must be worried sick about him right now. Bang! The door swung open, nearly ripping off its hinges and taking Lu Yi by surprise. He looked and saw a large bed coming in upright through the threshold. It was Sister Shui Yuan trying to lift the bed in despite her petite frame. Being taken care of by her for the past few days was enough for Lu Yi to understand that Sister Shui Yuan was a gentle and kind woman, unlike Hua Xi, who might wear her damsel-in-distress facade like a mask to disguise how cunning and devious she could be. In fact, she had been so attentive in her care of him that Lu Yi was wondering if he was her long-lost son, long separated since birth. That said, nothing explained the reason behind how angry she looked as she carried the bed into the chamber. Sister Shui Yuan? What is this? Surely she's not thinking of wanting to take care of him day and night. She flashed him a sweet smile and said to him softly, "Don't you worry about it. Just rest." "Oh, okay." She tossed the bed aside and magically produced a set of sheets and blankets from somewhere that left Lu Yi gawking in stunned silence. She made the bed before she swiveled around and scowled coldly at the open door. "Come on, get in here. Are you feeling embarrassed?" Only then did Lu Yi realize that there was someone else outside. He tried looking, but he found no one, hence he could only throw furtive and quizzical glances at Shui Yuan. "You either come in or I'm gonna be making you come in," she snorted crossly. "Ahem." A gruff cough came from outside the door. "Is this how you speak to me in front of your junior fellow student?" An elderly man stepped into the chamber, looking stern as he stroked his beard. Enter Tang Yifeng, the Grand Master of the sect and their mentor. The whites of Lu Ye's eyes trembled. He got up at once. But before he could stand up, he nearly lost his balance and fell. Tang Yifeng rushed forward and held him. Their eyes met. Lu Yi could see the guilt in his eyes. The aged, wrinkled lips of the old man quivered as all myriads of emotions condensed into one short sentence. "Much you have endured, my child." He did not expect this, nor did he wish this to happen to Lu Yi the day he accepted him as a student. It was a debt the Crimson Blood sect incurred, and Lu Yi, as a fresh recruit who had not even laid eyes on the door of the stronghold before, should not have borne the brunt of, which had nearly cost his life, alone. For the past few months he knew that Lu Yi was alive. But he lacked the manpower for a battlefield-wide search to find him. He had Shui Yuan roped in several independents that he knew and pleaded for their assistance in tracking down Lu Yi. But the battlefield was a huge haystack, and finding Lu Yi, the proverbial needle in this case, was a job that no low-tier independents could easily complete. Humanity's great sage. Chapter 171 The Three Stooges. Grand Master of the Crimson Blood Sect, Tang Yifeng, knew little about the life of his young student in the battlefield, but he saw with his own eyes the many cuts, abrasions, lacerations, and bruises that modeled the body of the 16-or-so-year-old Lu Yi when Shui Yuan was dressing his wounds. He did not neglect to note that several of the wounds could have killed Lu Yi. That was enough for him to know how dangerous life had been for Lu Yi for the past 6 months. That his youngest student had to endure such hardships and perils, Tang Yifeng could only blame himself. He attributed it all to his incompetence, and to vent his anger, he went a rampage into Yunzhou right after Lu Yi came back. At least, he needed to ensure that no injustice like what happened at the top of Golden Tip would ever repeat. The Thousand Demon Ridge faction clearly needed a reminder that he was still Grand Master of the Crimson Blood Sect, and so long as he still lived, he would never allow his students to suffer the threat of death and humiliation for nothing. To that end, he even exposed his true power that he had kept hidden for at least decades. Back inside the chamber where Lu Yi was still recuperating, Tang Yifeng placed a hand on his youngest student. "It's good that you are safe and you're back here now, son. Have a good rest," he beamed proudly. "Yes, sir," Lu Yi responded reverently. Nevertheless, he was very curious. Tang Yifeng looked absolutely beat up with all the bruises and swells that littered his face. Was he doling out the beating, or was he actually on the receiving end? But that would explain the bed that Sister Shui Yuan was carrying in earlier. "So are you coming here yourself, or do you need me to give you a hand?" Shui Yuan barked sharply. Tang Yifeng got to his feet and dismissed it with a casual smile. "It's just some light wounds. Like I said, there's no need to Teacher," Lu Yi cried as he watched so much blood spewing out of Tang Yifeng's mouth all of a sudden that all colors left his face. Tang Yifeng struggled to maintain a grin. "No problem. It's just some clotted blood inside. Once it's out, I'll arg." Shui Yuan drifted over at once and whisked Tang Yifeng off into the other bed to administer some healing magic and stabilize his condition. At length she grumbled, albeit with her eyes red and moist that belied her thorny temperament, "Quit pretending you're strong. Sooner or later you'll get yourself killed out there. How do you suppose we'll be able to collect your dead body then?" Funnily enough, Tang Yifeng did not seem to dare chastise her. All he could do was grumble and lament about his misfortune at having such a disrespectful student. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was frightened by Shui Yuan's rapid change in demeanor. Suddenly, Sister Shui Yuan, who had been so gentle and soft with him, did not look so gentle and soft after all. Sister Shui Yuan had only just finished her chores of babysitting both Tang Yifeng and Lu Yi when a voice began hollering from outside, "Hey, old man. Sister Shui Yuan? I'm back." Lu Yi recognized the voice. "Is that Brother Baxian?" he called. A tall and rangy figure appeared at the door. It really was Li Baxian. Their eyes met. Li Baxian flashed Lu Yi a grin, only to fall face down into the ground amid a puff of dust and soot the next second, much to everyone's shock. "Brother Baxian? Are you all right?" Lu Yi exclaimed. Li Baxian rolled himself around and sat on the ground. He flashed Lu Yi a thumbs up, saying, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." Shui Yuan, who had just finished tucking Tang Yifeng into bed, came around in the blink of an eye. She seized Li Baxian by the scruff of his neck and surveyed him briefly. A tinge of annoyance fleeted by her stare. "What in heaven's name did you get yourself into?" Li Baxian beamed broadly at Shui Yuan. "Well, at any rate, I've given Yanxing a good walloping myself. The honor of the sect is intact." Although he immediately blacked out the next second, Shui Yuan delved into round of tucking in another one that needed her care and help. She only finished 2 hours later, standing at the ends of the 3 beds, observing her handiwork with beads of perspiration lining her face and her limbs weighing like lead after all the work. But that did not stop her from grinning. It has been years since the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold had been so boisterous. That began Lu Ye's bizarre and awkward stint in the chamber with his mentor Tang Yifeng to his right, and brother Li Baxian to his left, while all 3 stooges recuperated together. 3 of 4 members of the Crimson Blood Sect were bedridden, and that left only Shui Yuan to deal with all the chores alone. 3 more giant tubs were added to the chamber 2 days later, each steaming with an emerald green concoction filled to the brim. Tang Yifeng, Li Baxian, and Lu Yi were placed in their respective tubs, so they could soak in the concoction that would help to heal them. The concoction was Shui Yuan's very own creation, a medicinal draught that would work tremendously well for their injuries. In the meantime, Lu Yi discovered that his hair had turned shorter than he last remembered it to be when his bandages were removed. It must have been singed by the flames during his final round against the sacred child of cult Blackfire. Fortunately, he had not become bald, or he would have to find a hole to worm into whenever he saw anyone. But most of his external wounds had all healed, all thanks to Shui Yuan's extraordinary healing skills. The last few days being in the same chamber with Li Baxin and Tang Yifeng had helped to deepen his knowledge about the sect's history. Before his arrival, there was only Tang Yifeng and Shui Yuan. But even with him, the entire sect was just the three of them. To describe the sect as dwindling was more than just a mere understatement. No wonder the sect was about to be defunct. Li Baxin might have been a Crimson Blood sect acolyte back when he was still a young boy, but he later joined the devoted ones. Apparently, the same could be said for the third Crimson Blood sect acolyte. He was also recruited into another order despite being once an acolyte of the sect a long time ago. On the other hand, Lu Yi had not seen Wei Yang since he woke up. He tried speaking to Li Baxin about her, but all he got was a cryptic "she's the mysterious kind" speech. But it only served to substantiate the feeling that Li Baxin was trying to hide something, and this was puzzling enough. No matter what, Lu Yi wished to thank Wei Yang himself. She was the first to come, and it was her timely intervention that saved him. But Li Baxin did explain why a Crimson Blood sect acolyte like him was so vehemently hunted down. And it was all because of an incredible person who was once a Crimson Blood sect member. The first acolyte of the sect's present generation and Tang Yifeng's first student, Feng Wujiang. It was by his leadership that the Crimson Blood sect was once the leading order in the Grand Sky Coalition. A call to arms by the sect would lead to a huge muster of all Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. That demonstrated how powerful and influential the sect was in its heyday, a name that commanded both the respect and fear of its peers. Every sect and order in the Thousand Demon Ridge cowered the moment they heard his name or saw the standard of the Crimson Blood sect unfurled. A few Tier 1 orders had even suffered so many losses that they were no longer Tier 1. Cult Blackfire was one of the many ones in this case. That was why the Sacred Child would rather stake her own future, and the cults just so that she could defeat and slay Lu Yi with her own hands. It was the overinflated sense of self-worth and hubris that ruined him. He turned vain and stubborn, refusing to listen to the caution of others, until a battle 30 years ago. He led a large company of cultivators to conduct an ill-advised assault on a Tier 1000 Demon Ridge stronghold. It was an ambush. Feng Wujiang was killed and the Grand Sky Coalition lost many good men. That defeat was what almost extirpated the Crimson Blood sect. It was due to that fateful battle that the decline of the Crimson Blood sect began and continued to this day. Once the pride and the banner of the Grand Sky Coalition, those who had suffered the sect's wrath all those decades ago were circumspect to see its existence preserved. Hence, when Lu Ye's identity was revealed, that sparked a great war. That is why this is not your burden to bear, Lu Yi. Brother Wujiang was the architect of all this mess, not you, quipped a naked Li Baxin who was leaning his back on the side of the tub with an arm on the edge while he took a swig of wine off his gourd. Well, there's also old man. He failed to keep the show running after Brother Wujiang was gone. He did not neglect to add, "As if you know everything," snorted the old man from Lu Ye's other flank. "You're still soiling your pants when all that happened." I'd hardly rely on his account for the full details, Tang Yifeng added for Lu Ye's benefit. The Crimson Blood sect was never a high-tier order in the first place. It was Wujiang who single-handedly elevated us all. He's the sole reason we're even Tier 1 back in those days. Thus, with him gone, so falls the sect. He's an extraordinarily gifted one, that boy. But alas, fate just tends to act in the cruelest fashion. Wujiang was killed and the only legacy that he's managed to leave was a sackload of mess. Extraordinarily gifted, eh? Li Baxin chuckled. What do you think about Lu Yi then? Tang Yifeng went silent. Comparing Feng Wujiang and Lu Yi would not be easy. The former might be known as an extremely gifted cultivator, but he was virtually nameless in Lu Ye's stage. In fact, he accomplished nothing remarkable until he reached the Cloud River realm when the late bloomer suddenly had a growth spurt that saw him rising in both strength and prestige to become the Grand Chieftain of the Grand Sky Coalition. Yi, Tang Yifeng said with a sudden grave tone, mistaking Lu Ye's name. Much to Lu Ye's chagrin, you will need to be very careful henceforth. The Battle of Golden Tip might have made you famous, but it basically placed you in the enemy's crosshairs. The last thing the Thousand Demon Rich faction wants is a second Feng Wujiang. If anything, they'd be more persistent in trying to eliminate you. Tang Yifeng's original plan was to have Lu Yi transferred to another sect or order. But the Battle of Golden Tip had made Lu Yi famous enough to know that he was now the newest face of the sect, and the one slated to reach great heights. Lu Ye's jaw hung loose. He wanted to insist that his name was not Yi or Lu Yi, but the grimness of the message robbed what he wanted to say. Yes, sir, he responded. Lu Shan. He grimaced sourly as he recalled the name of the righteous sect acolyte who gave him this thrice-damned nickname. I'll settle this score with you one day. But you won't have much to worry about, Lu Yi, Li Baxian said, hoping that he could calm some of Lu Ye's anxiety. 2 days ago, old man, sent a loud and clear message. Something like the Battle of Golden Tip will not be happening again so long as old man is still Grandmaster. Even if the Thousand Demon Rich faction wishes ill upon you, which they would undoubtedly, they will still have to play by the rules. Rules. That is, what happens inside the outer circles of the battlefield is a matter handled by those within the area itself. There won't be another instance of enemy cultivators from the inner ring or core areas of the battlefield trying to hunt you down anymore. Another turbulence like this most recent war would not only risk destabilizing the whole battlefield, but the real world of Zhou as well. The coalition and the Ridge might be opposing factions that would salivate at the opportunity to vanquish each other, but rules exist which would have been adhered this time too if not for the fact that the Thousand Demon Ridge side was panicking. Lu Yi nodded. That was good news. Being a fifth-order cultivator would mean that he could still wreak enough havoc in the outer circles before he rose to the seventh order. Only then did he have to move to the inner rings of the battlefield. Bang! The door swung open like someone had given it a heavy kick from the outside, and in the open threshold, cryptic mists billowed, obscuring the clear sight of whoever it was standing there menacingly. The cold and steely voice of Shui Yuan resounded eerily. Who is drinking? Li Baxian stiffly swiveled his head and responded hesitantly. And no one. You're so badly wounded, how dare you drink liquor now? I told you before, no drinking during your recuperation. So you love to drink, eh? Alright. Have your way then. Shui Yuan stormed up to Li Baxian's tub, rolled up her sleeves and grabbed his head, dunking it into the concoction and holding him down. Gurgle. 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 Lu Yi and Tang Yifeng both shared a furtive glance, and in tacit unison, they sank themselves deeper into the potion with only their eyes above the water level with hopes that they would be left alone. She's scary. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 172, Legate in Charge. Lu Ye's injuries had almost fully healed by the 7th day. A feat that could not have been possible without Shui Yuan's skillful hands. Even the condition of his spiritual power had improved. The daily intake of medicine and bathing in herbal potions had helped to reduce the toxins in his body. Shui Yuan must have realized the problem and included this matter in the regimen of treatment she performed on him. Last but not least was Shui Yuan's masterful cooking skills. She could turn medicinal herbs that tasted bland or bitter into a dish of sumptuous food which was not only amazingly delicious, but also immensely nourishing that, after a few days, made Lu Yi feel his vigor improving, if not enhancing. But all the love and care were not without reason. Lu Yi was the newest recruit. In fact, he was the only recruit the Crimson Blood sect had seen in recent decades, and he had to endure being hunted down like a dog before the Battle of Golden Tip, which made Shui Yuan feel that she owed Lu Yi a lot of love and care. On the other hand, Li Baxian was showered with scorn and ridicule for coming over this side to get a free meal and free treatment for his wounds. Sister Shui Yuan did not stop giving him a piece of her own mind every now and then, especially during mealtimes. The Crimson Blood sect might have been a shadow of itself from decades ago, but that did not mean that they were lacking in resources and supplies. They might not be enough for high-tier cultivators, but they were definitely helpful to Lu Yi, who was still progressing up the ranks of the Spirit Creek realm. It was noon in the Sanctum of Tranquility that sat on the summit of Fortitude. The summit of Fortitude was one of 100 mountain peaks that sat within the wide and spacious Crimson Blood sect grounds, and in their heyday were teeming with scores of acolytes thronging about when the sect was still a hive of activity. But a long time had passed since then, and most of the mountain peaks had all been abandoned, leaving only the summit of Fortitude as the only one still being used. The summit was where Tang Yifeng and Shui Yuan usually lived. Once set up on another mountain summit called the Summit of Tranquility, the Sanctum of Tranquility housed the many memorial plaques that belonged to every Crimson Blood sect cultivator who had passed on since the founding of the sect. Lu Yi was kneeling solemnly before the tens of thousands of memorial plaques with Shui Yuan, and Li Baxian quietly standing in a corner. Tang Yifeng planted 3 incense sticks into the brazier that stood before the multitude of memorial plaques, and bowed very reverently. I am Tang Yifeng, 10th Grand Master of the Crimson Blood sect. To the forebears of the sect, here I present native of Bingzhou Lu Yi. Kind of heart and noble of soul, he demonstrates fortitude and strength, talent and heroism. The Long Pian left Lu Yi bashfully awkward. Hence on this day, it is my honor to offer Lu Yi a place as a member of the Crimson Blood sect. May the forebears watch upon you and keep you safe. He turned around and faced Lu Yi. Pensively he said, from this day onwards, you are hereby a true initiate of the Crimson Blood sect. You will strive to live up to the name of the Crimson Blood sect, and you will do nothing to dishonor it. May our forebears shower their blessings on you. That. Tang Yifeng paused for 1 second and tapped gently on Lu Ye's head. You shall remain safe at all times. Lu Yi did not have to be a genius to guess that more words of praise and ambition must have been uttered under usual circumstances. But with only just the 3 of them, there was hardly any place nor need for exaggeration. What mattered more to Tang Yifeng, especially after the Battle of Golden Tip, was something else. Lu Ye's well-being. Yes, sir. Lu Yi responded crisply, bowing deeply. A half-year ago, when Lu Yi and Tang Yifeng came under attack, the latter had made an oath with heaven as his witness that Lu Yi was recognized as an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. But since the oath was made hastily, the ceremony today was to properly acknowledge Lu Yi as a real member of the family. Lu Yi gazed at the tens of thousands of memorial plaques, feeling as if the predecessors of the sect were all watching him. He stood up slowly. This was the first time this loner felt that he belonged. I belong here. From this day hence, this is where I belong. He wanted so much to exclaim that out loud. Congratulations, Brother Lu Yi. Li Baxian beamed at him. Brother Baxian. Lu Yi bowed deeply, not only to convey his gratitude for Li Baxian's painstaking efforts to make sure that he survived during the Battle of Golden Tip, but also as a form of respect. Sister Shui Yuan. Lu Yi bowed to Shui Yuan as well. Shui Yuan could feel her eyes throbbing with redness. Li Baxian was still a young child when the Crimson Blood sects fell from grace, but not her. Seeing the Crimson Blood sect falling into ruin was a huge blow to her, and seeing Lu Yi now being officially inducted invoked memories of the bright and young faces of new recruits so eager to join the sect back when the sect's name was still filled with pride and loftiness. The Crimson Blood sect of old. Oh, how majestic it was! Shui Yuan approached Lu Yi at a slow pace and took his right hand. Then she produced a seal. The object glimmered with the bright luminescence of a miniature sun the moment it appeared. Next, after a deep breath, she declared coyly, Keeper of the seal and an 11th generation acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect, Shui Yuan invokes the heavens as witness. I hereby appoint 11th generation acolyte Lu Yi as the legate in charge of the Crimson Blood sect outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield. With this seal, so I swear. She stamped the seal on the back of Lu Ye's hand. Everyone could feel the otherworldly sensation of the heavens acknowledging the oath. It was done. Lu Yi could feel his very own self shuddering. He stared at Shui Yuan incredulously. Sister Shui Yuan, what was that all about? Every sect or order has a legate and a deputy in charge of the running of its outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield. I, for instance, am the legate in charge of the Devoted One's outpost, explained Li Baxian. Being legate gives you the responsibility of keeping the outpost safe from invasions, and it also affords you privileges. It will take a long time to glean through the details. I'll give you a jade slip containing thorough information about what the job entails. You'll understand better then. With you and Sister Shui Yuan being the only 11th generation acolytes left, Sister Shui Yuan could only rely on you to watch over the outpost, brother. A real Lake Realm cultivator like her could not enter the battlefield as freely as you could, so the burden is yours to bear, I'm afraid. The outpost is not important, Shui Yuan added. I'm only appointing you as legate so that you can enter and exit the battlefield more easily. You're still in the Spirit Creek realm, and the battlefield is still the best place for you to cultivate your power and hone your skills. But hasn't the outpost fallen into enemy hands? Lu Yi asked incredulously. He thought that with his identity now virtually public knowledge, the outpost should have come under attack by now. It used to be so until there were no benefits to be reaped, said Li Baxian. There's nothing there for anyone to plunder anymore. To say nothing about that beast. So long as it is still there, no one from the outer ring of the battlefield could possibly capture the outpost. The situation at the outpost is kind of complicated, added Shui Yuan. At the moment, it's mostly independents who gather around there. Those were the ones I used to help find out about you, although none of them managed to locate you. Whether you want to keep the independents there is up to you, Lu Yi. There is a handful that you could place your trust in, although the rest I'm not too sure about. Lu Yi bobbed his head. There was too much he did not know about the outpost, so there was hardly any need to make any hasty decisions. That could wait until he had a better look at the place. With Li Baxian as a fellow legate in charge, he could always rely on him for advice. By the way, that pet tiger of yours has safely arrived at the outpost, according to the turbulent watchman who sent him there. The tiger will be there when you go to the outpost. All right, I'm heading there now, Lu Yi said at once. Very well. Come with me, said Shui Yuan. She led Lu Yi to another chamber called the Sanctum of Providence. The strongholds of every sect and order each had a Sanctum of Providence of their own, one in the main stronghold and the other at the outpost within the battlefield, each with a divine opportunity column. Some called the sanctum the most important of all chambers in every stronghold, for the column was how acolytes entered and exited the battlefield. So during an invasion, securing the sanctum was usually one of the most important objectives, whether for the defense or the offense. Lu Yi placed his hand on the column, as instructed by Shui Yuan. It reminded him of the first time he entered the battlefield. The moment he felt a tremor coming from the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand as it resonated with the column, the entire world around him warped into a blurry whirl. Remember to get a pack from the column, once you get to that side for your pet. Shui Yuan's voice came from somewhere around his ears. In the blink of an eye, everything was clear again. Only this time, he found himself standing in a wide and spacious chamber with no one else around. He peered at the divine opportunity column. He could feel a connection between the column and his battlefield imprint, possibly because of his identity now as an actual Crimson Blood sect acolyte and legate in charge of this outpost. But that was not all. The column held something more. Something intangible that he could feel but not yet quite describe, although he sensed that he, as legate in charge, could alter and manipulate. As for how, that would need time to master and get accustomed to. He did not want to try anything yet. At the moment, he had too much to learn and he should wait for more information from Li Baxian. His first order of business was to get to Amber as soon as possible. He must be worried sick about him. He stepped out of the sanctum and into the sunlight, basking in its welcoming and cheery warmth. Then he looked up and noticed something peculiar. The passage of time in the Spirit Creek battlefield and the real world outside seemed to be similar. That was when his peripheral vision caught someone looking at him. Lu Ye's hand instinctively reached for his weapon, only to find that nothing was there. He remembered it now. His saber had been shattered beyond repair. He looked around. A few cultivators were giving him dubious and surprised stares, and all of them posed no threat. They were only third and fourth orders at best. They must be the independents Shui Yuan had told him about. With the outpost abandoned for decades, this place had turned into a safe haven where many independents gathered, turning the surrounding areas into a large bazaar. And the independents had the sense to not focus their activities around the sanctum of providence of the outpost. Much of the bazaar was spread around the outer compounds where none of the noise and mess would get anywhere near. That was the least the independents could do as a form of respect to the Crimson Blood sect and avoid antagonizing any of the members. Without any form of support, independents had to scrape for a living in the harsh environments of the battlefield. Those who could survive only managed because they had become experienced enough in the ways of the world and the attendant vagaries and subtleties. For this reason, no independents would knowingly choose to offend any member of a militant sect or order. The independents that resided in the bazaar of the Crimson Blood sect outpost knew that the outpost had been abandoned for decades. That someone just stepped out of the sanctum of Providence was something barely any of them had seen before. Lu Yi stood there for a few seconds. Then he heard the familiar sound of a tiger. He spun around and sped in the direction where it was coming from. He arrived at a wide square where the first thing he saw was the white furry girth of Amber. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 173, Bonding Pact. But the reunion wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. A monstrous eagle of gigantic size was towering over Amber, and it was eyeing the tiger as if deciding if the tiger was food. Even with Amber's already massive girth, it appeared as tiny as a little cat next to the graphite-coated behemothic avian predator which could fully grasp Amber in its claws. That was just how colossal this eagle was. Lu Yi immediately recalled what Li Baxin told him. The Crimson Blood sect outpost might be undefended by any of the sect's members, but the reason that it was still unconquered by any of the other forces from the outposts in the battlefield's outer ring was because of a ferocious beast. Clearly, this eagle must be it. But since Sister Shui Yuan and Brother Baxin had not told him much about this eagle, that must mean that it would not be a threat to him, at least not a big one. Bearing that in mind, Lu Yi quickly rushed forward to referee the situation. The eagle was quick to notice him. It studied him with such a gaze that almost said that Lu Yi was a walking piece of meat. Meanwhile, Amber quickly wheeled around and stood between Lu Yi and the eagle protectively. Only then did Lu Yi realize that Amber was not alone. Another cultivator was just beside him and he was looking at a complete loss for what to do. "Are you one of the turbulent watchmen?" Lu Yi asked. By his reckoning, this cultivator was at least a ninth order who had learned at least an earth-grade discipline, or he would have lacked the skills and strength to see to Amber's safe arrival here. "I am," said the watchman, nodding. "Greetings," Lu Yi saluted, "and my deepest gratitude for your help in bringing my tiger here." "I was just on the way," the watchman smiled. He studied Lu Yi and remarked, "Impressive. Allow me to congratulate you and express my admiration for your daring due at the top of Golden Tip." "You are too kind, sir," Lu Yi muttered bashfully. But he was annoyed at the same time. "Gods be damned. Looks like this thing is going to be sticking on me for the rest of my life." They exchanged a few more words before the watchman took his leave on the pretext of running some errands. But that did not stop Lu Yi from feeling grateful. Repeating his thanks once more, Lu Yi watched him until he was gone. Then he looked up to find the eagle still staring at him. The gigantic bird lowered and gave Lu Yi a couple of gentle pecks on his head that felt like a pair of taps that Lu Yi did not know the reason for, before the bird flapped its albatross-like wingspan and took into the sky, landing at the top of a mountain peak not far away. Amber was only too happy to see the eagle gone. He finally patted over and rubbed his big head on Lu Yi affectionately. "Come. Let's show you the Crimson Blood sect stronghold." Lu Yi patted Amber's head, saying to him as well as to Yi. They ignored the curious and dubious stares from the independents and made a beeline straight back inside the sanctum of Providence of the outpost, where they stopped just in front of the Divine Opportunity column. Sister Shui Yuan had reminded him about getting a bonding pact, although she did not explain how. He paused and wondered, then he said aloud, "Acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect Lu Yi, hereby requests for a bonding pact." The battlefield imprint on the back of his hand glowed, and he felt a warm sensation before a rush of unknown information that he had never seen before crammed into his mind. Then he saw what a bonding pact was in his mind. A piece of animal hide parchment. That must be it. The bonding pact which allowed cultivators to forge a spiritual bond between themselves and their spirit beasts. That way, spirit beasts could come and go freely with the respective cultivators they were bonded to. Amber, for instance, had always been a spirit beast born in the battlefield. Hence, he could never leave the battlefield and into the real world of Jojo without a bonding pact. It looked awfully similar to the sacred pact Li Baxin used at the Battle of Golden Tip. But sacred pacts or bonding pacts, they must come from somewhere. So where exactly? Why could it only be created by heavens? How do the heavens operate exactly? A stream of strange questions loomed in Lu Ye's mind. But there was no need to trouble himself with such matters at the moment. Whatever the truth was, it must be something of the utmost secrecy, and he needed to become stronger before he could unravel the truths himself. In the meantime, requesting a bonding pact was not free. It cost Lu Yi 100 contribution points, although Lu Yi only knew about the price from the stream of information that surged into his mind. He examined his battlefield imprint. Name Lu Yi. Identity: Acolyte of the Crimson Blood Sect. Cultivation: 64 spiritual points. Position: the Spirit Creek battlefield. Contribution points: 943. He could barely confess to being satisfied. There had been little progress in his cultivation. He had unlocked his 63rd spiritual point back when he fought and slew Dong Shuyi. The days that ensued that fateful battle did not allow him the chance to focus on training and meditation. He had been busy running from his pursuers and killing anyone unlucky enough to have caught up. That would explain the huge increase in his contribution points tally. The last time he checked the tally after he had killed Dong Shuyi, the amount was hardly 400. But now it looked like he could reach 1,000 any time. The why of it needed no guessing. He had fought a whopping 43 consecutive rounds of solo combat at the crest of Golden Tip and had killed at least 30 of his opponents. Aside from the first opponent who was a 5th order, the rest of the poor souls who had died by his saber were all 6th orders, each of them worth 12 points apiece. That last round itself had earned him 21 points. If the Battle of Golden Tip alone had garnered him about 360 plus points, then the rest must have come from the kills he had gotten during his flight. Yet despite being within a spitting distance of reaching the 1,000th point mark, Lu Yi knew how difficult it had been for him to scrape all these points. Each and every point was a testament to how far he had come and how much blood, sweat, and tears he had put in, and 100 points for the bonding pact was not a price that he would consider as cheap. However, he was comforted by the fact that he had not been alone. Yi and Amber's presence had been both reassuring and very crucial throughout their journey, especially during the short-lived war when he was hunted by virtually every enemy cultivator in the battlefield. Therefore, the bonding pact was something that he felt obliged to procure for Amber and Yi's sake, whether it was 100 points or even 1,000. With his mind, he quietly agreed to the payment. A cream-white vortex swirled just in front of the Divine Opportunity column, and Lu Yi noticed that 100 contribution points had been deducted from his tally. Curiously, he reached his hand into the vortex and felt his fingers wrapping around something stiff and wide. He pulled it out. It was an ancient-looking parchment made of animal hide. The bonding pact. Knowing how to use it now from the information supplied to him just moments ago, Lu Yi bit his thumb and left a mark on the parchment before injecting some of his spiritual powers into it, and putting it between him and an incredulous Amber who obviously did not know what was going on. The animal skin parchment burst into flames. The fire consumed the parchment and elongated into a ring that rose into the air and landed on the ground with Amber right at its center. Then it shrunk and the ring of flames melded into the tiger. Amber understood nothing of it, but he didn't resist. The fire was not scalding him at all. When the ring of fire was completely gone, Lu Yi could feel a bond between him and Amber. He could sense the tiger's position within a small distance and Lu Yi could better guess his mind now. Interesting thing, this bonding pact, he mused. Without further ado, Lu Yi brought Amber back to the Jojo Crimson Blood Sect stronghold with him. It was only after he had left that several heads popped out of the sides of the sanctum's entrance to find that it was empty. That was Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect, and he has come. News of Lu Ye's appearance in the outpost began to sweep across the whole bazaar, leaving many independents apprehensive. Shui Yuan and Li Baxian were waiting in the main stronghold Sanctum of Providence when Lu Yi came back with Amber. The first thing that Li Baxian asked when he saw Lu Yi was, "Have you met Biki?" Biki? Lu Yi was flabbergasted, although he was quick to realize that Li Baxian was referring to that monstrous eagle. Cringing at the name, his eyes twitched. Wait, who gave it that name? That such a magnificent beast should be given a name as frivolous as Biki was just. Biki is the spirit pet that Brother Wujiang kept all those years ago, Li Baxian explained, chuckling. After he left the battlefield, Biki stayed around the outpost. That's why Sister Shuyan told you that there's nothing to be worried about. The outpost is nothing but a bare and empty fort, and with Beaky around, the usual ragtag of outer ring forces wouldn't dare to invade. He tossed Lu Yi a jade slip. Inside is pretty much everything you'll need to know about the outpost. Just go through it when you're free. As legate, there will still be benefits in focusing much of your training in the outpost, especially since you're still a long way behind. Lu Yi nodded as he fingered the jade slip. Then he remembered something. He patted Amber's head and said, "Come out and say hi to Sister Shui Yuan and Brother Baxian." The latter two stared quizzically at the tiger, not knowing what was going on, although their curious expressions turned into that of amazement. Yi slowly materialized. Coyly, she greeted them. Hello Sister Shui and Brother Baxian." She did not know how she should be addressing them both, so she thought she might as well just follow Lu Yi. Yi had not shown herself at all during the Battle of Golden Tip, chiefly because she would not only be useless but also as an apparition. Her appearance in public would have been inappropriate. But right now, with only Shui Yuan and Li Baxian present, everyone was family. Li Baxian stared at her before he gave Lu Yi a grin that all men would understand. Nudging him playfully, "Good job, brother." Lu Yi hastily explained, "Yi's the spirit that lives inside Amber. Both she and Amber have been very crucial and helpful to me." "Spirit?" uttered Shui Yuan with interest. She had never seen anything like Yi before. She strode nearer to Yi and poked at her arm gently. To her surprise, Yi felt as corporeal as a living human being, although she could see how unique Yi was, being a spirit that could transition between having a corporeal and an incorporeal body. Being ogled by both Shui Yuan and Li Baxian made Yi nervous, and she cast anxious glances at Lu Yi, tacitly calling for help. Shui Yuan patted her head. "You're Lu Ye's family, so that makes you our family too. You are one of us and this is your home, all right?" Those words had such weight and significance that Yi stared at her for a few seconds, her eyes turning red and moist before she bobbed her head vigorously. "I have a home too. I have a home too, finally," she thought, reminiscing the time she encountered Lu Yi and how thankful she was to have chosen to come with him. Meanwhile, Li Baxian gave Lu Yi a knowing look and signaled for them to talk outside. Lu Yi followed closely behind. They walked out of the stronghold sanctum and Li Baxian said, "Well, under normal circumstances, you would be assigned a tutor to supervise your learning, especially since you're already in the fifth order, as it's time for you to decide on your path. But as you can see, the sect isn't under normal circumstances, so to speak. Old man might be powerful, but it's been years since he actually took anyone under his wing. Besides, just between you and me, he's a real blockhead, so that rules him out of this job." A stone flew out of nowhere and smacked right into Li Baxian's head. One could almost tell how fast the swell grew, but Li Baxian ignored it. He turned around to look at where it came from before spinning back to face Lu Yi, still rubbing the swell on his head. "Luckily enough, you seem to be doing well on your own. But the matter still persists. Have you thought about which path to pursue?" "Combat cultivator." Lu Yi gave his answer at once, his eyes still on the lump that was growing out of Li Baxian's head. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 174. The Vault of Providence. Lu Ye's journey into achieving the fifth order of the Spirit Creek realm did not come without all the many battles which he had survived with the help of his saber. It was such a model of fighting that, not only had he grown accustomed to, but also defined the path that he had decided upon a long time ago. Combat cultivators are a broad breed. Li Baxian nodded. Chief among them practiced the sword. It is widely regarded that swords are the most versatile of all weapons, and swordsman cultivators are especially deadly even among combat cultivators. Are you interested in being one? "I think I'll be more comfortable with the saber, Brother Baxian." "I know. But I've seen your saber before. It resembles the sword a lot in some ways. If you have any inclinations towards becoming a swordsman, I believe I can be of help. That would save you a lot of trouble." Lu Yi thought about it. At length he shook his head. "I'll still stick to the saber. I've tried using a sword before, but it never felt right." "Well, things like this take time," Li Baxian persuaded. "I'm sure that given enough time, you'll feel used to the sword." "Thank you, Brother Baxian, but no thank you," insisted Lu Yi. "The saber is still my favorite weapon." The corner of Li Baxian's eyes throbbed. How could I have failed to convert him? He nearly screamed out loud. But he sighed and relented. Very well then. Go find yourself a suitable weapon. I'll teach you a thing or two starting tomorrow. Things that I'm sure you'll find very useful and illuminating. Lu Yi noticed his lips curling, and that did not look good at all. In the meantime, he needed a new weapon. The one he had been using had been damaged beyond repair back at the Battle of Golden Tip. Fortunately enough, it was only just a cheap weapon and Lu Yi wasn't too perturbed about losing it. But it won't be easy replacing that saber. He had been collecting the spoils of the opponents he had defeated during the Battle of Golden Tip. Most of them he had collected himself, much to the reluctance of the Thousand Demon Ridge side. But when he got too tired, it was Wei Yong who took over collecting the spoils for him, and antagonizing her was the last thing anyone in the enemy faction wanted to do. These were all handed to him just a few days ago by Shui Yuan. The magic that sealed them all had been undone, but Lu Yi wasn't amused at all to find that most of the storage bags formerly belonging to his now-deceased opponents contained spirit stones and spirit pills and nothing else. Guessing Lu Ye's predicament, Li Baxian pointed out, "Go have a look at the contents of the jade slip I gave you. Then you'll know what to do." "Oh, okay." Lu Yi went back to his chamber and took out the jade slip. He gleaned through its contents and found it immensely instructive, especially for one who barely knew enough about the Spirit Creek battlefield. Li Baxian must have expected that he would like to know more about the Divine Opportunity Column and the forces that be which governed it. Therefore he had the jade slip specially prepared for Lu Yi. Despite spending almost 6 months in the battlefield, Lu Ye's understanding of the battlefield barely scraped the tip of the iceberg. It took 2 hours for him to soak up all that information, and even more time to digest what he had just learned. After quite some time he finally got up. He went to the Sanctum of Providence and entered the battlefield again using the Divine Opportunity Column there. He found himself back inside the outpost's Sanctum of Providence. He patched to the Divine Opportunity Column there using his battlefield imprint. Then he recited what Li Baxian taught him, low-grade spirit artifacts. A vortex opened right before him just like when he requested the bonding pact. Only this time the vortex emitted such a powerful force that before Lu Yi could even react, his entire self was sucked into it. When his senses finally returned to him, he was already standing right in the center of a very spacious and cavernous hall filled with rows and rows of racks, each laden with weapons that stretched so far into the distance that he could not even see there. Each of the weapons now presented right before his eyes were really spirit artifacts. This was the first time Lu Yi had seen something like this. Feeling amazed, he examined himself. His body was still inside the Sanctum of Providence in the outpost. It was only his consciousness that was transported here. This must be the Vault of Providence that Li Baxian had told him about. Any cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield with enough contribution points could conduct trade with heavens, just like how Li Baxian had purchased a sacred pact, and like how he had purchased Amber's bonding pact. Almost anything could be purchased from the heavens with the utmost convenience. If there was any downside, it would be that all transactions with the heavens were conducted with contribution points and nothing else. Trading with the Divine Trade Association just required the use of spirit stones, which was easy enough. But one could not deny that conducting transactions with the heavens was fast. With enough contribution points, one could procure almost anything from the heavens. If Lu Yi wished to replace his shattered saber, the Vault of Providence would be his best shot at getting a suitable one. No one knew how or from where the Vault of Providence came to be. Like the mystery of the battlefield's real location, it remained an unsolvable enigma that had boggled the minds of those curious enough to try to divine its secrets. But inhabitants of the battlefield did know this. The Divine Trade Association must have relations or links of some sort with the Vault of Providence. There have been people who discovered that the Trade Association had been selling items that came from the vault, and items sold to the Trade Association had appeared in the vault before. But at the moment, Lu Yi had zero interest in solving mysteries. He came to find a saber and he needed one fast. But the hall stretched so far that he could hardly see its end, and rows of racks filled with weapons were dizzying and confusing enough. Too many items and certainly too many to pick. He opened his mouth and called out, "Saber!" His surroundings warped and distorted into a blur, and when everything went back to normal, the vault had changed. It looked considerably shorter now, still breathtakingly big, but at least he could see where it ended now. and the spirit artifacts presented on the racks were, as per his request, sabers. Many even resembled the one that he had been using before. He took one up and channeled his power into it. To his dismay, it felt no better than the one he had used. He returned it to its position on the rack and picked another one. It was also the same. He paused to think again, then he said, 9 glyphs plus a reinforced blade. A spirit artifact's quality is contingent on the materials used, and the number of enchantments layered on it. A 9-glyph enchantment was the maximum for all low-grade spirit artifacts. Anything with more than that number of enchantments would at least be a middle-grade spirit artifact. This was also included in the information Li Baxian supplied to Lu Yi. And just because a spirit artifact was good did not mean that it would be suitable for everyone. It depended on the wielder. The more glyphs were enchanted upon the weapon, the more spiritual power one needed to use to wield it. Therefore, a low-tiered cultivator could never be able to use a high-grade spirit artifact, even if it really belonged to him. As a 5th-order cultivator, a low-grade saber with a 9-glyph enchantment would be ideal for Lu Yi, one that would be useful for quite a long time. As for the reinforced blade, Lu Yi did not require a sharp weapon. All he needed was for it to be sturdy and strong enough. Glyph sharp edge was enough to fulfill his needs for how deadly the weapon should be. The vault transformed again. This time, only a little more than a dozen rows were left lined up for him. Lu Yi walked down the aisles of weapon racks and scoured for something that he liked. He quickly found one that looked almost the same as the one he used before, although it felt heavier. But the weight was what made it more comfortable, for he was now stronger than when he got his first saber. He examined it and noted that the 9 glyphs were merged in a very intricate manner. 7 of the glyphs were to reinforce the blade while the remaining 2 were to increase its damage, the latter 2 being quite similar to his glyph sharp edge. So glyphs could also be merged in such ways, he mused. After all, much of his understanding of glyphs was limited to only what he knew about his tree of glyphs and the 3 glyphs that he unlocked. Everything else was news to him. He resisted the notion of finding out more about glyphs. At the moment, he was immensely satisfied with his new weapon. The saber might be less than useful to other cultivators, but not Lu Yi. With glyph sharp edge, he could cut down almost anything. The cost of the saber was tagged just on the blade in the form of numerals glowing in soft light. 138 points. That would mean that if Lu Yi wished to take the saber out from the vault, he would need to pay 138 contribution points. Whether the price was high or low, Lu Yi did not know. But if compared to the cost of getting a bonding pact, then this would seem like a real splurge. He did not want to look through the rest. The rest of the low-grade sabers wouldn't be much different, and he was quite satisfied with this one. But as soon as he made up his mind, everything whirled into a blur once again. When he finally came to, he was already back in the Sanctum of Providence. Next came a sensation of fatigue. Lu Yi was already informed about this. Another cost of using the Vault of Providence was the exhaustion of his vigor. The longer one spent inside the vault, the more tired he or she would become. He was initially thinking of going back inside for something else, but that would have to wait. He looked at the saber in his grasp. The 138 contribution point saber he had just bought. He slid the weapon out of its sheath. It did not look sharp or dangerous at all, but it certainly felt weighty and massive. Then he saw it. Inscribed on the hilt were runes that, upon closer inspection, said inviolable. This was a saber that had a name. Who forged this weapon, Lu Yi wondered. He swung it around to get a proper feel of it. It yielded the same feeling to when he tested it in the vault. In fact, being able to swing and get a sense of its balance now made it more comfortable. He returned the saber into its sheath and stepped out of the sanctum. There was somewhere else inside this outpost that he needed to go to, according to the instructions given to him by Li Baxian. Not long after Lu Yi had left, a young cultivator came rushing here. He tidied himself just outside the entrance of the Sanctum of Providence, as if to make himself more presentable before stepping inside. Lu Yi was nowhere to be seen. He looked back at another cultivator who came with him, frowning. "I thought you said Lu Yi is here." "He was," explained the other cultivator. "Gods, did he just go back again?" lamented the young cultivator. He had hurried here as soon as he heard about Lu Yi being around, only to find that he was just one step behind. He took a second to think and gave his next instruction: wait here. When he gets back, see to it that I am informed first thing. Ask him to please wait for me if needs be. The other cultivator acknowledged the order. In the meantime, Lu Yi reached another part of the outpost, a cluster of tiny little cottage-like structures. These were the training chambers for acolytes of the Crimson Blood sect. Anyone who wished to spend some solitary time training and meditating could use one of these chambers. All outposts had training chambers of their own, similarly constructed in the quieter parts of the grounds. But for years, the Crimson Blood sect outpost had been left in a state of neglect and disrepair, and the many weeds and wild grass that infested the whole compound were proof of that. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 175 Outpost. Lu Yi spent some time tidying up the training chambers, weeding the hedges outside in the compound before he finally found one which he liked and stepped inside. Despite the relatively deserted and neglected surroundings, the Crimson Blood sect once expended a great amount of resources and wherewithal into building this place. The training chambers were of crucial importance to the progress of the sect's younger generations. The last thing the former leadership of the sect wanted was to be flippant towards the future of the sect, and for this reason, each and every chamber was guarded with specially erected enchantments to prevent strangers from using them. But it had been quite some time since the chambers were used and maintained, and that was the reason why the enchantment there had stopped working. Lu Yi looked around. The chamber wasn't quite as large as he expected, and the furnishing was modest. But his eyes immediately caught sight of a magical circle inscribed on the floor. It was a magical circle designed to gather all spiritual qi in the atmosphere nearby, and focus them here to help facilitate their training process. The Circle of Boon. In addition to the circles, Lu Yi noted tiny little hollows around the circle. Spirit stones could be deposited there to help thicken the atmosphere with more spiritual qi when the magic circle operated. The atmosphere in the outpost compounds was often richer with spiritual qi compared to the environment outside. The atmosphere in the Crimson Blood sect outpost compound, for instance, had 1/10 more spiritual power than that in the wild. It wasn't a lot by usual standards. The outpost hadn't been manned in decades, and hence the increment afforded by the Divine Opportunity column was only at its bare minimum. But so long as the column continued to operate, the entire compound of the outpost would still have more spiritual qi than outside, which was also part of the reason why independents chose to gather around the outpost, so that they could also make use of the denser spiritual qi in the vicinity. But once an outpost was conquered, the Divine Opportunity column of that outpost would lose its increment. One such instance would be the Divine Opportunity column in the stronghold at Mounting, where Lu Yi could barely feel any difference to the environment there compared to outside. An additional 1/10 of the spiritual qi richness in the atmosphere was the most basic increment for all Divine Opportunity columns. With enough contribution points, one could purchase more increments from the heavens to further intensify the richness of spiritual qi in the outpost. Most of the outposts in the core region of the battlefield, redoubts that belonged to the more elite sects and orders, oftentimes carried increments that were few or even dozens of times richer in spiritual qi than outside. That made training and meditating in such an environment extremely efficient. Hence the Crimson Blood sect outpost, with a Divine Opportunity column that carried no additional increments, operated only the most basic amplification of spiritual qi. Fortunately, the training chamber still had circles of boon, which was also why Shui Yuan had recommended Lu Yi to train at the outpost. But the circle of boon wasn't working. It had long run out of its sustenance to continue functioning. Hence Lu Yi did not have to hurriedly activate it. He first began by studying the circle itself. A thorough study of the magic circle gave him a conclusion. The patterns of the Circle of Boon were very similar, up to 8/10 at least, to the glyph, gathering spirits that he used. One could argue that they might share the same provenance. In fact, glyph, gathering spirit was very much a miniature Circle of Boon. Lu Yi took out 8 spirit stones. He placed each of them in one of the 8 cavities around the Circle of Boon. Then he placed his hand on the circle and channeled his power. As he felt his spiritual power seeping into the circle bit by bit, it began to operate. The air began to thicken with spiritual qi. In mere moments, the spiritual qi in the air inside the chamber had grown more abundant than outside. It was not just because of the circle working, but also due to the 8 spirit stones being used as the catalyst to intensify its effect. Nevertheless, there was a limit to the circle's ability. Just when the air was too denser in spiritual chi than outside, it did not go any further. The circle of boon just persisted at the rate of gathering every shred of spiritual chi in the air, and if left unconsumed, the spiritual chi would begin to leak out of the chamber. Lu Yi paused. He placed a hand on the wall and created a glyph, gathering spirit circle using his spiritual power. The air roiled and swirled with even more spiritual chi. He had a feeling that his guess would be correct. The bigger a glyph, gathering spirit circle was, the stronger its effects would be. And today he finally confirmed his hypothesis. Moreover, unlike the circle of boon which required the use of spirit stones as sustenance and catalyst, the circles of glyph, gathering spirit could consume spiritual chi as fuel to keep running. He examined himself. Creating such a large glyph, gathering spirit circle had taken a toll on his spiritual power reserves. He had never created one so big before, although he was certain he could make another one. It did not take long. Lu Yi created a second gathering spirit circle on the wall, and the exertion felt like a huge gaping hole in his gut. But it was not for naught. The air was now practically teeming with so much spiritual chi he could almost taste it. At the same time, he was curious to know how fast he could progress with one circle of boon and 2 glyph, gathering spirit circles working in tandem. He extracted a cushion from his storage bag and tossed it on the floor. Next, he sat on it and began creating tiny glyph, gathering spirit circles all over himself. The process of creating 64 miniature glyph, gathering spirit circles over each and every single one of his spiritual points took almost a half hour. It was like being in the eye of a squall. Spiritual chi percolated into his body in huge torrents, and his cultivation discipline was burning on full cylinders to keep on converting the spiritual chi into his spiritual power. That helped to replenish his exhausted reserves. 6 hours later, Lu Yi got up again and created another glyph, gathering spirit circle which was as large as the other 2 on the face of another wall. The amassing of spiritual chi became more incredible. He scanned himself. In the end, he was genuinely surprised to find that meditating for 1 day and night under this condition was akin as consuming 5 spirit pills. It was when Lu Yi was unlocking his 29th spiritual point that he had discovered the marvel of using glyph, gathering spirit. He had conjured glyph, gathering spirit circles on all of his 29 spiritual points, which resulted in his hypothesis that a night and day of meditation under that condition would yield the same results as swallowing 1 spirit pill. But now that he had reached 64 spiritual points, which was more than twice the amount of 29 spiritual points, he discovered that this could make up for lost time and expedite his progress. Unlocking a new spiritual point after reaching the 5th order needed at least 20 spirit pills, but now that he had discovered this new idea, he could expect to unlock his next spiritual point in just 4 to 5 days. But if he could also swallow spirit pills, that would certainly make the process even faster. That was not all. Lu Yi did not neglect the fact that the divine opportunity column of this outpost did not have any increments purchased yet. What if he could somehow increase the increments and make the amount of spiritual chi in this vicinity richer by double, triple, quadruple, or even several times higher? Just thinking of the possibilities could make Lu Yi feel ecstatic. His next order of business was clear enough. He needed to restore the Tree of Glyphs' ability to burn away the toxins in his body, and find ways to enable more increments on the divine opportunity column here. The Vault of Providence might have what he needed to restore his Tree of Glyphs. As for securing more increments for the divine opportunity column, Lu Yi figured that he would need to look for Li Baxian for advice. The jade slip that the latter gave him did not contain enough information in this regard. His spiritual powers had been almost restored and Lu Yi was ready to try unlocking his 65th spiritual point. But before he managed to break through the barrier, his battlefield imprint glowed. It was a message sent to him by Shui Yuan. Brother Baxian is looking for you. Under most circumstances, there was no way for cultivators to communicate directly between the real world of Zhou and the battlefield. The Spirit Creek battlefield remained a separated pocket dimension after all. But as legate in charge of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, Lu Yi was afforded the privilege to communicate directly with Shui Yuan, who, as it happened, was the sex keeper of Seal. Only then did Lu Yi realize that he had been so busy that he had forgotten about the appointment with Li Baxian that he agreed to. What is Brother Baxian up to? He wondered. He responded quickly and decided to continue his meditation some other time. He glanced at the 8 spirit stones in the magical circle. They were almost spent. Lu Yi ignored them and left the chamber where he sealed the entrance before using his credentials as legate in charge of the outpost to reactivate the enchantments that guarded the training chambers. He needed to make sure that no one could intrude into this area. His personal training area. He strode towards the Sanctum of Providence where he found a sullen-looking man sitting just outside the steps of the sanctum, looking more like he was dozing than meditating. His footfalls jolted the stranger awake, who opened his eyes and was surprisingly pleased to see him. Are you Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect? I am, Lu Yi answered. He studied the stranger, a third-order cultivator. Can I help you? He responded glumly. It's Chun Yu, said the stranger quickly. He's looking to speak to you, sir. It's about the bazaar. The bazaar, uttered an incredulous Lu Yi. What for? Was the first thought that came to mind. But he quickly grasped the reason. The bazaar had been here for a long time with so many independents gathering there. In fact, the bazaar could function as a pseudo-divine trade association branch in some ways. But now that he had been made legate in charge, the independents did not know what to do. The bazaar had turned this place into a mecca of sorts for all independents, but at the same time, Lu Ye's presence here had introduced a new unknown into the equation which they could no longer solve. As much as they knew that they needed to respect the wishes and arrangements of the Crimson Blood sect, the independents were in no way amused to have a stranger breathing down their necks all of a sudden. If you could just wait a moment, sir. I'll have Chun Yu come here at once, said the stranger who was about to trot off. Wait a minute. I'm in a hurry. Let's talk next time, said a fidgety Lu Yi who wanted to get back to the sect's main stronghold as soon as possible. Besides, he could use some advice from Li Baxian and Shui Yuan on how he should manage this quandary with the bazaar. When would you be coming back? I could at least have Chun Yu here at that time then, said the stranger with every semblance of a dutiful steward. Tomorrow then, Lu Yi responded curtly before he dashed into the Sanctum of Providence and transported himself back to Zhou. Lu Yi only just stepped out of the Sanctum of Providence when the aroma of delicious food tingled his senses. He followed the smell that led him straight to the dining hall, and there was this table laid full of sumptuous food. Just the sight and the smells could instantly pique anyone's appetite. This was a feast not only to satisfy one's palate but also for nourishment. The dishes were all cooked by Shui Yuan in person and the ingredients included very wholesome herbs and spices. But Lu Yi noticed that today's feast appeared unusually big. Li Baxian was already at the table, stuffing his mouth with food on one end before flushing them all down his gullet with mouthfuls of liquor. He was elated to see Lu Yi come back. Come Lu Yi, come try this fish I just caught. Lu Yi hastily sat down and helped himself to some fish. He tasted the flesh and pronounced it fresh and delicious. Li Baxian was delighted. This is the blood sturgeon from the Lake Lunarmere. In the past, each acolyte had a monthly allocation of blood sturgeon flesh because of its nourishing properties. It can help to enrich one's physical constitution. But now you can have your fill. In fact, if you ever find yourself strapped for cash, all you have to do is to get a few of these and sell them for spirit stones. A blood sturgeon can easily fetch you hundreds of stones. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yi launched into fits of coughs. Never did he realize that he could be eating anything so valuable. By the way, Beaky loves these. Take some back with you. A couple of these should make him happy. Poor thing has been alone for so long. Understood, Lu Yi nodded. Do you drink? Li Baxian asked, although a second later, he quickly regretted his question. He could feel the scalding stare coming from somewhere that was threatening to burrow a hole through him. He quickly rephrased, well, you're too young, so you better abstain. By the way, be careful of women trying to get you drunk. You could be forced into a very compromising situation where you could be blackmailed. Lu Yi did not know how to respond to that. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 176. Li Baxian's Advice. Lu Yi placed a hand on the hilt of his sheathed saber, hitched to his waist as he stood at the square outside the main audience hall of the Summit of Fortitude. Overhead, the standard bearing the golden motif of a flame woven on a bloody red field snapped in the winds as he looked on with a vacant and taciturn look on his face. Facing him was Li Baxuan, who was twirling a sword in his grasp, playing with it like a toy. Chuckling, he said, "In barely 6 months, you've gone from unlocking your first spiritual point to becoming a fifth order. It's good, but it's too fast, and sometimes growing too fast isn't all that good for you. That's because people will have spent more time honing their skills and techniques. You won't. And that's never good news, especially for a combat cultivator like you. Combat skills are important, crucial even. During the Battle of Golden Tip, your most glaring weakness was that you lack skill, even though you managed to defeat every opponent the enemy side threw at you. At present, almost half the battlefield now knew that Lu Yi had reached the fifth order in just 6 months, and how he could use glyphs freely in battle. Lu Yi was half expecting Tang Yifeng to question him about that, and he was ready to tell his mentor the truth. Oddly enough, Tang Yifeng had spoken nothing about his use of glyphs at all. If anything, he had specifically warned Lu Yi to be careful during the time when all three of them were recovering from their wounds together. It was public knowledge to everyone in the battlefield that he must have had some unknown encounter that had ended up with him being able to use glyphs freely, something which could have placed him in the crosshairs of many nefarious parties. But he might just be overly concerned, as Tang Yifeng admitted himself. Growing to the fifth order in just 5 months might be rare, but not unheard of. In fact, there have been people who progressed much faster than Lu Yi as well. An ordinary man was once heard to have reached the 9th order in just 1 year after a fortuitous happenstance somewhere in the battlefield. That was what the Spirit Creek battlefield was all about. Chance and opportunities abounded the battlefield, but it all boiled down to luck and fate on whether anyone could find them. Incidents like this appeared once every few years and no longer came as a huge surprise. But that did not make others feel any less jealous. But real cultivators who wished to become stronger would not have time to feel jealous. That they lacked such luck only made their devotion to becoming better and more resilient greater than before. Old Man's a spell cultivator while Sister Shui Yuan's a medical cultivator. But it's been years since both had ever taught anyone anything. So I dare say they have little to offer to you. But fear not. As your brother in arms, I shall teach you everything you need to know to be a combat cultivator. Li Baxuan beamed radiantly as if giving advice to Lu Yi was the best job in the world. You're a fifth order now, so I'll keep my spiritual power to the same rank. Now come at me and let me see what you've got. As he spoke, he took a swig of liquor off his gourd. He only just raised his gourd to his lips when Lu Yi charged. As he drew nearer rapidly, he ripped his saber out of its sheath and slashed. Ambush, that's interesting, Li Baxuan remarked dryly. He leaned back just as Inviolable's keen edge arced just by his gullet, missing him by mere centimeters. Unfazed, Li Baxuan critiqued, it's good that you attack with decisiveness. But you apply too much force. That's not a good thing, for it leaves you open enough for any good enemy to retaliate with a riposte. Lu Yi was already angling his saber in a vicious downward swipe, only for Li Baxuan to easily evade without even moving an inch while he went on, slow to the uptake and clumsy maneuvering. That was only the first few blows that eventually became a long onslaught of attacks that hardly deterred Li Baxuan's long litany of comments. This served to fuel Lu Ye's frustration, rage, and rancor to keep slashing and hacking as wildly and as quickly as he could. Yet nothing he tried could graze Li Baxuan, let alone hit him. The latter might have lowered his power down to the fifth order, but that did not close the gap between their skill levels at all. As if he could see through Lu Ye's mind, Li Baxuan just seemed able to avoid every sweep and strike that came his way. To top it off, Li Baxuan did not even attempt an attack of his own yet. All he did was shift around deftly while he held onto his sword, waving it around carelessly while he took a few swigs off his gourd every now and then. For the first time, Lu Yi began to comprehend just how dangerous Li Baxuan really was. If he had encountered anyone with such skill during the Battle of Golden Tip, he would have already been annihilated right from the start. Li Baxuan took another gulp of liquor. His aura and presence took a sudden change as he shifted the grip on his weapon. He parried a blow and said casually, "Be careful now, I'm coming." The next second ensued a cascade of metallic clanks. Lu Ye's expression turned stony hard. Li Baxian's blows were nowhere near strong or fast yet, but his timing was unbelievably impeccable. Each and every time he attacked, he would nullify whatever Lu Yi was trying to do. In fact, Lu Yi was beginning to feel as if he was under an enchantment of sorts where he was forced to be on the defensive while Li Baxian pelted one attack after another in endless succession. Li Baxian slowly advanced while Lu Yi was finding himself retreating with piecemeal paces. After another series of clanks, Li Baxian said, "Tempo is the paramount concern to combat cultivators who are fighting each other. Control the tempo and you control the battle. Like this." As soon as he finished, the long blade of his sword angled upwards like a venomous serpent and Lu Yi frantically threw himself backward. That left a huge opening and Li Baxian thrust his sword straight, firing a tiny bolt of light. That sent a jolt of fear tingling down Lu Yi's spine as he quickly summoned a glyph protection shield just in front of his chest. But he froze. He looked down only to find that Li Baxian's sword had entered an inch through his chest. Another inch and he would have ruptured Lu Yi's heart. Glyph protection did not work quickly enough. "Brother Baxian, are you for real?" He nearly gasped. He looked up at Li Baxian, who responded nonchalantly, "You're dead, Lu Yi." He withdrew his blade and Lu Yi staggered backward with some blood trickling out of the wound. Yi had been watching the training session with interest when she saw what happened, and she almost scampered across the square to get to Lu Yi. If not for a hand that seized her shoulder. She turned her head around and there was Shui Yuan shaking her head at her. "He will meet enemies that would show him anything but mercy. I would rather that he faces some hardships today than face the pain of death in the future." Yi was sure that Shui Yuan only had Lu Yi's best interests at heart. As much as she felt worried for him, she knew that she could do nothing else but sit by and watch. At the same time, she began to understand why Shui Yuan prepared a large basin of medicinal potion. "One more time." Lu Yi grunted, taking a deep breath. He was only an inch from having his heart perforated, but he could trust Li Baxian's impeccable skills and he was certain that he would be safe. Brandishing his saber, he lunged once more. It did not take long for another spray of blood and Li Baxian's voice, insouciant voice, pronouncing the end of another round. "You're dead again, Lu Yi." Another few minutes later, the same voice rang out again. "That's the third time, Lu Yi." 2 hours later, Lu Yi laid on the ground, pallid and incapacitated. Poke marks scattered all around him. Although none of them were life-threatening, the loss of blood was enough to render him motionless and wearied. In just a span of 2 hours he had died almost 100 times by Li Baxian's sword, which would have really killed him if Li Baxian had not been careful to stay his hand. The glaring light of the sun blinded Lu Yi. A shadow loomed over him. It was Li Baxian beaming down at him. "How do you feel, brother?" Lu Yi did not know how to respond to that question. Should he just say terrible? At the risk of being insolent, he finally asked, Brother Baxian? Is this how the Crimson Blood sect trains its acolytes? A tad too brutal, don't you think?" "Nah, not even close," Li Baxian giggled. "It's only because you're the only one left here, so we're showering you with our unbridled love and care. Anyway, there's nothing to be worried about. That delicious and nourishing food you ate just now? They're good at reviving your vigor and replenishing what blood you've lost today. All you need is one good night of rest, and you'll be as fit as a flea tomorrow." Lu Yi finally knew the reason behind such a lavish and nourishing meal. "But have you trained anyone before, Brother Baxian?" "Can't say I have." "That means you know nothing about training someone." But that made sense somehow. Because Li Baxian did not know how he should train Lu Yi, the best way that he could come up with was for Lu Yi to remember the palpable sense of danger through pain, a sensation that his body would never allow him to forget. That way, he would forever remember this lesson for as long as he walked the battlefield. Li Baxian placed a hand on his shoulder. Solemnly, he admitted, "Well, we'll just try to do this for each other's sakes, all right? This is Sister Shui Yuan's idea, by the way, not mine." Before he could finish, Shui Yuan appeared out of nowhere and seized him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to a corner. Then she came back for Lu Yi. She got him back to his feet and helped him to a chamber just nearby where the potion was already waiting. Shui Yuan's skills as a healer once again performed miracles. All thanks to her potion and her incredible skills, Lu Yi could feel his vigor renewed and the superficial wounds all over him recovering at a noticeable rate. Come evening, Lu Yi could get up on his own already. The wounds were still healing, but another night should be able for him to restore back to fighting form. As a bonus, even the scars that he had been collecting during his journey across the battlefield, plus the ones he caught during the Battle of Golden Tip, were gone, which could have not been possible without Shui Yuan's amazing expertise. That night, Lu Yi had another feast of medicinal delicacies before he went back inside the battlefield via the Divine Opportunity column. He wanted to spend the night inside the battlefield where he would have the most efficient progress in his training. Lu Yi had only just emerged from the outpost's Sanctum of Providence when he immediately noticed that he was not alone. He wheeled around and noticed a pair of heads staring at him. One was the independent he encountered yesterday and the other, a stranger that he did not recognize. But the latter's emanation of power showed that he was a Seventh Order. Lu Yi paused and decided to approach them. The Seventh Order looked overjoyed to meet him. He bowed and saluted as soon as they were near. Are you Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect? Greetings, my name's Chen Yu. Lu Yi nodded and tossed Chen Yu a pact. Leave your mark on it if you have no problems with it. Huh. Chen Yu gasped with bewilderment. He quickly peered through the contents of the pact. Lu Yi had discussed with Shui Yuan and Li Baxian about how he should handle the situation with the independents when he was still at the main stronghold earlier, and Shui Yuan had given him a thorough walkthrough of the status quo. She might have been away for quite a long time, but there have been a handful of independents that she would gladly vouch for. She had earlier sought their help in locating Lu Yi before, but being powerless and nowhere near influential, they did not manage to find out where Lu Yi was before it was too late. It was also these independents who had been keeping her informed about the ins and outs of what had been going on inside the battlefield. Among this number of trusted independents was Chen Yu, the strongest of the independents and the de facto chief of the group of independents taking refuge here. Being a Seventh Order, he had reached a level where he was powerful enough to survive in the outer rings of the battlefield. As chief of the bazaar, it was imperative for him to speak to Lu Yi as well. The bazaar area here varied slightly from the townships and cities that Lu Yi had visited before. Owing to the fact that this was the Crimson Blood Sect's territory, the Divine Trade Association did not have a presence here. That allowed the independents to operate their bazaar here. Even so, that did not mean that the bazaar would pale in comparison to a Divine Trade Association branch. The bazaar here had always been busy, and because of the richer spiritual qi in the atmosphere compared to outside, this place was the nearest the independents could get to a proper safe haven in these parts. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 177, Flame of Earth and Spirits. The independents were allowed to freely use the Crimson Blood Sect outpost in the past, because the sect did not have any acolytes in the Spirit Creek realm. But with Lu Ye's induction now being made official, plus him now being the legate in charge of the outpost, the fate of the independents' livelihood here now depended on Lu Ye's word. Since news of Lu Ye's appearance took the entire bazaar by storm, scores of independents were apprehensive as to what his decision would be. Would they be allowed to stay? Or would he drive them out the door like a sack of filth? It was for this reason that Chen Yu had been trying so desperately to meet Lu Yi. But to his bewilderment, before he could even articulate his purpose for wanting to meet Lu Yi, the latter first shoved a pact into his hands and insisted that he read it. Chen Yu pored through the contents, and once he comprehended Lu Ye's intentions, he felt relieved. The terms of the pact were simple. The bazaar would be allowed to carry on, although the Crimson Blood Sect reserved the right to dismantle it and reclaim the area at any time. Chen Yu was appointed as the person in charge of the bazaar, while the independents, should they intend to stay, would have to agree to a levy of 2 to 5 spirit stones per month, according to how high their ranks were. This was Shui Yuan's idea. The price of the levy was a cheap one that all independents could easily cope with, and it would provide Lu Yi with a fixed income. In addition, it was a formality that would constantly remind the independents that this place remained a dominion of the Crimson Blood Sect, and their stay here warranted compensation and respect to the sect. Chen Yu quickly re-examined the terms, and without hesitation, he bit his thumb and left a blood-red mark on the pact to seal it. Next, He exchanged contact information with Lu Yi before he trotted off, a delighted and satisfied man ready to break the good news to the rest of the independents. There was good reason for his good mood. In the past, Chun Yu might be the de facto leader of the independents here, but there has not been any proper recognition for the work he has been doing. But with this pact, the Crimson Blood sect formally acknowledged him as the person in charge of the bazaar, and this would go a long way in making his job easier and much more efficient. On the other hand, Lu Yi had no reason to send the independents packing. The compound of the outpost was big enough for everyone and he had no need for such a vast space, at least for the time being. Hence he would rather keep the status quo than break it and offend everyone. Lu Yi went back inside the Sanctum of Providence and stood in front of the Divine Opportunity column. He needed something else. A quarter of an hour later, he emerged from the sanctum with a tiny little box barely the size of his hand and hurried to the training chambers. The richness of spiritual qi at the training chamber area was evidently much denser than the rest of the outpost, especially the one that he had used the day before. With all three gathering spirit circles still operating, the entire area was practically thick with natural energies in the air. He stepped into the training chamber and sat down with the tiny box still clutched in his hands. He gazed at it, feeling both relieved and yet sour at the same time. The Vault of Providence had practically anything that a cultivator could have asked for, and it had just what he needed. That was what made him relieved. But at the same time, seeing how a tiny little box and its contents could cost him 200 contribution points was what wrenched his heart like a punch to his gut. Even inviolable did not cost this much. He gingerly removed the lid from the box, revealing a flame the size of a baby's hand blazing inside the box, and the air inside the chamber began to feel sweltry. It was the cheapest mystic flame that Lu Yi found inside the Vault of Providence, a flame of earth and spirits. At the moment, what Lu Yi needed the most was his Tree of Glyphs' ability to cleanse the toxins in his body, so that he could go on progressing. All along, he had hypothesized that the tree needed some form of energy or heat to keep its leaves burning, so that he could discover more glyphs. Although he had not been able to prove whether his hypothesis was correct or not, until his first visit to the Vault of Providence, when he realized that the vault had almost anything that a cultivator could ever ask for. He knew that he had stumbled upon the only way to validate his hypothesis. Standing amongst the many mystic flames and other heat sources up for sale, the Tree of Glyphs that had long been dormant suddenly stirred with life. But it could not absorb the heat from all the heat sources because technically, the items were still inside the vault even though Lu Yi stood just inches away from them. But now, as soon as he flipped open the lid of the box, Lu Yi could feel a rousing frisson from inside himself. Next, he could see the illusory image of the Tree of Glyphs extending its tendril-like roots towards the box and into the mystic flame. In just the blink of an eye, the heat was gone and so was the flame of earth and spirits. Meanwhile, the fourth leaf on the Tree of Glyph burst into flames. Since the battle that saw him winning a barrier-penetrating fruit prior to his departure from Green Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi had noticed this leaf glowing. But without enough sustenance, the tree could not experience any changes yet. But with it burning now, Lu Yi expected to have unlocked another new glyph. Keeping his excitement and delight restrained, he continued observing, only to watch with his own eyes how the flames went on and on without yielding any results. The fifth leaf wasn't even glowing at all, let alone sizzling into flames. Lu Yi frowned. This was definitely an unexpected disappointment. But he was at least comforted to find that the Tree of Glyphs could now cleanse the toxins in his body. It began operating almost readily with dull grayish smog slowly releasing from him. The toxins inside Lu Yi had reached such a point where the glow of his spiritual power had become dim and drab. That was a telltale sign of how the toxins were affecting his strength and his progress. Since the Battle of Golden Tip, Lu Yi had refrained from consuming more spirit pills. Shui Yuan might have ways to help expel the toxins from his body, and the effects had been quite successful albeit imperfect. There were still residual toxins residing within him. To completely remove the toxins would require a long regimen of conditioning and care. Unlike the Tree of Glyphs, which took only a half hour to completely purify his spiritual power now that its ability has been restored, Lu Yi could finally exhale with relief after such a long time of apprehension and disquiet. And it would appear that his hypothesis was correct. The tree of glyphs needed heat or flame-like energies to sustain itself so that it could continue burning its leaves. That would unlock access to even more glyphs. On the other hand, excess energies would also be stored inside the tree to be used as fuel to burn away any toxins incurred from the ingestion of spirit pills. This time only one leaf was set ablaze. Lu Yi surmised that this could be due to the tree's need to reserve fuel, hence only a tiny fraction of the energy was used to have the fourth leaf burned. But there was nothing to be worried about. The Vault of Providence has an abundance of mystic flames that the tree could feast on. For starters, this was only one of many flames of earth and spirits that Lu Yi found inside the vault. All that was needed to get more mystic flames was contribution points. With enough points, Lu Yi would be able to purchase more mystic flames to unlock the full potential of the tree. Lu Yi checked his tally and sighed. 500 contribution points. To think that just a few days ago he was so close to breaking 1,000. Contribution points. Like money, contribution points did not grow on trees. Yet they just seemed to flow out of his pockets as easily as a leak. Without any interest to train yet, Lu Yi centered his spiritual sight on the tree of glyphs, specifically on the fourth leaf that was still aflame. He took one deep breath and looked as intently as he could with every shred of will and focus he could muster. His sight homed in on the leaf and it grew larger and larger. But that also blocked his mind from being able to think. Then all of a sudden, he felt a jolting pain in his mind as if a red-hot piece of iron was shoved into his brain. The blow nearly knocked him out, and by the time he recovered his senses, he was drenched in his own sweat. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel the terrible discomfort in his mind. As always, trying to observe the glyph using his spiritual senses was just as difficult and taxing as before, fifth order or not. But luckily enough, he did not black out as he did the first time. Glyph Blood Rage. That was the name of his fourth glyph. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yi discovered that this might be an offensive glyph, but its function was something other than of a direct enhancement of damage, unlike Sharp Edge. Nevertheless, Lu Yi was confident that if utilized properly, Blood Rage would give him an edge, especially when dealing with a superior opponent. One that would make him extremely dangerous even to enemies of higher rank. Every single glyph on the Tree of Glyphs could very well be a trump card that Lu Yi would rely on, but first he needed sustenance suitable for the tree. And for that to happen he would need contribution points. Lots and lots of them. At the moment he still had 500 contribution points in reserves. But he wouldn't be using the points for another flame of earth and spirits. He needed to keep them in reserve for a rainy day. He got up and placed spirit stones inside the 8 cavities around the circle of boon. At the 8th cavity he paused. He stowed away the stone he was about to put and instead took out the blood-red color scale that he picked from inside the dragon spring and placed it in the cavity. If the circle of boon could benefit from having spirit stones as catalysts, then it might be able to draw out the energy from inside the scale toque. The last thing he wanted to do was to emulate Amber in taking sniffs off the scale and spending the rest of the day blacked out. After all, he could hardly profess to have the same physical properties as the white tiger. But if the circle of boon could draw out its power, then it could be a safer way for him to consume the energies from the scale without harming himself. Lu Yi began creating glyph, gathering spirit circles over his spiritual points. Once his preparations were complete, he swallowed a spirit pill and began his meditation. Before long, the air swirled with thick curls of spiritual chi mixed with a reddish tinge, with the reddish effluence looking more like dragons the more Lu Yi looked at it. Days went by like an arrow. He would spend his days under the brutal tutelage of Li Baxian, honing his skills and finesse, and suffer being killed by Li Baxian again and again. Not one day passed without him being bloodied, and the more holes he collected, the more he felt like a beehive. Fortunately enough, there were always Shui Yuan's potions to rely on, which he would dip himself in for hours to heal himself. He would stay there until the night when he would return to the outpost to study more about the secrets of the Divine Opportunity Column, and the privileges that he was entitled to as legate in charge, or he might enjoy another tour inside the Vault of Providence to further see and observe what else was inside, or he would just head back to the training chamber to meditate. Li Baxian had not been teaching him any techniques. No tricks and no fancy moves. For Li Baxian believed that these had more aesthetic value than actual worth in combat. The simplest and most direct thrust, slash, or hack was oftentimes the best way to kill. But what Li Baxian was trying to instill in Lu Yi was the invaluable intangibles, the awareness and feel of fighting, by allowing Lu Ye's body to remember via muscle memory how he got killed every time. Brutal was a mere understatement to describe the manner of training, but only the Crimson Blood sect was capable of such training methods. Any other sects or orders trying to replicate this might cause more harm than good to their own acolytes. On this day, Lu Yi was gobbling down food at the dinner table when he, with his mouth still full of food, mumbled to Li Baxian, "Brother Baxian, how can I collect more contribution points?" "Killing, of course," Li Baxian answered curtly. "I know. But didn't you tell me to keep my head low for the time being?" The ripples of the Battle of Golden Tip that occurred a month ago were still in the throes of subsiding, hence Li Baxian's advice for Lu Yi to sit tight until things in the Spirit Creek battlefield got calmer. In the meantime, Lu Yi had been focusing on recuperating and training, hence he had not been outside wreaking havoc yet. Well, otherwise, you could always trade items with the vault. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 178, The Fast Way to Gain Points. Trade with the Vault of Providence went both ways. Anything of value could be bought, and could also be sold to the vault. However, there was little worth in reselling items to the vault. Lu Yi had tested reselling inviolable to the vault, and the price he was offered was just a measly 50 contribution points. He bought inviolable for 138 contribution points, and less than 1/3 of the original price was offered in return. But if there was anything of value, then beyond any doubt that would be the dragon scale he got from inside the dragon spring. To his surprise, the scale was offered a price of a whopping 8,000 contribution points during a test he did on a whim. But of all the things Lu Yi could trade away, he would never sell that. It had just done so much good for both Amber and him. In fact, putting the scale in one of the training chamber's circle of Boon's cavities has been what he had been doing lately so that he could gradually assimilate its energy. And as a result, Lu Yi had been feeling his physique making noticeable improvements. Not unlike how Amber had become more intimidating and ferocious since he began inhaling the energy released by the scale last time. The next item that the vault ranked lower than the dragon scale was Lu Ye's barrier-penetrating fruits. Valued at 500 contribution points apiece, the fruits were one of the few items that Lu Yi could barely bring himself to part with. The fruits have proven to be extremely useful in unlocking spiritual points, and he would need the fruits one day. As it happened, he had already given both fruits to Shui Yuan. Not only a medical cultivator, but Shui Yuan was also an accomplished pill cultivator who could synthesize the barrier-penetrating fruit with other herbs and turn them into pills which could be better and more effective than just ingesting the fruit. Buying a barrier-penetrating fruit from the vault required 300 to 400 contribution points, and every one of the fruits could, in the skillful hands of Shui Yuan, produce at least 4 to 5 pills. Is there no other way? Lu Yi muttered as he shoved another morsel of Shui Yuan's cooking into his mouth, and he gobbled away. Issue a challenge then, Li Baxian smiled. You could challenge 1,000 demon-rich factions to battle. Assign a fixed amount of contribution points. Both sides put it on a wager. Swear the terms with a pact in heaven's name, and if you win, the entire sum goes to you. Lu Ye's face turned sour. With him as the only Crimson Blood sect member in the battlefield, he could hardly just strut up to another outpost, bang on its doors, issue a challenge and expect to win, could he? As much as they really were enemy outposts scattered around the vicinity, even he did not have any certainty that victory would be his, assuming that they would even accept the challenge in the first place. Besides, at the moment Lu Yi was sorely lacking in contribution points which would be needed to put forward as collateral. Or how about the battle royal of the legates? The suggestion only just slipped out of Li Baxian's tongue when Shui Yuan gave him a nasty glare. Lu Yi could hardly just keep his head low for the rest of his life, could he? There's no way that you, Sister Shui Yuan, an old man, could mollycoddle him for the rest of his life. Lu Ye's a proper acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect now, and hence, he should be allowed to see the world and broaden his perspectives for his own good. Shui Yuan glumly added more food to Lu Ye's plate without saying a word. Lu Yi peered at her and saw how she was avoiding his gaze, so he asked, "What's the battle royal of the legates?" "The results of the tier assessment will be out in almost a half month. Usually, that's when the battle royal of the legates begins, said Li Baxian, and he went on explaining further. Lu Yi now knew what this battle royal was all about. Most of the sects and orders would come to an understanding to keep a temporary peace until the tier assessment had concluded. Any disturbances or turbulence with the assessment being so close could very well jeopardize their performance, and that was certainly what no one wished to see. But the Spirit Creek battlefield was not called a battlefield for no reason. Peace, however lovely and cheerful, is just so brittle and fragile. The specter of horrific carnage that just couldn't stop haunting the battlefield still loomed. So the sects and orders each agreed to a huge festival of violence, the Battle Royal of the Legates. The Battle Royal was a contrivance of the heavens or fate, or whatever sustained the battlefield. A malefic design shaped by the very unseen hands that kept the battlefield's existence. No one could stop it from happening. If anything, it only seemed like the heavens wished to further ignite the powder keg between both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge that was already about to blow. As soon as the tier assessments had ended, the legates in charge of the outposts in the battlefield would be allowed to submit their names. With one level of enhancement on the outpost's Divine Opportunity column as a wager, the legates would be magically transported into another unknown pocket dimension where the many-sided melee would take place, and the defeated of every skirmish would not only yield to the victor his or her life, but also the level of enhancement that was waged. Enhancements applied to an outpost's Divine Opportunity column were what strengthened the richness of spiritual chi in the outpost, where every level of enhancement increased the richness by 1/10. Each enhancement was valued at 500 contribution points. Lu Yi once surveyed the cost, although Li Baxian had warned him before that each level was priced differently. Enhancements could grow increasingly expensive the more enhancements the Divine Opportunity column of an outpost accrued. Therefore, legates who performed well in the Battle Royal would win more enhancements to be placed on the Divine Opportunity column of their outposts, and that would ensure a heavier effusion of spiritual chi in the atmosphere. But that was not all. It was said that rare items, barrier-penetrating fruits for instance, commodities with impossibly sparse supply, could be easily found inside this mysterious pocket dimension, thus making the triennial event a major gala that almost every sect and order in Jouzhou with an outpost in the battlefield would take part in. Lu Yi sat in his chair, bewildered and perplexed as he struggled to digest what he just heard. He had been wondering what he could do to increase the abundance of spiritual chi in the outpost. If it was not for the hefty price tag, he would have invested in at least one level of enhancement already. That the news of this tournament came at such a timely moment really was a pleasant surprise. Naturally, only legates and prolegates from each sect and order would qualify for the Battle Royal. Still, even with only 2 contestants from each denomination in both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge, the total number of contestants nevertheless made up a sizable crowd. But wait, Brother Baxian. I'm only just a 5th order. Although I might be able to hold up against 7th order enemies, what if I encounter those from the centermost areas of the battlefield? Lamented Lu Yi. As much as he was thrilled about the Battle Royal, he realized that his chances were slim. If contestants as dangerous as Li Baxian, the prolegate of the Devoted One's outpost here in the battlefield, were joining the Battle Royal, one could hardly expect that a 5th order like Lu Yi would have any chances of winning at all. The heavens might be brutal, but it would never send you to certain death for nothing. A balance must be maintained. That is why the Battle Royal is held inside a pocket dimension. In this separate reality, there's an unknown force at work that functions to inhibit the powers of high-ranking contestants. The more they travel outwards, the greater the inhibition is on them. For instance, when I'm transported to that pocket dimension, once I begin moving away from the center and inner ring areas, my powers will be limited by certain degrees depending on how far am I moving from my area. On the other hand, with your present rank, the enemies that you'll encounter are usually legates and prolegates of the outer ring areas whose rank and powers would not be too difficult for you to handle. That's why the Battle Royal isn't just for high-ranking contestants. Of course, most legates and prolegates are at least 7th orders, although you might encounter 6th order prolegates as well. Oh, that's great then. Lu Yi quipped with brimming enthusiasm. That prompted a furtive glance from Li Baxian at Lu Yi. He would have responded with a sardonic snort if it were any other 5th orders who expressed such excitement despite the odds. Yet Lu Yi had proved himself to be extraordinary, far from ordinary 5th orders in fact. In the past few days of training, Li Baxian had witnessed with his own eyes the exponential growth in Lu Yi at such a pace that even he had to admit was ungodly. Just then, Shui Yuan said quietly, "But that doesn't mean that our sect qualifies for entry. Admission into the Battle Royal requires both the legate and prolgate of the outpost. There's no way you could join unless you could find yourself a prolgate." None of them failed to miss the catch in Shui Yuan's voice that hardly disguised her disapproval at Lu Yi joining the Battle Royal, even though she did not want to dash his hopes just yet. But Lu Yi knew that Shui Yuan was only just worried about him. He understood her concerns about his well-being, but at the same time Li Baxian was right. Shui Yuan and Tang Yifeng could only watch over Lu Yi so much, making it even more important for him to grow as well. That would mean he needed a prolgate if he wanted to join the Battle Royal. But where would he be able to recruit one in time? He needed one that he could trust, not to mention one who could hold his or her own in the tournament. The last thing he needed was a third or fourth order, whom he needed to babysit for the entire length of the Battle Royal. Then he thought of the independents. But he barely knew any of them, to say nothing of the fact that none of them might be interested in gambling away their lives in such a brutal competition of life and death. Lu Yi racked his brain for ideas to no avail. After his meals, Lu Yi continued his training with Li Baxian before he was dragged off by Shui Yuan for another round of treatment. By the time he headed back to the outpost training chamber for his nocturnal meditation, it was already night. It was during one of his meditation sessions in the outpost when Lu Yi felt a fleeting and ethereal sensation sweeping the whole compound. It was coming from the outpost's sanctum of providence. Squinting his eyes with curiosity, he got up and paced quickly towards the sanctum of providence where the answer to the strange phenomenon was revealed immediately. The tier assessment results had been announced. The assessment itself was an act of the heavens that no one could sway. The Crimson Blood sect should have been defunct in this year's tier assessment, but due to his induction, the sect managed to endure. But it was also due to the fact that the sect had at least one member each in the Divine Ocean Realm and the Real Lake Realm. Otherwise the sect would have lost even its present Tier 9 status. The tier assessment was done based on the heaven's very own ordained set of standards which remained an enigma to most, but what was certain about the grading was that the number of members of a sect or order and the overall strength of the members had direct influence on the performance of the group in the assessment. Not knowing what just happened to the Divine Opportunity column, Lu Yi could only choose to return back to the training chamber to continue his meditation. Two figures fleeted around in a whirl of metallic clangor and gnashing at the square outside the main audience hall of the main stronghold the next day. A pair of colliginous shadows throwing themselves at each other before dislodging only to ram right into each other again. At times they just missed each other just by inches, although that too was followed by the shrill ring of steel striking steel. That was until Lu Yi retreated, and when he looked down, there was blood trickling out of puncture wounds on his chest and abdomen. But that did not stop him from wheeling around to face his opponent and maintaining a defensive stance. Not far away across the other side, Li Baxian focused his gaze on his chest, and there it was. A faint red line of blood. His own. He smiled and sheathed his sword. "You've done it, Lu Yi. Well done. I have nothing else to teach you after this. But trust that your skills with the saber have greatly improved and you will do well." This was the first time Lu Yi had managed to hurt Li Baxian since they began training a month ago. Even with Li Baxian keeping his power down to Lu Yi's rank, he was nevertheless a very deadly opponent, and training with him was what gave Lu Yi a deep impression of the finesse, the strength, and the power of the one who was one of the 10 deadliest cultivators of the battlefield. Lu Yi returned his weapon to its sheath and bowed. "Thank you so much for your help, Brother Baxian." Li Baxian tossed his gourd into the air. The object grew in size with visible speed, until it was the size of a tiny boat. Li Baxian leaped into the air and glided on top of it. "The results for the tier assessment are out, so it's time I head back to prepare. Farewell, brother. Let me know if you are in need of help. I'll see you soon." He waved to Shui Yuan, then he paused and respectfully bowed in the direction of the main audience hall before he morphed into a bolt of light that shot into the distance and vanished. That was it. Li Baxian left with suaveness and style. Lu Yi watched him leave. Finally, the question that had been like a rock in his chest could not stay suppressed any longer. "Sister Shui Yuan, why is Brother Baxian a member of this sect, and yet he became an acolyte of the devoted ones?" In fact, Li Baxin was hardly the only one. Lu Yi remembered that a brother Xinghe was mentioned as well, another one of the sect's former acolytes who had joined another sect. But Li Baxin came and went like this was his home. Even Tang Yifeng and Shui Yuan too treated him like he was still one of theirs. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 179. Revisiting Mount Ying. Still, the answer to the puzzle remained elusive, for Shui Yuan flatly dodged the question. Whatever her reasons were, Lu Yi felt that she was holding back the answer from him. But since she refused to tell him now, Lu Yi did nothing to pry. He kept himself submerged in the giant tub filled with Shui Yuan's painstakingly concocted potion, and his wounds healed quickly. Lu Yi only got out of the tub completely refreshed and invigorated when the sun was about to set. Amber trotted up to him and nudged him with his big furry head. The recent days at the main stronghold of the sect had seen Amber growing beefier with all the comfort and good rest, not to mention the mounds of spirit pills to feast on and the occasional inhalation of the red substance from Lu Ye's dragon scale. It really was paradise for him. On the other hand, he had not seen her lately. She had been spending a lot of time with Tang Yifeng. She had been with Shui Yuan all the time at first, before telling him that she was learning how to be a medical cultivator. Her reason was simple enough. She had witnessed how frequently Lu Yi was injured during their journey. But Lu Yi would one day fight again, and at that time he could be hurt once more. That prompted Yi to opt to be a medical cultivator. She might not be useful in battle, but she could at least keep him alive. But for the past few days she had been missing, leaving Lu Yi puzzled and confused, although he could only chalk it up to some early-stage difficulties. Next, he heard about how Tang Yifeng had taken her under his wing. Was she thinking of becoming a spell cultivator now? Lu Yi knew that his mentor Tang Yifeng was a spell cultivator, and one of the best in the land too. Lu Yi retrieved his dragon scale and allowed Amber another sniff. The big burly tiger took one draught and shuddered. Stiffened, he crashed to the ground with a loud thud with his blood churning like choppy waters. Shui Yuan was rather unperturbed by this. Lu Yi had explained to her before about the dragon scale and its provenance. In fact, she had borrowed it for closer observation, and finally at the end, she concluded that the substance in the scale really did have the ability to enrich one's physical properties, and all he needed to do was to have precise control of his ability and it would be safe. There must be some sort of secret prowling beneath the dragon spring, Shui Yuan later told him. There might be treasures that Lu Yi might be able to access if he was strong and powerful enough to explore the dragon spring himself one day. That was a notion that Lu Yi would gladly entertain. He had not forgotten how Han Jiyu of the Tai Luo clan exposed to the entire world the secrets about his glyphs, and what happened after that nearly killed him. That was a debt that Lu Yi vowed to collect one day. Ignoring Amber's spasmodic fits as if it was having a stroke, Lu Yi headed straight for the Sanctum of Providence. He traveled back to the outpost and jabbed a hand at his battlefield imprint the moment he reappeared at the sanctum there to deliver a message. A reply came back quickly enough. I'm afraid that there's few that match your requirements, Lu Yi. I've been asking around, but not many are keen to go on such a perilous quest. I have two though, but one of them's a 5th order and the other's a 4th order. Still, I don't think you'll want to enter the tournament with dead weight instead of a partner. Lu Yi had asked Chan Yu to be on the lookout for any possible candidates that he could partner with to join the battle royal of the legates. However, it would appear that the search remained fruitless. Most if not all cultivators in the Spirit Creek battlefield knew about the battle royal of the legates. But with most of the independents that clustered at the Crimson Blood sect outposts being low-tiered independents aside from Chan Yu, Lu Yi was in a situation where he could count himself lucky if he could find enough 6th orders to make a quadruple. Those that he managed to find did not look convincing enough. Needless to say, a bunch of cowards that Lu Yi could barely rely on. As 6th orders, they could have long ventured into the inner ring areas of the battlefield to further challenge themselves to climb greater heights. That they chose to stay here only showed how severely they lacked in both fortitude and mettle. To say nothing of the battle royal of the legates, where deaths and injuries were as common as the very dirt they stepped on. The same went for Chan Yu. Not unlike the others, he too possessed the ability to try his luck in the inner ring areas of the battlefield. But Lu Yi saw this coming a long way ahead. As disappointed as he might be, he knew all along to not place any faith in any independence, saying yes. I guess that leaves me no choice then. Lu Yi mused quietly. He stepped out of the sanctum and dug inside his storage bag until he yanked out a fish the length of a yardstick by the tail. Red from head to tail, the fish glistened with such luminescence like a slab of crimson jade. It was a blood sturgeon. Li Baxuan had caught a lot of this fish and most of them had been eaten. Those that managed to be spared from the dinner table, for now, were given to Lu Yi. The silhouette of something large shadowed him from overhead before it landed just before Lu Yi, eliciting a huge burst of wind slamming into Lu Yi's face with such force that it felt like a slap to him. It was Beaky the giant eagle. The giant eagle lowered its head and gave Lu Yi a playful nip before scooping up the blood sturgeon, throwing his head up to swallow the fish down in just one gulp. Since Li Baxuan told him about how Beaky loved blood sturgeon, Lu Yi had been bringing him some every now and then. But with his size and girth, a blood sturgeon or two wasn't anywhere near enough. The 1-meter-long fish looked just like a tiny worm for Beaky. Still, that quelled Beaky's love for that unique species of fish not one bit at all. In fact, feeding him the fish has helped to make Lu Yi closer to the gigantic avian predator. For decades it had guarded the outpost alone. Neither snow, rain, heat, or gloom of night had kept Beaky from maintaining a steadfast watch over the crimson blood sect's only, albeit abandoned, presence here in the battlefield until Lu Yi's appearance, which added colors back to its humdrum monotony. With one fish down into its belly, Beaky peered at Lu Yi, tilting its head with anticipation gleaming in its round bulbous eyes. Lu Yi pulled out another blood sturgeon. This time he tossed it up into the air and Beaky caught it with his beak deftly. He looked at Beaky and said, "Beaky, can you give me a ride?" Oh. The giant predator gave him a judging look before he craned down and caught Lu Yi by the collar of his shirt with his hooked beak and flung Lu Yi up on its wide and feathery back. That was not amusing at all for Lu Yi, who scowled. "Just nod next time. I can climb up myself, you know. I'm not a 5-year-old that needs help climbing up your back." Ignoring the jibe, Beaky unfurled its wings. The winds howled and tossed. Then came the sensation of weightlessness that assailed him without notice. Before Lu Yi even knew it, they were already flying. Lu Yi laid down prone on the eagle's back, channeling his power to keep himself enveloped in a shroud of energy that kept him protected from the winds. From the front, Beaky let loose a shrill screech as if it was asking for directions. Lu Yi quickly extracted his map and found his destination. Then he gave Beaky a bearing. The behemothic bird quickly maneuvered and veered to where Lu Yi pointed him. In the meantime, Lu Yi delivered a message to Shui Yuan using his battlefield imprint. A reply came swiftly enough. "Safe travels. Come back early." Riding on Beaky's back, Lu Yi learned the full definition of breakneck speed. Even Tang Wu's magical flying conveyance couldn't hope to match Beaky's speed. As a flying spirit beast of such age and power, it was not that much of a surprise to Lu Yi. Still, that made him wonder if Beaky had power and strength comparable to a 9th-order cultivator trained in a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Perhaps it was because of the magical laws that governed the battlefield that Beaky could grow no further. On the other hand, Lu Yi was envious of how suave and smart Li Baxuan was when he rode on his magical conveyance. If only he could grow faster. He had not yet reached the stage of cultivation where he could operate his own magical conveyance yet. Most 7th-order cultivators learned how to manipulate objects using telekinesis. But only those who rose up to the 8th or 9th grade could have enough spirit power to operate a magical conveyance and sustain it long enough for travel. Reaching the 9th order would mean that one could learn heaven-grade cultivation disciplines. By switching to heaven-grade disciplines, one would finally be qualified enough to try breaking out of the spheres of the Spirit Creek realm to enter the Cloud River realm. Reaching the Cloud River realm would also mean one would be able to fly unassisted, which was something so far ahead for Lu Yi. Meanwhile, Beaky was not only fast. The gigantic avian had enough strength to fly for long hours without rest. They traveled for 1 day and 1 night before they finally landed to rest. There was no need for Lu Yi to worry about food. Beaky circled around to forage for food and came back with lots to spare, both for himself and Lu Yi. If there was any nuisance to riding Beaky, that would be the constant need to maintain an energy shroud to prevent being frozen or knocked off Beaky's back because of the whiplash of the winds raging around him in flight. But it was safer flying in the air. With few cultivators in the outer ring areas being able to fly, the ride turned out to be smooth sailing all the way. 5 days had passed by the time Lu Yi arrived at his destination with the sun almost completely set. They had arrived at Mount Ing as indicated by his map. If he wanted to join the battle royal of the legates, then he would need help. But since the independents at the outpost weren't dependable enough, the only one that came to mind was Wuxia. When they last met, Wuxia was a 5th-order medical cultivator, so Lu Yi expected that she might be a 6th-order by now. That would qualify her for the tournament. Plus, the fact that she was a medical cultivator would make her a valuable asset since she could provide healing if and when he got hurt. Then again, Lu Yi was prepared for the eventuality that she might decline. A carnival of blood and death might not be a well-disposed healer's idea of fun. Still, Lu Yi needed to try. Additionally, there was another reason for his revisiting Mount Ing. Twice, Wuxia and the independents here had saved his life. Life for the independents here wasn't safe at all, and he thought that if he could convince Wuxia and the independents here to move to the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, then he could at least provide them safer pastures. He had long thought of this. But without any knowledge about the sect himself, he wasn't in the position to make such a promise. A miniature cyclone buffeted the bamboo-constructed buildings around the empty expanse where Biki landed with a grace that belied his gargantuan girth, causing people to frantically evacuate the buildings in fear of collapse. Panicky and terrified stares came from all sides, centering on the stranger and his behemothing avian mount. Lu Yi immediately caught sight of Wuxia, Ruan Lingyu, and the ever-so-brawny Kong Niu, plus a few other faces that he could not recognize. Has the Rogue Wanderers Club recruited new members? Lu Yi mused. But what was slightly disturbing was the fact that the newcomers were all powerful cultivators. A 7th order, a 6th order, and... "Your name please, friend," the 7th order called loudly at the same time, quietly channeling his power. Lu Yi did not fail to note. As Lu Yi panned his gaze in Huaxi's direction, the smile on his face evaporated. There was an unmistakable laceration on her fair and slender neck that could have been caused by a sharp object. He quickly realized that it was not a light on either, although the angle and position did not quite suggest that she was attacked. If anything, it rather indicated that Huaxi did it herself. "Did you just try to kill yourself, woman?" Lu Ye's face creased with disbelief. Just then, Huaxi's hand shot up, forming a hand seal. Immediately, grayish waves of smog burst from her, rolling in all directions around her. Ruan Lingyu squealed loudly, "Kill them, Louis! They're Thousand Demon Ridge!" With a loud bang, Kong Niu stomped into the ground and launched himself at a 5th order like a battering ram. They locked each other in a furious melee. But the skirmish only just broke out when the enemy cultivator began showing signs of faltering. Tiny objects were blooming inside his mouth like poisonous mushrooms, causing a much-needed distraction for Kong Niu. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.